But I mean,
you could have meant something else by using that word, though, couldn't you? Obviously, couldn't get your meaning from just what you were saying.
Well, I mean, it's on the spot thinking. I would just say, look, right. Some of you, I imagine,
you're triggered. Particularly
the quiet people might be relatively normal people. Who knows, right? But there are some others. There's some others, right? There's some others that I think have some psychological issues that need to be addressed as soon as possible.
I gotta go to YouTube. I'll be back.
Yui thinks he's a normal person, apparently.
Yeah, I do. But again, it's one of those things. It's one of those things, Emma, where
the
I
bar
say
is quite low around here.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, look, if anyone.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.
Are we live now?
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It is Model Affliction Monday. And have we got some afflicted people in today? I'd say some of the most afflicted, but they're not the people who you think they should be. These are the globe model prover guys. Very strange, although one of them is the one that was seen in a video, or heard rather, in the video on Friday night, talking to QE and Miggy and Jedi and AI. I think he was called Brick Capped over there. But
we are TT6 and we're hiring. Reach out now.
yeah, so this is the
We have
famous
competitive benefits.
TT6 globe
Head honcho.
globe proving unit. They get very upset, and strange enough, there is a video, and Yui's one of the star members, founding members of this Troll Team 6, the new Troll Team 6. He's in this one as well, so he was in the video the other day with QE and Miggy and the 24/7 Flat Earth guys, and then we were discussing a certain Fallacious Modus Tollens that keeps getting talked about. And I noticed Nathan Oakley, the Flat Earth guy, who hasn't been talking to Yui, but he has been talking to some of the other members of the Troll Team 6 group. We've got another one featured, Manufact Totem, when he talked to Nathan Oakley. Hopefully we might be able to get round to that, but as for tonight, these guys have got some sort of a bee in their bonnet about something. Not quite sure what it is exactly. I think Yui's trying to take the lead, and there's some sort of a defense going on. Maybe he doesn't want his voice heard. Maybe the affiliations he's made with the Flat Earth community might be getting exposed when he starts talking to... Unless we've got a voice changer.
Hello.
There you go. That's the Yui that we heard the other day.
Just on the record, I don't.
If you want it on the record, Yui, you're going to have to pause because you're breaking up badly.
Yeah, that's really bad connection.
Yui,
Are you out
think
on the
whatever
road
they
there,
like.
Yui, at the minute?
I'm sure, Bev, though, you care about what your audience thinks of you.
Yui, can you hear? Yui, can you hear us?
My house.
Yui, can you hear us? You're breaking up pretty badly. So if you want it on the record,
Can you hear me now? Hello.
yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I just want to say, I don't care what flat earthers think of me. They can think whatever they like.
Again, the bigotry. Leave the bigotry with the flat earthers out of it.
You mentioned it, Bev. What are you
But
talking
you
about?
were over there with them, talking to them.
You're just salty
Talking
because I
to
talked
them
bad
right
about
now.
No. I'm just pointing
Yeah,
out
exactly.
that my audience would have heard you talking to QE and Miggy and Jedi on Friday. You were the one that advising them of certain topics.
Yeah, you're mad because people over there think you're crazy, and you've taken it personally because I was involved in telling them how crazy you are.
Mad.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yes,
mad.
you are. That's why you made a video on it. You know you're
Made
crazy.
a video on what?
A video of me shit talking you in there.
No,
right?
no, we
So,
just went
you're crazy.
over a video that was live streamed on 24/7.
Hopefully your fans will realise that you're schizophrenic.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Godzilla new members. Luckily enough, we have got some new members only content that won't really be going out. So good luck to you people. See if you can see them.
You wouldn't want to embarrass the model afflicted.
Right, so we've got let's go over this video first. Now on Friday we went over a conversation about it was QE and UE, all of those people, and they were discussing a certain time about it was about Emma, really, when QE seemed to have this idea that I've turned against flat earthers because of a moment in history. Well, he's all mixed up, like he always has been. Go and check it out. Flat Earth Defense. That's a hashtag on Twitter. Check it out, Peter. You know you're on the. So that's been going for a long time, and obviously we do have friends, but I sort of take it a little bit personally when people start taking the piss out of flat earthers, because some of them, like Rob, they're good people. Yeah, other people seem to, I don't know, call them names and stuff. They're a very bigoted group of people against these group of flat earthers. And then, again, there's another group of people that just sort of place people in this group as well. And I feel, feel sorry for those people, particularly when they get told lies. And then they mistakenly repeat those lies. And then people like Yui and Peter here, the bigots, flat earth bigots, they sort of take advantage of that. So, yeah, this is a thing about going back into the history of, really, my history of, forget about why I was here, but this is one of the moments that I will forever remember. Learning about minding your P's and Q's. Because everyone's heard it. People say it. What does it mean? Well, beforehand, there's all sorts of different stories. You go and look. Look it up. What does minding your P's and Q's mean? There won't be any reference to P's and Q's of logic. The person that made that connection was Emma.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Before I was a flat earther, I thought it meant mind your please and thank yous.
Yeah.
But then I got smart.
And minding your pints and quarts for measurements for when they had bars, and there's all sorts of different things that they presume it could be. But really, it's minding your P's and Q's within logic to make sure that your antecedent and your consequent have the correct relationship, to make sure that they are true. Because unless they are, you won't have a valid argument. And that's what all this is about. This all came at the time when QE was bringing out this Black Swan. Like he told everybody. He was pushing it really hard. He wanted everybody on board. Just like they did when they did the sextant thing. Just like Nathan Oakley's doing right now. There's no difference. Just go back in time a little bit. Same thing. Every 2 years or whatever. It's like a plan that they've got. Well, this is Nathan Oakley now doing this. Now, we did say this. Mind your P's and Q's. Emma even advised QE to get a T-shirt. Because Emma was the first person to buy the Black Swan T-shirt. We saw it today.
So somebody does buy those T-shirts.
Yeah.
Yui.
Well,
remember we were discussing that.
As far as we know, there has been at least one T-shirt sold.
At least one purchase.
That's all we know. And that was purchased by Emma. So there could be only one of these T-shirts ever sold in the history.
One too many.
You're looking at it right there. The Black Claw.
Can I just please clarify that that's been in a bag full of clothes waiting to go to a charity shop?
It's on the wall.
Please don't give it to charity. some poor child is going to get it. Let's not do that. I'll sponsor a different T-shirt.
See, there you
Well,
go.
I
Look
just-
at
I
that.
just-
See, even Peter wants to cherish it. Keep hold of it. It should be framed.
No, burn
Okay.
it. Burn it. Just don't give it away.
Yeah, and I probably was the only person to buy one.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because it's really an awful, like the print quality is horrific on there. I don't know what happened.
And the content is even worse.
It's not a very
Why
nice
did you buy
looking
that?
t-shirt. Because at the time I was trying to make a point.
Logos. Emma has the
Yeah.
only surviving first ever Black Swan t-shirt. So if you want to know how closely we were linked to this, when Emma said to QE, do a t-shirt with mind your P's and Q's on it, that's how involved Emma was.
But what happened? Why was there a falling out? Tell us, walk us through it. What happened?
Because
As
we
the
pointed
Black
out
Swan's
to him,
shite.
it's a fallacious argument. He didn't mind
Fallacious.
his P's and Q's. Yes, Peter. We're going to go over a little bit of a chat that we had. Let me get this screaming on first. And screen. We sort this screen out, resize it. You guys can see that, can you? Nathan Oakley quotes. So we've been over going over this argument, and in this video you will see Nathan Oakley quotes from today, Friday, and there is a bit from QE, and there's also a little bit of conversation that we had with Huey about this very thing. Here we go.
The surface level regurgitation of flat Earth talking points. So he's gone up and he's seen Earth curve. We debunked Earth curve in 2020. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 59 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, that's
Yui, how worried are you right
be
now?
no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by their Earth curve.
About what?
maps. The distance to
About the
horizon in Black
evidence
Swan
they're
is
going to
beyond
present.
1.2 times the square
we're
root
trying
of
to
the
watch a
observer's height in
video.
feet. Therefore,
And
the
evidence
Earth
of what?
is not a sphere, and the horizon is not Earth curve. We have debunked it based on geometry.
No, it's not possible.
No. So, why did he call it a black swan?
Because in his mind, he thought when he was writing that argument that showing one example of the Earth not doing exactly what he said it must do means
what
that you've
must it do?
means that seeing at sex distance, geometric distance.
Yeah, a measured distance to the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. He thought seeing one example of that not happening.
Have you measured the distance to the horizon yet?
No.
Okay. Did QE measure the distance to the horizon?
No idea.
Modus Tollens.
No idea. Even if he did, it wouldn't falsify it.
Wouldn't falsify what?
Globe.
Well, the argument is a measured distance to the horizon. It's a necessary consequent, right? So he, in order to invalidate his statement, he must have measured a distance to the horizon, right? Not
No, I
Q.
think he used I think he would have used
Not Q.
those two orbits, right?
Modus Tollens, not Q. Therefore, not P. Not Q. So how do you say not Q? If the measured distance to the horizon must be something. You have to measure the distance to the horizon to be not that, don't you? Not Q.
Mm-hmm.
You do understand the logical form, don't you?
I think everyone can see what he's trying to do.
What's he trying to do? Fool
Modus
flat
Tollens.
earthers into thinking that fallacious modus tollens is actually an argument for invalidating a spherical globe, or invalidating a radius, just to get rid of the radius. Not a sphere. Like, not a sphere is their conclusion of the Black Swan.
Well, what do you think about them telling me that?
Not P.
I mean, I'm curious about like what you think about them telling me that it was never, the conclusion was never it's not a sphere. The conclusion was just not
What
P.
do you mean?
Because they
It's
do have
never-
not.
Did you never hear Nathan Oakley? The
No,
other
but this
day
is
when
what
he
they're
went
telling
on
me
the
now.
AMA. Well, I don't care
No,
what
no.
they're telling you. Nathan Oakley on the AMA the other day said the Earth is not a sphere.
With that modus tollens.
Yeah.
God, I'd love to ask him about that.
I wonder why nobody did. Wonder why nobody. Well, actually, people have.
Oh, he said it in the
Us.
AMA?
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Oh, I
No,
was
I've
at
got
work.
it. That's what I'm going over here. You keep
Well,
saying,
so-
I don't know
so-
why people are going over it. Well, this
No,
is why
no.
we're going over it, because
I'm
Nathan
not-
Oakley's
not-
still repeating a fallacious modus tollens after 4 fucking years.
I'm not contesting that. I'm just surprised that because I was at work in a meeting, so I wasn't even able to listen. So I think that probably happened the first part of the AMA.
So how do you feel
disappointed.
about your flirf daddy making
My
a
flirf
mistake
daddy?
like that? Yeah, like he's not
Very
learned.
disappointed.
You
Very
could have told
disappointed.
QE to tell him, right, that it's a fallacious modus tollens. I mean, I know they told you that you know what they mean when it's the you know it isn't really fallacious. They just tell Nathan Oakley to say it. Because QE hasn't bothered telling anybody that that's not what they actually meant. Because he's still repeating.
No, it's just what the flat earthers have been telling me in 24/7. They've been saying, well, it's not actually fallacious because it says not P. The Earth is not a sphere is supposed to be quote commentary, not the actual argument.
Well, Nathan Oakley repeated it as though it was part of the argument, not P.
Yeah,
The
I
Earth is
agree.
not
I
a
mean,
sphere. QE says
if that happened
the
a few
Earth is
days
not a
ago,
sphere.
if that happened a few days ago, I'd like to ask them why they're
That's why I'm going over this. I'm
they're best
contrasting
to do.
the first time QE ever did it with the latest time that Nathan Oakley's done it, and seems to be exactly the same. No difference. The Earth is not a sphere. Flat Earthers, get away from that. Do that easy. Fallacious modus tollens, just give it to the flat Earthers. Get them to say it. Makes them look stupid, right? I mean, that if you want to troll flat Earthers, then you put a character in like QE that aggressively tells people what they have to say. Not P. There we go.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Not P. See, not P and P seem to be slightly different for both Nathan and QE. Fucking amazing.
Was a sphere with a radius of 39.
I don't know why Nathan uses if the Earth was a sphere. It's a bit weird.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and the Earth is not a sphere.
Do you see hear him say, and the Earth is not a sphere? Like, do you think that's a slippery way of him trying to get out of the problem with QE's argument?
I wouldn't be sure it's QE's. Nathan Oakley handed it off to Brenda. But, like, nobody bothered asking Brenda about that. the other day.
Therefore not P.
Nathan doesn't do the P's and Q's, so we'll have to use QE.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
That's fucking great. And the Earth is not a sphere. Hey, presto. Boom. Bish, bash, bosh. They're done.
Hey, Bev.
Tis measured flat. Not a sphere, so I mean, if it's not a sphere, what must it be? False dichotomy.
Your claim.
Therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
Hi, Jerry.
P. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Morning, guys.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
24/7. I wouldn't know because I'm banned.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you watch that video, Huey?
Which video?
The video I told you that a heretic might have watched about you.
No, I didn't watch it. I need to watch it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, don't bother watching it.
I'll watch it now.
Just sulk about it for a bit. You know.
Watch it now. I'll see if I ever said I'm going to take down
Cry
this
to
server.
Jerry about being banned.
Community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague,
the Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our
Black Swan, if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
we showed that where you would assert the way called Earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs,
not Q,
isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's behind it.
Not Q, therefore not P.
Hill in the way called Earth curve,
not Q, therefore not P. Therefore not P. Not P.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call
Black Swan,
we form a logical consistency argument. Modus Tollens.
Holy shnikes, this is gonna leave a mark.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P,
then every distance to horizon measurement,
then any horizon distance measurement must be,
could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height
as laid down
here
in the begging
then
the
any
question
horizon
proof
distance
of nothing
measurement
perspective
must be,
hijacking Earth curve calculation. Then every
you would
distance
use
to
to make
horizon
that
measurement. Meanwhile, in the Black Swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
not Q,
You don't understand.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
not Q,
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just
Then every
don't
distance to horizon measurement.
not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than
The horizon's
9.41
behind
miles.
the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q,
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve, edge, horizon, the form of,
not Q, therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Earth has no Earth curve, edge, horizon, the form of,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
Therefore not P.
and the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
The Black Swan.
If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
My problem if you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have. Yeah, they don't do that.
no reason,
Yeah, they don't do that.
no logic,
Yeah, they don't do
no
that.
answers
Yeah, they don't do
to
that.
questions.
Yeah, they don't do that.
You're just on your own.
Here is the final kill shot.
You only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a fact.
No, that's debunked.
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
No, that's debunked.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
No, that's debunked. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. No, that's debunked.
Because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
No, that's debunked.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping quiet, everyone. What mic control on you guys is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, just a little bit of an intro into tonight's thing that will be going out mid-show. So if you ever want to listen to Yui discussing the Black Swan, it's very rare to get people, you know, that can get a chance to talk to QE and people like us about the Black Swan. Perhaps somebody might be able to have that conversation with him. If QE's out there and he is listening, or if anybody out there, let's do a call to action. Tell QE that we're going over his modus tollens that he made 4 years ago, that we told him, or Emma told him, to mind his P's and Q's about, that he lied to everybody when he was doing that thing with 24/7 about the reason that we supposedly are against flat earthers now. All of a sudden, we're not against flat earthers, we're just against the lying
liars.
Yeah, they seem to be out there causing problems and division.
Yeah, because I'm here every day and I love it here.
Yeah, it's great having you, Rob. And I'm not biased in any way at all. I mean, it doesn't really bother me what model anybody has or what anybody wants to label themselves as. That's fine. Just don't ask me to comply to it or try and give me a label for any reason other than to just come and talk to us about it.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Yeah, so as you may have guessed there, that we had this discussion with QE when the modus tollens was first being released, and QE really wanted everybody to push this argument that he called the Black Swan. I couldn't understand what he was doing, because it seems so far removed from actual logic that nobody could understand really what was going on. Well, I did get to learn about the logical form of the argument and how to simplify it. I mean, we've gone a long way with what we've learned from those initial things, me particularly. And I like the idea of this, because this one statement that Emma made about the mind of P's and Q's, after seeing the P's and Q's of logic, Emma made that link. I don't think anybody else was around there, like, you know, who else processed that information, but I did, and I really do thank Emma for that. And having people around that are free to say those sort of things is the reason that we're here. Those things that people give us that lead down, call it rabbit holes, but it's not. They're learning loops that you can go on. You can go on them multiple times with different people, get different experiences. And so this is the beginning of the journey, the beginning of my particular journey into logic. And if there's anything that's helped me in over the past few years, it's this particular journey. So I'm thankful for all of this. But it seems to have caused, I don't know. It doesn't seem to have gone down quite as well for other people. And I could never really understand why. Because it just didn't make any sense to me. Why people wouldn't want to, you know, have this simple, logical way of processing information. And I think after learning it, there's a thing called epoche. One of the little journeys that Buster, I'm pretty sure it was Buster. Oh, I would say, but like Buster tends to do that, tends to give us these words, and that's all it is. But the journey that comes from that is brilliant. Now, epoche is the state of releasing all dogma. There's no need for people to hold dogmatic beliefs, because that's all they are. They're just beliefs. There's no way of knowing, and it sort of gives you a sense of, call it peace if you will, but there's a place of call it serenity or whatever it's called, ataraxia, and that's like it's like a zen-like state. Well, you can't get to that place when you hold any dogma, because the dogma will cause problems, make you conflict with yourself mainly. And so this idea of epoche is just to release that you can't know. There's no need for beliefs. Like everybody's saying at the minute, I have no belief. Well, I mean, that's good, but you should really have some proofs. You should have something at least solid to base your understanding upon. And logic is that thing for me. So it was quite easy for me to be able to do this because of certain circumstances to get me where I am. But I think the bigger journey is to learn this sort of stuff as an adult, because it's not taught anymore. And that's where what I thought this would help people learn to order in a logical way. And modus tollens, since it goes back to antiquity, it's the oldest form of argumentation, one of the simplest forms of argumentation. Some may even say Socratic in form, perhaps, since it's there to knock down claims of the if statement. Not so much definitional. So when I hear, people I've been to try and talk to QE about this. He brushed it off. Him and Drunk Adam. Tried to talk to the 24/7 guys about it. This is one of the so-called flat earth proofs, yet it's fallacious. Any flat earther that does say it is just repeating a fallacious argument with very to little, showing that they've got very to little understanding of what the actual argument means, how the argument works, or even what the argument form is. And it's shocking to think that Nathan's still just repeating it with probably no way of explaining why he's saying it still. to this day. Right, I've got some other stuff to change windows. Yes. No, let me check this. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is it. Good. Right now, it's a good job we've got the guys in here tonight. They might be able to join in. This is, you can see that gravity isn't a force. That's Nathan Oakley's video from when he went over to the politics channel. Now, what we're going to hear is a little clip from within this where Nathan is talking to one of the TT6 guys, Manufact Totem. He's not that keen on handling his Troll Team 6 clan tag while he's out there talking to Nathan. I think he gets brought up.
Pronounce his name, but bring him up here. Manufact Totem, I suppose. You there?
Oh, hi.
Ah, you have a familiar voice, don't you?
Indeed. Can you hear me? Most people mispronounce it.
Thank you.
So, I was going to ask about your 2024 approach to this whole thing of it's measured flat. You need a flat Earth for that, and it seems clear from this so far that you do still stick to that, despite the pushback. So I'll jump to the quick. I'm curious, because it's kind of important to my actual question. How do you define to measure?
To reference something in physical reality. So in terms of flat Earth, when we're dealing with the reference plane, we're referencing it. It's a plane. That would be what I'd qualify in this particular context for what I say in terms of measuring Earth flat.
You get that? Do you want to go over it again? Remember Nathan Oakley's claim. It's measured flat. That's what he says. We say it's measured not flat. But Nathan Oakley says it is measured flat. Any comments? Do you want to hear it again?
Yes, please. But contradiction is obvious.
You do still stick to that, despite the pushback. So I'll jump to the quick. I'm curious, because it's kind of important to my actual question. How do you define to measure?
To reference something in physical reality.
It's a reference I make in physical reality.
No, this is not the answer.
Define to measure. It's a reference I make in physical reality.
It's not reference. It is just process of doing something, like counting units in length. If we are measuring length, because we can measure different things. We can measure temperature or density, or no, density not, because we cannot, but volume or whatever. So,
why not density? What's wrong with density?
Because we can calculate ratio.
Oh, calculate. Okay, yes. So measuring.
You'd measure the volume.
Where did people take this stuff from? Where did you take this from?
Yes, it is correct, because it is density is volume over or multiplied
it's two
by
measurements. And the ratio between the two measurements.
Yes.
And
so it is ratio. So
so if you measure the other two, then you've measured the third.
No, you calculate.
Where did you people take this from?
You've just measured.
Who told you all this?
We just told you. It is
proportional. Who told you this? I want to know. What is
it is. Nobody. I just figured it out.
So you just ran it into each other, a bunch of misfits on the internet, and you concocted this nonsense on your own.
No.
It occurred to him in a dream.
And then he met another dreamer, and they came up with this philosophy.
Don't make things up. Don't talk what I did do.
So I asked you, and you won't answer me. How did you come up with this nonsense?
I did answer. I did, but you didn't listen. I
You didn't like your answer.
It out. I figured it
You
out.
figured it out, you personally.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you own it. You own these statements.
Okay, are we right? Are we ready to carry on?
Then I can call you directly without being an asshole, a stupid person.
Yeah,
because I figured something out.
Measured
Yes.
the weight and the volume.
Yeah.
I shall call you stupid now.
Yeah, because we can do that.
Because you came up with that.
We can do that, yes,
No,
Peter.
we can do that, so we are stupid. Yes, this is just.
Fair enough.
Okay, so Nathan Oakley references a measurement. Are you all right with that, Peter? Is that what you're doing?
Nathan Oakley is a idiot. A grifter.
Well,
idiot.
Listen, can we keep it within the frame of reference rather than personal attacks? I know you
Well,
favor
it's pertinent
those
information. What he said was absolute word salad, meaningless word salad, the way he answered Manufactotum's question.
Yeah, have you made a video about this? This is some of your Troll Team 6's best work, and it's a pity
Of course.
you weren't involved in it. Peter.
I don't have to be. We are a decentralized group.
Right. Well, let's
No,
carry
we're
on.
heavily
Let's see how much
centralized.
better he does.
We're all under you, Peter. We're heavily centralized.
Mm-hmm.
There is no centralized command and control.
Well,
no,
other
that's Captain
than,
Peter.
Other than the fact it's not you two taking over the show, right?
I'm just a facade like the Big Brother in 1984.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're Captain Kirk and I'm Spock.
Go and write another story with your fan fiction between the two of you.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's happening as we speak.
This time.
So in terms of flat Earth, when we're dealing with the reference plane, we're referencing it. It's a plane. That.
There you go. He's just referencing it. A plane. A reference plane. That's Nathan Oakley's measurement.
He just said a bunch of nonsense for his audience to think that he answered the question.
His measurement of flat Earth is a reference to a reference plane. That's him measuring flat Earth when he references a plane. He's telling you. This is Nathan Oakley measuring flat Earth.
To reference something in physical reality. So in terms of flat Earth, when we're dealing with the reference plane, we're referencing it. It's a plane. That would be what I'd qualify in this particular context for what I say in terms of measuring Earth flat.
Yeah, referencing it to a reference plane. That's him measuring it flat.
Yeah, it is completely vacuous statement.
Yeah, well, the reference plane. You know where the reference plane is. That's Nathan Oakley measuring the Earth flat. Anytime, all you ever have to do is mention any chance that Nathan Oakley can link it to any reference plane, vertical or horizontal, it doesn't matter, but that's measuring the Earth flat. To one of the most ridiculous flat earthers I've ever fucking heard of.
Oh, on this panel, because I listened to that. Some of these guys, I cannot remember who it was, Chocolate or maybe someone else, said that vertical plane is not flat. So,
yeah.
I've heard many stupid things there.
Hope that answers your question.
Hope that answers your question.
Kind of. So to reference, you would say is the same as to measure.
Part of measurement is to reference, but without using measurement in the definition of measurement, it's going to be a struggle unless I use something outside that word.
Listen to that.
It's the same as to measure.
Listen.
Part of measurement is to reference, but without using measurement in the definition of measurement, it's going to be a struggle unless I use something outside that word.
He says stuff really fast. Sometimes
but
it's
Yeah,
better
but
to go
wait,
over
wait,
it a
wait,
few
wait.
times. He does say without using measurement to reference measurement or to define measurement, you can't
he
do
said
something.
that
It's
half.
just nonsense.
He said half of measurement, but he's not saying about the other half. So that's the point. So he is in fact talking about referencing only, and he says that this is half of measurement. So I'm curious about another half of this measurement.
Listen again.
Would say is the same as to measure.
Part of measurement is to reference, but without using measurement in the definition of measurement, it's going to be a struggle unless I use something outside that word.
Okay.
Wow. Nonsense. Just nothing. Just vacuous.
So measurement without measurement.
Yeah.
So because he's talking about half of
reference
half
is
of
part
this
of
measurement.
measurement, and if he doesn't use measurement to define measurement, then he couldn't really be measuring something. I don't know.
Yes. It's like Bruce Lee in Enter of the Dragon, fight without fight. Yeah. Measuring without measuring.
Just a reference, that'll do. Hope that answers your question. How could it ever answer your question? It's just nonsense.
Because it seems to me that if I were on a tall building, say, and I'm taking a depression angle to a car, for instance, the reference that I've laid down from which I'm measuring wouldn't be the same reference as the Earth itself, right?
Right, so that's a pretty good question, and I know why he does that, Peter, because I know Peter's got an ultimate globe proof where he measures a depression angle. So that's what he's doing, from the top of a building, right, down to a car. I mean, a bit basic, but still referencing a depression angle. And he, as he says, the plane, not hard to understand that, right?
That's all it takes to measure the Earth curved.
Right, so that's, I mean, that
one
sounds
measurement,
like
one
you
angle.
understand that,
Game
right?
over.
Even
Yeah,
you, Peter, understand what your friend there has just said, that the reference plane that you're going to referring it to isn't the ground.
You people are full of shit.
Isn't the ground.
Right, it's not the ground. So, I mean, what do you reckon Nathan's reply is going to be? Because, I mean, that might confuse
bunch of nonsense.
Nathan. Yeah. We go, listen.
I don't follow.
He doesn't follow. Doesn't understand that. A guy stood on top of a building, measuring a depression angle down to a car on the ground. He can't, he doesn't follow. It's too much. It's AMA. His questions are troubling him. So we're going to clarify, right?
So I establish a reference, right, a horizontal, but if I'm high above the Earth, like in a tall building, that reference isn't the Earth itself.
Sounds reasonable, right? He's up on a building, and the reference isn't the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. It never was.
Yeah, no wrong with that. Well done, Manufactotum. Very decent question. What do you reckon Nathan's going to say now? Here we go.
It depends what you've used to reference. So what you're saying is if you've got a laser level and you've drawn out a horizontal...
A laser level? Like, why has he got a laser level?
Why not
What's he referencing? He's referencing the car on the ground from the top of a building. Like, I thought that was made very clear, right? But now, Nathan Oakley didn't follow, but now he's got a laser level out at the top of a building. What's he doing with a laser level? Who knows? Let's hear.
With that, then the plane of reference isn't the ground. Yeah, that's correct. However,
the plane of reference isn't the ground. However,
when you do that, the reason you do that, if you're going to use the ground for anything, so if you're doing navigation, for instance.
Through navigation? Was he
doing
navigation of a building?
No.
What, to get to the car on the ground that he was referencing as an angle?
Yes, it was about depression angle, not measuring the ground. So not
It's not referring the ground and not going on any navigation or anything. No, we were just literally using the reference plane to say, that's not the ground, Nathan. You're not actually measuring flat, really, because it's not the ground. I think that's what Manufactotum was trying to say to Nathan Oakley. But
Sorry,
Nathan
in that
Oakley,
context, you should probably say Earth, because that's what they want is flat Earth. They call water Earth too.
Well, the top of a building is apparently part of that Nathan Oakley's going to include now. I'll just go back a few seconds.
But yeah, I mean, Nathan always makes it clear when he's talking about, the GP to the ground.
Yeah.
The ground. The ground, he keeps talking about. The ground. The ground. So.
And that's what Manufactotum was trying to do. He was like lifting it up like any sort of reference plane that you'd ever make with an auto level or a laser level or whatever, like Nathan said. It's not on the ground, it's at an altitude above the ground. Well, this is Nathan explaining.
However, when you do that, the reason you do that, if you're going to use the ground for anything, so if you're doing navigation, for instance, you appreciate that line that you've drawn out with eye level or a laser level is parallel to the ground. Do you appreciate that?
Parallel to the ground?
How?
Not really.
Not really. Yes.
Not if the ground isn't
especially if you are on the building or on the mountain. So definitely not parallel.
Well, you can't assume it's parallel to you because that would be ridiculous. Like, you've just established a reference plane like above the ground, so are you just going to assume that the ground's parallel to it? I mean, that's a pretty bad surveyor, isn't it?
Yeah, quite
assumption parallel to, so therefore you don't need to make any assumptions of measurements or anything.
Everywhere's flat in his mind. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it's always parallel wherever you are because we've measured it flat. So it must be.
Well, you've measured it by establishing a reference plane. That's like basically setting up a level. So if you can set up a level, bish bash bosh, you've done it.
Flat.
Flat. Yeah.
Set up a level flat.
I don't know why they didn't call them flat Earth measurement tools. Must be a new thing.
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Like, it doesn't follow.
Oh, really? Says Manufactotum. He says, no, I can't see that, Nathan. Like, how's it parallel? Is it parallel to the ground? That's just not right. But listen to Nathan Oakley. Listen.
With eye level or a laser level is parallel to the ground. Do you appreciate that?
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Like, it doesn't follow.
Oh, really?
Oh, does it not?
Yeah, it doesn't follow. Yes.
Yeah, he's quite right,
exactly.
Nathan. It just definitely doesn't follow that you use that reference thing to measure the elevation changes of the ground. At least those of us that actually have done that thing, that know how to do it, then yeah, that's what we do. I guess you've either done it or you haven't. Maybe Nathan Oakley hasn't ever actually done it, and he just assumes that the ground's parallel to it. And I don't know why. It might be because some of his friends, maybe 10th Man, maybe Brian's Logic, have told him that it is, but it's not. I think they're talking about celestial navigation. Might give himself away here.
Not necessarily.
Don't laugh at him,
no.
Brian. Hold on, I've just got to I don't want this to become my panel mocking you. Please.
See, Brian's laughing at him. Laughing at him for saying that it isn't parallel to the ground. How dare he? Laugh at him. Now Nathan's telling him not to
Please don't laugh at him,
Don't
Brian.
laugh at him.
Let's try that without the laughter from my panel. No, you're saying...
Just I've run into it so many times.
It's all right. Yeah, me too.
Nathan Oakley's laughing. And do you know what the time is that Nathan Oakley... I've just paused it there with Nathan Oakley laughing. It's 3 hours, 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Really, that? Nathan Oakley giggles. Perhaps it's just conspiracy, but...
See. So, not parallel.
So he's told Brian not to laugh, yet Nathan's sort of laughing. Want to hear it again? This is not like hypocritical or anything.
Try that without the laughter from my panel.
He's buying time.
Yeah.
Because in fact, he has nothing to say. Nothing smart to say.
He's looking to bring in Brian because, like, Nathan hasn't got a clue what he's saying, really. It's just parallel to, apparently. But, I mean, that's an assumption that he's making.
Oh, you're saying...
Just I've run into it so many times.
It's all right. Yeah, me too. So, not parallel with the ground, you say? Oh, I don't understand why you wouldn't think that all horizontals are parallel.
See, where did he get all horizontals from?
Yes, so he is equivocating horizontal with the earth.
With the ground. He thinks the ground's horizontal.
It's horizontal, therefore this established at the top of the mountain or the building, another horizontal would be parallel to this ground horizontal.
Yeah, he's measured the earth flat. Of course it's horizontal.
Well, no, it's got a reference. No. His measurement is to the reference plane. The reference plane is horizontal. Therefore,
in his head.
The measurement of flat Earth is that reference.
But in his head, he carries that around with him.
He
carries that around his head
all the time.
Yeah, everywhere, everywhere. Yeah, wherever. Yeah, that's what I mean. He measured it. It's in his head. He carries with him everywhere, and says it applies everywhere he is.
The definition
in any
of
situation.
measurement is reference. So if you can have a reference plane of a horizontal, which coincidentally, like, is always there, right? The horizontal exists whether you're there or not, right? You just use a tool to get as close to that, as you can possibly get. So why that would make it a flat Earth or a measurement of flat Earth is ridiculous.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a measuring tool, would you? If it's already there.
Yeah.
It's already horizontal, then why do we need all these tools? Just,
And if you
just...
How would you measure a horizontal? How do you measure that reference? Literally, there's no measurement to be made once you've made the reference. You establish the reference plane, and that, according to Nathan Oakley, is a measurement of flat.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Wherever you are.
Everywhere.
On a boat.
Yeah, it's one of those monotheistic religions, isn't it?
I mean, he said he's never used the system, so we know he's not used these tools. So he hasn't got that practical reference with inside him. He hasn't got that to relate to in real time.
Yeah, he's never wrote any numbers down for measurements and seen that they are different. And the reasoning ability for you to say, because these two measurements are different, then the land must be on different levels, therefore, i.e. not flat and not level and not horizontal. You could say not to all of those characteristics once you know there are measurements with a difference. Doesn't take much, does it?
I thought after 10 years, geez, after 10 years, you'd have thought he'd have done this.
Yeah.
With all these tools he talks about, had a go, found somebody and says, show me how to do that. I mean, it's with his sister on a boat. She's got a sextant, apparently. He's never touched it, or maybe got it out of the box and put it back, maybe, but he's never used it. She's never showed him how to use it, maybe. His sister did it. And after all this time, you know, at the forefront of the spearhead of flat Earth, and he's never done any of it. It's amazing, really. You'd think, you know, he'd know how to set up those tools himself, not from something he's read or from something somebody's told him, but something he's actually done. To have spent this length of time in it and never even done any of that is crazy. And to shout people down who have actually done that or have a much more intelligent kind of approach to it or questions, to shout them down, it's just even worse.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a fan of the Black Swan. And we have been sort of trying to let people down lightly, but I mean, it's a fallacious argument. And I think Rob Keene's put in there as well, you cannot measure a distance to the horizon, which also would be a valid rebuttal to this argument. Because apparently with QE's argument, because the Earth has a particular radius, you can measure a distance to the horizon. So therefore, invalidating the possibility of you measuring a distance to the horizon should also tell you that it's not a sphere. So you can't measure a distance to the horizon. And since QE, if you're going to take it that QE's minded his P's and Q's, then it is a necessary consequence of the Earth having that radius that you can measure a distance to the horizon. You can't measure a distance to the horizon. So therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere. I mean, it's QE's argument. It's a black swan. Maybe that's the way he wants to get around it. I'd go for that if I were you. QE. Go with the horizon not being measurable in your own argument.
Yes, it can be, and it is. In this argument, it is only calculated. But I wouldn't say that this invalidates his argument, his Q statement, because. But he shouldn't say about measurement because it is impossible.
But he does, though.
Calculate. Yeah. Yes, I know. He should use that any distance to horizon should be, but not measurement. He shouldn't use word measurement.
Yeah. Again, he should have minded his P's and Q's.
Because, can I just add something to that?
Yeah, go on.
Well, because they need the 1.22 distance measurement to reference to, which is how they get their distance to the horizon based on the Rayleigh criterion.
Well, I think they'll tell you it's not the Rayleigh criterion. It can't be. It must be a Pythagorean formula. But
I understand, but it's still a fallacy.
Yeah. It's completely fallacious.
The only thing that they can measure is this height of the observer. This is what you can measure.
Yep.
But from that, you can only calculate distance to this horizon being point of tangency or whatever they call it.
Well,
you cannot measure directly distance to the horizon.
Wouldn't that assume on the horizon rising to eye level also, or because you're not really. It's complicated, right?
it's a hump.
Yeah.
It's a top point on the hump. So this is their horizon.
Yeah, there's no effing hump. We already know that. It's been confirmed by many people. Right, we'll carry on with this. So I think Nathan and Brian are gonna let us know now exactly.
I don't understand.
Well, that's fine if you don't understand. My problem is that it's not been established. Like I could fathom different forms of the Earth, not necessarily spherical, could be anything, that wouldn't necessarily require that horizontal reference be parallel. And you
No,
you would
okay,
still
I
be able
see
to
your point. I got you. So you're saying at the point that you just establish horizontal in general, what does horizontal mean?
What does horizontal mean? Really? Do you think Manufactotum's equipped for that sort of a question from Nathan Oakley? It's Nathan Oakley. Is that not the normal sort of thing that you hear handed around by people like Nathan Oakley? What does horizontal mean? It's just an orientation, isn't
You
it?
should know. Yeah, orientation. Yeah, exactly.
Just an orientation.
not deviating from 90 degrees to a normal.
Not parallel with the horizon, then?
Not
Oh, not parallel with the horizon, then. Why not?
That would be not horizontal.
Yeah. Why would Nathan go straight for that? I think he's putting Manufactotum under pressure now.
Yes, he's trying to put words into his mouth.
Because the logic's seeping in.
Not necessarily, but generally
that wouldn't be a
would
definition
mean
you'd accept then.
Not definitionally. It results as more or less the same thing on either a flat or spherical.
But it is
Earth,
defined that
not
way. But that is how it's defined, though.
That is how it's defined, though, apparently. What? The horizon or horizontal?
I think that he's saying maybe that it is defined as being parallel to the horizon. I think.
Horizontal?
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps. So,
Not definitionally. It results as more or less the same thing on either a flat or spherical.
But it is
Earth,
defined that
not
way. But that is how it's defined, though. You wouldn't accept that because you don't accept it. Okay.
it's one of the definitions of horizontal.
So it's a hand wave dismissal in regards to how things are defined.
Hand wave dismissal for the definition. That's been well known, hasn't it? We do have that. Definitions are meaningless. Handy one for you to get hold of there. Imaginometry.
From your part.
Well, if we're going by definitions, that's going to get us into a whole bunch of other issues.
But that's what we do when
I
we
don't think
debate
it's
things. It's semantics. That's what the Socratic method would be. Words and their meanings and how they're defined.
I am, yeah.
Are you sure that Nathan Oakley is not watching this show?
What do you think that's the Socratic method?
Well, no, but no. I'm just saying he's starting to sound like us over here. Just in the last 5
He might
minutes.
be listening. He wouldn't be able to tell people he was listening. He'd have to tell everybody to stop listening. Because if he told all of his viewers to stop listening, then he could listen and just repeat the stuff that we were saying, and they'd never know that it sounds a lot like us over here because he's told them to stop listening. Could be a good tactic on Nathan's behalf, right? Tell everybody, all of his fans, to stop listening to other people and then just say what they say. But except Nathan's getting it wrong. Okay, I'll go back to here. Let's listen to this.
Is how it's defined, though. You wouldn't accept that because you don't accept it. Okay. So it's a hand wave dismissal in regards to how things are defined from your part.
Well, if we're going by definitions, that's going to get us into a whole bunch of other issues.
But that's what we do when
I
we
don't think
debate
it's
things. It's semantics. That's what the Socratic method would be. Words and their meanings and how they're defined.
I am, yeah. I think in a...
Okay. So that's what we do when we debate things. That's the Socratic method. And the... What was it again?
By definitions, that's going to get us into a whole bunch of other issues.
But that's what we do
Like,
when
I
we
don't think
debate
it does
things.
make
It's semantics. That's what the Socratic method would be: words and their meanings and how they're defined.
I am, yeah.
Semantics. The Socratic method. Now, suppose a semantic Socratic, a semantic elenchi, it'd be fucking awful, wouldn't it? Who'd want to listen to that? Semantic elenchi. I don't think that's... The law of identity's already been sorted. You wouldn't do that. Not so sure I'm with Nathan on this. The understanding of the elencus being semantic.
I would say that, okay, it is part of that, because you have to come to terms. But this is what Socratic method is making implications from that, not only just establishing what words mean, but how you are creating, inferring from that. This is Elenkai. So
yeah, listen to a little bit more. He gives it up a bit.
Yeah, I think in a
What's the
conversation
Socratic
like
method?
this, we
What
need
is
to
the Socratic method?
establish
Sorry,
our
what is the
definitions.
Socratic method?
Coming to a consensual conclusion on issues by testing beliefs.
No, by words and their meanings and their definitions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Words and their meanings and their definitions. I mean, nobody has to give it away what they think the Socratic method is or anything like that, right? But Nathan seems to tell people that it's not.
Coming to a consensual conclusion on issues by testing beliefs.
No, by words and their meanings and their definitions.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you say it's going to be troublesome if we're going to have to stick to what definitions and words and their meanings and stuff, yeah, it is going to be, because that's how we go through this process of the Socratic method when we agree and debate on things. The problem is that...
I'm not too sure. I think you could probably have a Socratic method to go through Nathan to work out what he thinks the Socratic method is, because he's made some claims there that could definitely be questioned. Because that's what I'd say the Socratic method is when somebody makes a claim, it's you're questioning them upon that claim that they've made to try and find the validity within the claim or find any flaws, weaknesses, fallacies, lies.
Yes, so implications of that of that terms or definitions also. So it is included that you are questioning definitions, meaning of the words, etc.
Yeah, to make sure that the people that you're talking to actually have the correct understanding of the terms and words that they're using when they seem to make claims.
Yes, so that's part of that, but it is not goal. You are not ending with that. You are going to let's say, disprove claim or prove that is valid or invalid, whatever. You are doing something with that in discussion. So that's the goal of Socratic method. So in fact, Socrates was doing that in that way. That was very annoying to the opponents, that he was proving from their own words that they were incorrect. So he was forcing opponents to admit that their claim was false. So that was very annoying.
Yeah, well, that's the
for
thing,
Oakley.
isn't it? Don't make false claims. And you can go through the Socratic method unscathed. It's only false claims that are made to look like false claims, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Nathan seems to think it's just a lot about definitions and semantics. Well, the use of the words.
Not only.
Yeah. Obviously, words have uses, and the true use of the words, the actual use of the words, are often more useful, and they will be found out if you have an incorrect usage of a word within the Socratic method. But hey,
when things fundamentally defy, for instance, horizontal being parallel with the ground, so it's useful for things like navigation, GP.
See, he says it
So
again.
now he's sorry, but he is changing definition.
Yeah.
Because before he said that it is as defined, it is parallel to the horizon. And
Yeah.
now he's saying
Parallel
that
to
this
the
is the
ground.
same definition, that it is parallel to the ground. So
Yeah.
he is equivocating horizon with the ground, which is completely incorrect. I would say deceptive.
Yeah. One of the ways of being deceptive is to switch the definitional switch.
Yeah, exactly.
And here it is again.
Or
So when you say it's going to be
or
troublesome,
call the
if we-
water Earth.
Well, it's just to the ground.
going to have to stick to what definitions and words and their meanings and stuff. Yeah, it is going to be, because that's how we go through this process of the Socratic method when we agree and debate on things. The problem is that when things fundamentally defy, for instance, horizontal being parallel with the ground, so it's useful for things.
See, he's just had a go at him for being strict with the definitions and the meanings, and he's just switched it.
Yeah.
Didn't even notice it himself.
Or maybe he did notice.
Well, yeah.
That would be sophistry, just blatant sophistry.
Things like navigation, GP points, areas of equal elevation. If you've got a globe belief, you need to fundamentally deny that. And that would mean that you'd have to, find it problematic to, comport with definitions of words and stuff.
Do you find it, really? If you've got a globe belief, you find it hard to comport with definitions and stuff? I wouldn't know. But I think Nathan Oakley's putting stuff on other people there.
Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, all horizontals run parallel with the ground.
Oh, exactly.
No, they don't.
So he's repeating. They don't. Yeah. So
If the ground isn't horizontal, then all horizontals aren't running parallel with it. That's just ridiculous. Listen to it again. This is
blatantly false statement.
Yeah. Well done, Manufactotum. Troll Team 6 member. Talking to Nathan Oakley. But Nathan Oakley's saying this. Nobody's forced Nathan to say this. This is the sort of stuff that Nathan Oakley's saying.
Have to, find it problematic to, comport with definitions of words and stuff. Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, all horizontals run parallel with the ground.
False. Unless Nathan Oakley thinks the horizon, the true horizon, is, or the plane of the horizon, is the ground. But this is where we have to go back and bring you in to remind you of Brian's logic the other day. We live in 3D, right? We're talking about measuring elevation changes. We say the Earth is measured not flat, but that's because we live in 3D. Nathan Oakley, being a flat earther, has a 2D ground. Mainly due to celestial navigation, I think 10th Man. Or maybe Brian's logic, or a combination of the two. Maybe pressure or whatever. that they've forced Nathan into thinking like this in his mind.
That's how we.
I just have
my
to ask then,
question. I'll ask again. Did you not know that that's how we navigate? Did you not know that? That all horizontals that you establish run parallel with the ground. Did you not know that that is how?
See, that's how we navigate. All horizontals run parallel with the ground.
Yeah,
No.
so he's making false argument based on false premise that they are parallel to the ground, and he's he's making strawman. Now he's making strawman. Nathan Oakley.
Yeah. Yeah, after saying he's just bollock manufactotum for changing definitions or something, assuming other things, but now he's the one.
Find it problematic to, comport with definitions of words and stuff. Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, all horizontals run parallel with the ground.
No.
That's how we.
I just have
my question. I'll ask again. Did you not know that that's how we navigate? Did you not know that?
We don't.
That all horizontals that you establish run parallel with the ground. Did you not know that that is how we navigate as a fact that I'm asking you to either accept that you don't?
See, Nathan's getting really angry now.
Yes, listen how he is asking manufactotum question. He is asking if he knows something.
Yeah.
If he knows that his false statement is used to navigate, etc.
He said fact as well, didn't he? He used it as a
yes,
fact.
this is a fact. So if manufactotum would tell that he doesn't know, so it means that he's stupid and he doesn't know a certain thing. So he's it is, I would say, very in dishonest way of asking question, because the fact is false, obviously false, and now he's asking manufactotum if he knows that this is true. So if manufactotum will respond that he doesn't know, it means that he is ignorant. And if manufactotum will respond that he knows, so he has to give concession to Nathan Oakley. So this is a very tricky question and very dishonest, based on his false new definition of horizontal being parallel to the ground. So this is how you discuss with Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, I think this is what Brian was saying, though, right? The other day, when Brian was saying that they use a 2D. And so that's what Nathan's thinking it's parallel to, because within celestial navigation, like Brian's logic said, unlike in reality, where we measure the elevation changes, they don't have that. Celestial navigation doesn't have elevation changes.
Yes, because this GP of the star, or whatever it is not really a ground position. It is just imaginary plane, horizontal plane. And this is called GP, or ground position, or geographical position, whatever. But now we are talking about measuring flat Earth, not navigation, celestial navigation. So he's confusing two different things here. Completely, so that would be, beside that this is strawman, so inside of this strawman he is making a red herring, because he is trying to associate measurement of the Earth with celestial navigation. So for me, it is blatant red herring.
Yeah, he's 2D'd the Earth, right? And then now he's saying that all horizontals are going to be parallel to it. I don't think there's any way that it, like, everything couldn't, he can't get out of this, Nathan. This is going to be the new force thing. And I feel sorry for flat earthers that take this on, because they're going to look stupid. In the eyes of anybody looking in from the outside that isn't aware of all of the internal workings of everything, then yeah, this is going to make flat earthers look stupid.
Don't understand or accept that you do in contradiction to your garbage that you spewed earlier. So do you understand that all horizontals run parallel with the ground and that's how navigation functions, or not?
So he's forced him into a position. Do you understand it or not? That's it.
Yeah, yes. If you don't, you are stupid. If you understand, so you are giving me concession.
Yeah.
So yes, this is tactic in debate or in court of law. Even advocates can do that. Yes. So he's smart. He's smart and but dishonest, of course.
Yeah. It's a sophisticated way of gaining. It's sort of a rhetoric, right? Because it's not really meant to him. It's meant for anybody listening, because they'll hear Nathan Oakley get a win out of this anyway. Like, there's no way Nathan Oakley can lose within this.
He's forcing necessary concession.
Yeah.
For his strawman argument. Yeah.
All horizontals? No.
Yeah, they do. That's how.
So yeah, he said no. No, all horizontals won't be parallel with the ground. He does mean for a different reason, like, but Nathan Oakley, has given him an out here, an easy out.
How we navigate.
Okay, I can accept that, sure.
So when you said no, just kick him out. The guy's a deceitful crap.
So kick him out. That's it. Nathan Oakley, manufactotum. He's gone.
Yeah, but I mean, parallels a straight.
Give him concession, but has restrictions. But Nathan Oakley didn't want to hear these restrictions. They kick him out. So simple.
He's asked a loaded question, and he said parallel, that's a straight line. Is he assuming the ground's a straight line?
Yes. So
yes.
Nathan Oakley assumes that this is straight line. And
Nathan Oakley assumes that this celestial navigation is all performed on the 2D plane, like Brian said. Nathan Oakley has been told by Brian's logic and 10th Man that all celestial navigation is done upon a 2D plane.
Well, whatever, but like everybody's real
we
world,
live in 3D.
So like the ground is not a straight line. That's why construction workers, and he even mentioned Rakia in another video that they do these things. Like, I don't think anybody in construction would ever say horizontals parallel with the ground. That's the whole point of having a level and horizontal, is that you can grade the ground to get it where you need it, for the foundation. That's just weird. I mean, okay, but yeah, if he's going with celestial navigation and a 2D Earth, okay, whatever. Carry on.
Yeah. Well, that's it. The manufactotum went there with a genuine question, and we've had to break it down. But Nathan Oakley basically said that he considers all horizontals parallel with the ground. Now, does that mean any reference frame that you ever make will make the ground parallel to it? Or does it work the other way round?
Yeah,
yes,
that would be my question.
It is assumed. And by the way, there is no measurement still, because original question was about measurement. So Nathan Oakley didn't answer this question because he said that this is measurement without measurement, because seemingly establishing horizontal plane works as measurement. And this horizontal plane is always parallel to the ground. So,
yeah, do you not understand that? And it's like, it'd be like me walking up to somebody and going, "Hey man, do you still beat your wife or did you stop?"
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is this kind of question. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys doing a review of my performance on politics?
Yeah. I thought you did quite well. You were the only one that even attempted to ask him about his stupid thing about measurements.
Yeah, I was hoping I could
What did you
get
think you
further
did?
into that, but sorry?
How do you think you did?
I was ill prepared for that level of bulldozing.
Yeah. Most
Yeah,
people
most people are.
say the same thing. It's really hard once you get in there to get a word in, because what he does is he misrepresents what you ask him and then throws it back at you within that like he did there with you. He forced you to agree with him that all horizontals are parallel with the ground.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know. I think I would have played that differently, knowing what I know now. But
How could
Yeah.
you? I don't think there's a way you can answer that. You'd have to go along with it.
Yeah.
You'd have to play the game in order to carry on the conversation. But
that's what I thought I could do. I thought I could like get it unstuck by giving him that concession and moving on, but he kind of just that and ended it there.
he railroaded you. Get him out of here! How dare he say?
I kept
no,
talking, by
that
the way.
all horizontals aren't parallel to the ground.
Yeah.
It was a certain.
Yeah, that's what he does too. Like you don't realize that until later on when you like most people don't hear the original. They only hear his side of it, and you're still talking, and he's muted you, and you're like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?"
You know, he was getting with the. He was fixating on the definitions, and I thought,
Mute, not mute button. Sorry,
Yeah.
Buster.
I was trying to get him to like if he was going to fixate on definitions and use that as some sort of proof, my immediate next question was, what's the definition of a globe? But that I didn't realize nobody could hear me. So
Yeah, we've got a
well.
citation
Yeah.
for that on the level website. Globe. I won't bore
Anyway.
you. You can go and have a look for it yourself. But yeah, I like the idea of the way you asked him about the measurement. Can you remember that? What he said at the beginning?
My question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you asked him, how does he define measurement?
Yeah.
And he said, can you remember?
He didn't answer directly. He said something about referencing.
Yes, this was his answer. Yeah.
Yeah. The reference is the measurement.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is pretty convenient, right? Because you can reference a horizontal, providing you've got a tool called a level, anywhere you want.
Well, convenient
curious.
maybe, but it's wrong.
Well, yeah, to Nathan Oakley, that's you establishing a flat Earth.
What are you guys trying to establish? That Nathan Oakley is stupid? He is. He believes in flat Earth. Okay, we don't need to establish that.
Yes, Peter, listen. We can make that plainly obvious, right? But what's going on now is the brainwashing is that Nathan Oakley's going round telling people to say this. And then
Hundreds
there's
of
a
people.
load of flat earthers that are actually going around saying that the earth is measured flat. Because Nathan
Right.
Oakley and the flat earth narrative is to go round and do this.
Yes, and we should counter that together. TT6 has the ultimate globe proof 2.1 that clearly shows
Peter.
that the Earth measures curved.
Peter, no.
So
No,
let's
you
go out
don't.
there.
Peter.
We're talking about people, grown-up adults, who believe that the Earth is flat.
No, we're trying
Obviously,
to get people
there's
to
something wrong
realise-
with them. We
Peter.
can help them.
Peter, we're trying to get people to realise that the earth isn't measured flat. And just because
Exactly. Let's do it
somebody
together.
tells you to say something and you repeat it, that's dogma. Do not take
Absolutely.
on dogma.
That's why we have TT6.
Always verify the claims of the people that you are taking on these from. Otherwise,
I love
you're
you, Bev.
just
I love you.
taking on paralogisms from people.
You're preaching to the choir.
I'm just telling people because I don't want flat earthers to be fooled.
Neither do we. That's why we exist.
You guys were very bigoted towards flat earthers, Peter.
We're
Yeah, as soon as I came in the room.
The people who propagate this nonsense and poison the minds of innocent bystanders on the internet, your soccer moms, your soccer dads, who see this nonsense from Nathan Oakley and others, and then become zombies, lobotomized zombies that walk around and believe in flat Earth. We're here to embarrass, tar and feather
people can have whatever beliefs
this nonsense.
they want.
Of course they can.
Are not a problem for anybody, but
of course
saying lies and actively repeating the stuff just because Nathan Oakley's told you to say it.
You nailed it.
That's what we need to do.
So we need to.
I don't lie.
We need to tar and feather that liar, cynical liar, and grifter.
We don't need your help, Peter.
Peter, you.
I think Peter forgets that I'm here.
It's
I don't care if you're here. I don't even know who you are.
He's a person, Peter.
Okay, good for him.
Right,
Rob Keane.
So while you're attempting to do your tarring and feathering of people, I mean, we're not trying to do that here. We're just trying to inform people. Model affliction. It's pretty serious thing.
Rob Keane, you're flat earther, right? Rob?
He might be working.
Nobody knows you're talking to him.
I can answer for him. Yes,
he would
consider himself a flat earther.
But he admits that he knows
that
the Earth is not flat.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a subject matter for me. Thank you. Thanks, Beth.
Yeah, it's no problem. People can be whatever they want.
Of course. It's the people who lie and produce content that bamboozles people into believing absurd things that are worthy of exposing. Innocent bystanders are just innocent bystanders, okay? They're just victims of this absurdity.
Yeah. And what we're pointing out tonight is that there's been a fallacy that's been going round in the form of an argument that
I'd say,
QE calls the Black Swan. Now, it's got holes all over it.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We know that, right? There's fallacy on top of a fallacy, on top of a misunderstanding, on top of manipulation.
Peter, we know that there are, but I don't think you do.
Oh, I do. We all do.
Go on then. Name us one of the fallacies within the Fallacious Modus Tollens that QE calls the Black Swan.
No. What I'm saying is there's way more stuff than that.
Name us just one of the fallacies within the Fallacious Modus Tollens QE calls the Black Swan, please. Since that's what we're going over tonight.
I don't know. I'm not good with fallacies. I don't think I could do a good job. Yeah, Manu, go.
So seems to me that what's being proposed is testing a geometric feature by a methodology that isn't looking at geometry. I think that's ultimately what that fallacy boils down to.
Which one?
The Black Swan Modus Tollens.
How is it a Black Swan?
I don't remember it by heart. Anyone have it handy?
It's I can get it for you. Let me.
You want the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, the text
I can
that was
give
on
you
that.
it. I can give it to you. I have it. Well, I have it in my head.
No. I'll get it on screen for him as well. So you
All
can
right.
see the
Tell me when you got it up, and I'll read it from my head, and we'll see how close
Go
we
on
are.
then. Go on, we're testing. Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
If the Earth is a sphere, the radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, measured to the horizon, can be no more than 1.22 miles. Shit. I'm missing.
It's been a while.
It has something to do with the. Yeah, it's been a while.
Square
Based
root.
on the height of the observer, some or other.
Yeah, you missed the square
That was
root.
The
pretty close.
horizon's farther than 14 miles, so there's not a sphere.
And I think
I fucked up.
well, you added something that I remember from the original that's not in what was just posted, and that is that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than.
Well,
that
yeah,
was
because
some.
you can't
That's what it
measure
says
a
then.
distance to the horizon.
Horizon distance measurements must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet.
Yeah. So the one that I read that's written on the thing says every horizon distance measurement. And that was one of the things that I
Well,
harped on.
that
one
is
of
the
things I focused on.
original that I've got there.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it was changed later then.
It's even got the holy shit.
Well, yeah, because you can't measure the distance to the horizon.
Okay. That is the issue, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with radius blah blah blah, then the horizon distance measurements must be no more than yada yada yada. So how are we measuring the distance to the horizon?
That's a good question. And is it really a consequence of having
Well, they aren't
the Earth
actually.
with a particular radius?
They're referencing the two oil rigs that are measured distances away from the observer.
Rob.
Yes.
No,
yes.
no.
Just wait.
No, you
That is-
can't. You cannot backtrack
I know it's totally
the
ruins.
argument
I know.
from the picture.
I know.
So
I
detach
know, but
yourself.
that's what they
detach
do. So
detach yourself
I
from
am
the
committing
picture.
the same fallacy that the flat earthers do. I am admitting to committing the fallacy while I do it.
You're admitting to putting that fallacy in other people's heads while you're saying
and I'm sorry.
it.
Yes. Thank you for calling me out, though. That's what I expect. Because that's why I don't use this stupid argument.
Yeah. Because the Black Swan is the outlier, right?
Well, that's the idea.
But
they'll claim that it's one of many black swans.
But the Modus Tollens claims for a distance measurement to falsify, not a picture.
Right. Well, I don't think that the horizon distance measurement follows necessarily from if the Earth is a sphere with radius 3959. Because that's going to depend very much on how it's measured, right? And that's not specified that every accurate measurement, right? Or even so, but then you can't count this particular observational measurement to be a measurement.
Well, in reality, you can't measure a distance to the horizon. It's not possible. You couldn't give me a distance to the horizon measurement, could you?
Okay.
Why not?
Well, hold on. Okay, so you might not like this, but I have to ask you, Bev. How do you define to measure?
It's a length. It's a unit measurement. Whenever you're saying the distance to the horizon measurement, then it's a measurement of distance, a length.
Sure, but the
line.
verb to measure. How do you define to measure?
Why does it say that?
Well, that's part of why I disagree with this modus tollens.
Horizon distance measurements must be.
Yeah. What does it mean to measure something?
But even using Bev's definition, Mano,
start and end point, and the measurement is the distance between those 2 points.
Okay, Bev. So let's say I'm standing on a building and I see Manu walk away from me all the way to the point that I call the horizon. And then I ask him to stop. And then I move from my vantage point to him over the land, measuring the distance. Would that not be measuring the distance to the horizon?
Well, would you end up at the horizon?
I would end up where Manu was standing, which is the horizon
that's not the
from my
horizon.
original point of view. Yes, it was.
Really?
From my original vantage point, Manu moved to the point that we agree is the horizon. Basically, he starts disappearing. Okay? And then I measure how far he traveled. Actually, he can measure this as he's moving away from me. He keeps
what I would
track
say.
of the meters traveled. And then I tell him, oh, Manu, you hit the horizon. Stop. What's the count? He says, 1,354 meters.
But he'll say,
Fucking
but
measurement.
I'm not at the horizon.
He is.
Well, whose horizon?
Yeah, he is at my horizon. He is at the point where, for me,
Where's
the
yours?
horizon is.
Why, what's your horizon?
The line where things start disappearing bottom up.
Is that your definition? Have you
Yes.
redefined
Within the
horizon?
Fata Morgana.
That's what it is for me. So that's what I measure. If for you it is something else, you could also measure it. You could kindly ask Manu to move to the point that you consider to be the horizon,
I would
and then
say-
he's going to tell you by how much he
I would
moved.
still say, Peter, that there is no measurement to distance horizon possible.
Can I measure distance in general?
I doubt you can do very much at all, Peter.
So we cannot do distance measurements
Now
as humans?
you and who? Like I
Human
don't
beings.
know.
Human beings. Can human beings measure distances?
Yes, Peter, but not to
Then a human
an
being, yes.
horizon.
Okay, then a human being could be measuring some distance until you tell them to stop because you've determined they hit the horizon.
Okay, right. So we can say that Peter, the Great, Troll Team 6, is advocating for the possibility for horizon distance measurements. So you
Absolutely. I just gave you the method.
Peter, would be the one to either falsify or validate QE's modus tollens then, right?
There is nothing to falsify or validate. We don't debate grown-up men who believe the earth is flat.
This is an argument, Peter.
I'm just telling you how to measure distance to the horizon.
Has been made. Now, it's been
Sorry
claimed
to interrupt,
be a
Manu, but I couldn't help
fallacious
myself, so I'm going to
modus
stop now.
tollens, Peter. Now, you're saying that you can validate it by measuring a distance to the horizon. Most of us here would say you can't actually measure a distance to the horizon.
Okay, so
Yeah, there you go. Make your
You're
mind up.
fucking wrong. I just told you how to measure a distance to the horizon, and you had to pause for 10 seconds, collect yourself, because you just realized in your own head how obvious that is.
okay, because
Yet it's never been done.
Yeah, I can't
Wow.
measure a distance to the horizon, Peter.
It's been done 1,000,000 times.
so because
Show me
TT6
one.
has been because TT6 was invoked in agreeing or disagreeing with this premise and being in that group, I have to, before I can agree or disagree, I need to have more information on what exactly was asked. So if I propose a actually, let me ask Bev first. What do you define as horizon?
That which you cannot measure a distance to.
That is ridiculous.
It is.
You asked me how I define it.
Okay, I think we can, that might be a
Purposes
quality.
of this argument and this conversation, I define the horizon as something that you cannot measure a distance to. Now,
So
please
would a
argue
rainbow
again. What do
qualify
you
as
define the
horizon?
horizon as?
Real
Okay,
quick,
so
by that
my
definition.
asshole is the horizon, yes, right now, because you cannot measure the distance to it.
Or a rainbow, for example. Would that qualify as a horizon?
No.
Okay, so what's different between a rainbow and a horizon? Because a rainbow you can't measure to either, right?
Have you heard of the law of identity?
Yes.
Right, well, that's what's the difference between the horizon and the rainbow.
But it fits the
They're both
definition as
quite
you just
clearly well
described it.
defined on their own counts, and
I
don't need
thought so
anybody
too.
else to define it for you. Or I don't know why a lot of people try and do this within a conversation to get other people to define things that are already well known. After how long
I'll
have you
tell you
been in
why.
this arena for?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because to my mind, what has been discussed, a horizon would easily fit that definition. And if you tell me that it doesn't fit that particular definition, it means that you have a definition that does not qualify for. So I need to know what your definition is so I know where the disagreement is.
Well, within the argument, QE's
Yeah.
Fallacious Modus Tollens. See, you're
Yes.
doing a much better job than QE's ever done defending this argument. I mean, I
Well,
always was suspicious that QE didn't actually write this argument and it was possibly given to him. It seems
I'll
like
be honest.
you're doing a better job defending it. So, did you have a hand in writing this?
No, and I don't know QE very well, but the little that I've seen from him, I've not been impressed.
Right, so would you be able to put forward this argument then? Is that what you're trying to do? We're trying to rewrite it for 2024.
But
he rewrote it.
I think this needs to be I think we could just chuck this out the window, honestly.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to defend the horizon definition then?
Well, I'm trying to show why this is fallacious, and part of that is how we find the horizon, or the different kinds of horizons we can talk about.
Well, that's the distance to is the only thing that's mentioned within this argument.
That's what's mentioned, but what's implicit in this argument is the quality of what that thing is.
No, just really the distance to.
Well, the
horizon distance measurements must be no more than. Like, that's the part of this argument that we're concerned about, isn't it?
And it's based on visual acuity.
Right.
Just
and
one
would you
of the
say
things I said was that you cannot measure a distance to the horizon, therefore not Q, and modus tollens, not Q, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere because you cannot measure a distance to the horizon.
Well, I might be willing to grant you that. We haven't done the work to get there yet, but I might be willing to grant you that as a quality of the horizon, but not as a definition of it. So if I said, for example,
definitions are not important, are they?
They can be. So let's see if I can build a bridge between you and Peter here. So without adding or subtracting anything from what I say,
Peter got a hand
let
in
me know.
writing this Fallacious Modus Tollens.
No. Let me know if you guys agree
got to
with
do
this
with it?
definition. So the horizon is defined as the place where the sky and ground meet. Does that work?
Sounds all right. Sounds like good one. How about this? I'll do another one. The horizon is, the plane of the horizon is horizontal.
Hang on, Bev. I disagree with his definition.
Okay.
They appear to meet. They don't actually meet because that same air that's above the water is right at your feet. That same air is at your feet.
Okay. So here's why I left that part out. And that is where they appear to meet will be the apparent horizon. And if I'm able to speak also of some kind of geometric horizon,
all horizons are apparent.
That's where if we adopt that definition.
What do you mean I can't measure?
Hold on,
Manu will move until he appears to be at the apparent horizon, and he's going to tell me by how far he moved.
And I'm happy to adopt that as a definition of horizon, just only ever speaking of apparent horizons. But then this modus tollens does not, the then sentence does not follow from the if sentence. If all we're talking about are always only apparent horizons, this is a geometric claim and cannot be substantiated by apparent anything.
Now you're getting there.
No, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't mind his P's and Q's because it's not a necessary consequence of that to start off with, is it?
Yeah, I will also agree with Peter that even in a parent horizon, we can measure to, but then not every measurement to that place will be the same because it's a
Oh,
parent.
of course, because it changes. But
Yeah.
this whole bullshit that they say about measurement is just idiotic lobotomy they did to their own brains, who make themselves believe that
you're only-
humans cannot measure shit.
No,
Like,
you're only
what is
hearing
this?
you're only hearing what you want to hear. We never
Dude, I've
said
been
nobody
talking
here
to you
ever
guys
said
for a while.
nobody
okay?
ever
I gave
said
you the benefit of the doubt in the
no,
beginning.
nobody here ever said you can't measure.
Well, I think that said it exactly that, didn't it?
No, it
Nobody
you
said you can't measure.
a distance to the horizon. You can definitely
Oh,
measure.
okay.
Right?
I just
Measurement
told
is
you
one
how
of
to
the
measure
vital
it.
skills of being able to do
I
things.
just
but
told you literally
not
how to measure
to
it.
the horizon.
So
To the horizon.
being that a horizon is an apparent phenomenon, then that horizon is going to be specific to each observer, right?
That's correct, because it's created by your eyeball.
Okay, so
Well
what's
done,
wrong with
Manufactotum.
so what's wrong with Peter's methodology there?
Because it's apparent. You can't measure to something that's apparent.
Yeah, but he just explained how you could.
No, I didn't. I just
He
said
did,
how you
he did.
cannot.
Peter
I
imagined
explained
some sort
how
of
you
method
can do
how
it.
he could do it.
Sort of
Obviously
method.
obviously nothing you've ever done or tried.
Okay,
You're just
so
saying, hey, imagine.
Tell me this. What is
okay.
wrong
You
with
could
this method?
imagine you
What
could
is
do
wrong
it.
with the method I described? What is wrong with
Nobody's
it?
saying
you need to go
there's
out-
anything wrong with you imagining or believing that you could
Yeah.
actually do this, Peter.
Okay,
You
did
can
you guys
imagine
ever
anything
try
you
it?
want.
Did you guys ever
Yes.
try it? And what happened? What happened?
He got under the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and before he
I got
disappeared, did you
underneath
ask?
it, Peter.
He got underneath the horizon.
Okay, and did he measure the distance?
I measured the distance that I went. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
that's
you-
so that's your measurement.
What happened, Peter, was I went under it.
Yeah, but then you weren't at the point where the sky appears to meet the ground then. You were below that point.
Yeah.
Stop the moment. Have your friend Buster call you over
Yeah,
walkie-talkie
carry on going,
and say,
Manufactotum. Don't
is-
worry about Peter
you're hitting
distracting
the
you.
horizon. Stop and tell me the value that you measured.
We watched it live on Discord, so there was that.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. I've seen the picture. So like there's a mountain behind you, right?
Water.
Yeah, that's the water. The true horizon.
Yeah, water.
Oh, okay. So if you had kept walking, you would at some point have been standing on that line to whoever's taking that picture, right? From his point of view, you would have been standing on that line, right?
You think
On
so?
what line?
He would have been too small to see.
Well, I would have
Oh,
been under
sure.
it before I went over it.
Sure. I mean, that's allowed. But just because you were under it, you weren't there yet.
Under.
So I
That's right. And
propose-
by the time he got there, you wouldn't be able to see him anymore because he'd be less than a pixel.
So would you not be able to just pull out a telescope and get a better visualization?
These are all great questions, and
Yeah,
you
and
should
then he
try
does it again,
sometime.
and then you get a bigger telescope, and then he does it again, and you get a bigger telescope. When does it stop?
Oh no, there's a point where he starts to disappear.
These people believe that you can bring back people with a telescope from beyond the
No.
horizon.
Nobody said
Some of
that.
them do, yes.
Yes,
No,
and
you
they
can't.
do. So the problem is that if you are bringing telescope, so the point where Bev would be on this true horizon would be no true horizon anymore because
You
are
see, Manu? You see what I mean? They think that zooming in changes
Yes,
your ability
changes-
to see someone
yes,
over the
because it
horizon.
changes resolution because horizon
Yeah, they're completely insane people.
horizon is
Why are we
limit
even
of
talking
our vision based on
You made that
resolution.
up.
Don't
You
don't
made
overshout
that
me. Okay,
up.
so I will.
You
I
made
will,
that up. Citation. Citation.
Doesn't
Peter,
matter. I will
calm
I will end my statement anyway. So if you are zooming in, you are changing resolution of your picture. And because horizon is limit of our vision based on resolution. So changing resolution changes our horizon. You are moving this apparent horizon further.
Today is the day. Is that what's
because you are changing resolution.
I don't know if I agree with that. Let me rephrase. I don't agree with that.
You don't need to. This is what it is. We can change resolution. And
Okay,
because this is limit based on our resolution, so if you can change resolution, you can change distance to the horizon. Simple.
I don't believe that to be the case.
It doesn't matter what do you believe.
I think it does.
It is just optics, basic optic things.
I think you misunderstand optics in this case.
No, maybe you think, but I think that you are just proving from ignorance.
So, okay, let's say that I have a little remote control car, right? Clearly, if I just keep pushing forward on this remote control car, it's going to no longer be resolvable far before it gets to my apparent horizon, correct?
Maybe. It depends how big this object is.
Tiny. It's a little car.
So it doesn't matter because, in fact, you are talking about object which is shrinking to nothing before it reaches this horizon.
Exactly.
So it is called vanishing point. This is this is a different thing.
Understood.
But if the thing is big enough, like a ship, for example, it will not shrink to a nothingness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is my point. So a person might also be too small, right? So one way to fix that is to break out a telescope, say. Another way to fix that is to just get something that's a whole lot bigger that I can actually see at that long a distance.
Yes, but what's your point with that?
My point is, whatever object you choose, so long as it's visible, there will come a point where if that object gets further, it will start to disappear bottom up. This is not just an effect of optics, and it's not resolvable with a telescope.
It is. It is optics. Yes, that's this what you call this disappearing bottom up. It is optics. It is optics. It is optical. I don't say, I'm not saying that it disproves curvature of the earth or whatever. But I just can only state that it is true what you said. Due to optics, things are disappearing bottom up.
So when you say that, does that mean that there's some optical fix I can apply where I'm standing that will cancel out that effect?
Cancel? No, if as I said, it is about resolution. So things are what you call disappearing bottom up is really this is called Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
So this is when object moving on that, let's say, plane farther and farther away is
that an okie doke, or you disagree with him?
No, I finally understood what he's talking about.
So it is merging because it is losing resolution. You are losing resolution. So you see that this object, or person, or whatever, is merging with this horizon line as it is going farther and farther away.
Okay, I'm familiar with this argument.
And if you are using telescope, you are just reversing this, let's say, phenomenon. Because you are changing resolution, because this merging, this Rayleigh criterion is about resolution. So if you are changing, you are enhancing your resolution, you are canceling this effect.
Okay. That's wrong.
Yes, yes. So,
So
it's right. So
no,
sorry.
so
Sorry.
I'm well aware of how angular resolution works, and it doesn't do
I'm not
that.
talking about angular resolution.
Well, you said the Riley criterion, right?
Yes, but okay, angular resolution. Okay, okay. I thought that you are talking about angular size.
Well, that's part of it, but
No, 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 no. It is not. We are not changing angular size of the object because different thing. But okay, okay. You are changing yes, our resolution is measured in angles. Yes,
right.
this is
Okay.
how it works.
So here's a video that shows two very similar ships. Their size is only different by, I think, a meter or so. And as you zoom in, the rest of that ship does not come back into view. This is just a straightforward demonstration of how zooming in on something that's bottom-up occluded doesn't bring it back into view.
It does. Why it doesn't?
I mean, it's right there. It's in the video. You zoom in on it, and it stays
Where it is. Where
occluded.
it is. You posted something in live
Yes,
chat?
in the live chat.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's in the live chat there. Good luck with that one.
You're watching his video.
Yeah.
What for?
Yeah, what a waste. Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
What are you looking at?
But no, you can watch it. What kind of information does that video give you?
Did he get you to look at boats on the horizon?
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's the problem?
The problem is, if angular resolution or Riley criterion worked the way you says it does, you would be able to zoom in on this boat and have it come back into view.
Really?
Even though there's probably swells in between the two boats you don't know about. Yeah, good call.
Like a constant swell? Like when should we expect the boat to come back into view?
Is the Riley criterion an effect of the focal length and the lens?
The focal length and the lens play a part in the Riley criterion. The Riley criterion is simply the point at which the minimum distance between 2 points that are just barely resolvable. It's sort of the limit of resolvability.
How do they measure that?
Yes, so basically this is what I said. When two objects are merging into starts to merge into one. This is this point.
I do have a genuine question about this.
That's not what you're looking at in this video, though.
I do have a genuine question about Rayleigh criterion. Is it just based on human vision?
No.
It is
my understanding.
Not only human vision, because camera in this case we are talking about resolution of the camera.
Yeah, but most cameras are based off the same as human vision. Works the same way.
Yeah, the size of the different components is going to play a part. So it's basically any optical device. It has to do with aperture. It has to do with wavelength. Most of it is taken off of like somewhere between 500 and 600. What's wavelength measured in? Not nanometers.
Hertzes.
Depends whether it's
Something.
radio.
No, hertz is
frequency.
How do you call that?
Yeah, it's the frequency, but it's
frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, it's taken off sort of the
So-
midpoint, somewhere
so it's
between the
not-
green and the blue, I think.
But it doesn't really matter because
No, yeah.
in fact we are talking about merging things into one. So this is Rayleigh criterion, and obviously you can in this video you can see because when he zoomed in this this ship, before zooming I couldn't see mirroring, and when he zoomed in I could clearly see that part of this ship is mirrored behind this true horizon, and I can see that.
So,
And you should also. So
okay.
I can see what I couldn't see before zooming.
Okay, so what you do not see as a cause of angular resolution or the Rayleigh criterion is the information between 2 points being eliminated from that photo, right? What you do see is a fuzzy intersection between the two. So how diffraction works with the Rayleigh criterion is these two objects get close enough together that the light mingles between them, and we can't differentiate the detail between these two sort of confines, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's not what we're looking at here, though. Right here.
Additionally,
Sorry.
Okay.
I thought you ended, but you can continue if you want.
No, all I'm saying is what we see here is that there's information of that boat that has just been like cropped and deleted. And that is not how the Rayleigh criterion works. It's not how angular resolution works. That's not what we're looking at here.
So
I just wanted to add that it doesn't have to even be separate objects, because remember that our optical instruments or eyes don't even detect what is a separate physical object and what is another object. We simply see an apparent hemisphere of vision and light coming from different directions. So the Rayleigh criterion will equally apply, for example, to different details on one object. So for example, if you have some boat and mast or some text on that boat, then also that would also blur if it is apparently too small.
Yes, which is just to say that there's no arbitrary section that we can define as one object or another object that we can take information between it and just squish it into nothing.
So it could be the distance that's like on the Black Swan. It could be the furthest distance that's seen in that image. I mean, it's not a physical measurement, is it?
Yeah, can you measure distances in pictures?
It's not like you. It's not like you standing on the beach and somebody and Peter walking out and saying, "Right, I'm at 2.73 miles." It's not that, is it?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
How did they measure that? Where's that? I keep saying, where's it come from? This fixed 1.22 and all that. Where's that from? I don't. That's what I wonder.
Yeah. So the 1.22 is just a calculation you can do, assuming the size and shape of the Earth, right? That's what the math tells us. As far as the measurement taken from that image, no, hold on. So as far as the image, there's a distinction to be made between accurate and precise, right? So we can take those two oil rigs and take the distance to the last oil rig, and we can say that at minimum the horizon is further back than that. We're not taking a specific precise measurement, we're not taking an accurate measurement. We can know to some precision that it's beyond that second oil rig, right? But again, this only applies to the apparent horizon. That's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, whether
the 1.22 is measured is dependent on the supposed radius of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that is, given the shape and size of the Earth, that will be the tangent drawn from the quote observer, which is whatever we decide arbitrarily. Could be a person's eye, could be a widget, could be whatever you want. And
line of
the
sight,
tangent to
basically.
that sphere.
So it's not
We
really
call it
based in
line of sight.
reality then.
It's based on geometry.
It's
The
not
geometry is based
a
in
measurement
reality.
from reality.
It's not a measurement. No, it's a calculation.
Yes, as I said, so.
If it can't be measured, how could it be, based on reality or the measurement?
Well, that's the thing, right? How would we measure something that isn't visually apparent? And we do this all the time, right? We can measure the temperature of something, right? Something gets hot enough, it might glow red. That's some visual aspect of it, but we don't use that to take measurements of heat, right? Well, I do, but you don't. You would take a thermometer, right? You would take an index of that. Sorry?
On what day? A cold day or a hot day? It'd be different, wouldn't it?
No. What I'm saying is there are aspects that are not visual that we can still measure, right? We wouldn't use our eyes to measure those things because their visibility isn't an index of some other non-visible quality.
Yeah, but this is not.
That's our eyes we're using
this is
to
estimation. This
evaluate
is not
it.
measuring. Measuring, in fact, because you were asked about measurement, and you are asking about measurement. So measurement itself is when you are making proportion between unit, like meter, and distance measured. And you are counting these units. But this is real, not only mental proportion. You are just really physically making proportion. So you are counting units physically.
I
So
don't know necessarily.
comparing one thing to another physically.
Kind of. So I'll tell you my definition of to measure, which is to assess an objective amount or degree of something, degree of a quality of something, usually by apparatus or methodology. Right? So it doesn't have to be necessarily like physically lining a tape measure to it. There are calculations I think can be done to take measurements.
You said
you can, but still, it is not.
They weren't able.
Sorry. You can predict that this distance will be that, but in fact, for example, if you are measuring triangle in triangulation, you need distance. At least one of sides has to be measured, like in surveying.
If we're measuring triangles?
If you are making triangulation in surveying, land surveying.
So measurement is going to be only a part of that process, right?
Yes, but from one side, which is known because it is measured, you can calculate other sides.
Okay, would you call that a measurement?
This part would be calculation.
Okay, but if we can assess the distance to that other spot from the two spots that we do know, would you say that we've measured it there?
No, but the point is that we can gain knowledge from calculation also, yes, but in real world, you cannot just take calculations and say that we measured something. Because
so would you say that
in reality, you need some measurement.
Oh,
then
of course.
you can calculate, of course.
Okay, so if I want to measure the square footage of my house, right, and I take the length of my house and the width of my house, I can measure those two. Would you say that I've measured the square footage?
Nope.
You calculated.
Calculated it.
You measured
just
two lines and calculated the area based on two measured lines.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, sure. I'm happy to adopt that. So would you say that a calculation is inherently worse than a measurement?
No.
Okay. So with that in mind, if everything Peter said earlier, I
well, wait a
replaced
minute.
measurement
There has to
with
be a
calculation.
measurement. There has to be some sort of measurement.
That's what I can't get to.
Yeah,
That's what I
in
want.
order to do a calculation, you would need a measurement
Because-
first.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's
how
fine.
are you trying to do
I
away
hear
with
that,
the measurement and replace it with a calculation?
I wasn't.
Well, why are we discussing about this then? We know the measurement has to be taken. What you're discussing?
Yeah, don't convolute like getting a square footage of a room with something else.
Well,
Not sure
all
where
I
you're
need.
going with it.
The point
Sure. So
is that somebody said that the necessary consequent of the Earth having a particular radius is that you can measure a distance to the horizon.
Nope.
A must be
Didn't say that.
statement. And we
Nope.
said, you can't.
Okay, so I didn't understand your definition of measurement or your distinction of measurement and calculation until just a moment ago. That's number one. Number two, I don't think it's true, regardless, that a measurement can't be taken in that regard. But we'll get to that.
Well, you can. So that your claim is that you can measure to the horizon a distance.
I think so. Yes.
Well, there you go. Then. That's all you need to do is to say that.
Go out and do it.
Yeah.
Bev's been playing something this whole time that they went out and got under the horizon, and you're saying, no, I mean, you could do it, but like with no backing to it, just you probably could. I can imagine you could.
The issue thus far was that you can zoom in on that and things come back. Like that seems to be the real
to do
objection.
with a measurement.
Okay,
Hang
so
on.
if that's off the table,
Hang on.
then nothing I said from before is
I
wrong.
don't know why you said it.
Hang on. Yeah, it's not your measurement, Manu. It's not your measurement I'm asking about. But when I hear this 1.22 by the square root of the observer's height, I'm always thinking, where did they get that measurement from? How did they get that measurement? Because initially I thought, well, they're just using a measurement that was given to them by the globe. I mean, this is like coming from a flat Earth side, looking at the Black Swan, for instance. That they've taken a measurement that was given to them that I never heard of until I came here. Not here, but to this arena and questions. I was given that too. It was 1.2, and I think, well, so that in my mind at first I think, well, they've just taken that on. Somebody gave them that figure, same as they gave them the radius of the Earth, and then they base things on that. And I think, well, where did they get this 1.22 from?
Well,
how was it measured that is all we supposedly that's as far as we supposedly can see with the human eye? Because I go to the beach every day, and I can see much further than that.
Okay,
and some days I can't.
Right. First and foremost, it's not. Nobody says that's as far as we can see with the human eye, right? That 1.22 times the square root of the height of the whatever the equation is. That is, again, not a measurement, but a calculation, right? And it's geometric.
Based on what?
Based on geometry.
Yeah, I was just going to say based on what?
Well,
no, it's based on the human eye.
No.
You mean it's
That's
based
going
on
to be
geometry?
different.
No, but in reality, Manu.
Yeah.
Most mornings I give a report from the front line, right? If I'm on Discord or something, I say, right, I am at the front line, and I have to give you my morning report, and I have to report that somebody has moved the horizon again. Yesterday it was closer, and now it's much further away, and I don't know who moved it in the night, but somebody's doing it, and I will keep observation to see if I can catch them. Because sometimes I can't see very far because of mist, fog, rain, and sometimes, and quite a bit, I can see windmills, wind farm that I'm 20 miles south of, and they're 30 miles off the coast from that point. And I can see them. Never mind how far, how tall or anything, but I can see that's way beyond this 1.22 stuff. Way beyond it. So I think I look at it every day and I think, well, how did they say that? Where's that come from, that measurement? Or has it just been adopted by the flat earthers as some kind of rebuttal somehow? They just accepted some figure. It's not about you. This is what's going on in my mind. Yes, I know.
Geometric?
Because it's based on that rate. It's based on the.
Well, what sort of what do you mean geometric? Right, 1.22. That's the
It's based on the
relationship.
geometry.
What geometry of what?
Of a sphere and
How?
some
No, wait a minute. How?
tangent to it. What do you mean how?
Well, how do those numbers relate to the geometry of a sphere? Explain.
So-
You're a mathematician, are you?
Yeah. So you have a sphere,
Okay.
and you have some point above that sphere.
Above
right?
the sphere. Not
Yes, off the sphere.
Not
off
on the sphere.
Off this, you have a point off the sphere, right?
Yep.
You take that point and you trace a line from that point,
Yep.
tangent to the sphere,
Mm-hmm.
left or right, doesn't matter, right?
So along the horizon, you mean? Left to right, or to the observer?
We're not talking about the real world just yet. We're just talking about spheres, points, and lines.
Right, you're talking about a tangent point. Where's the tangent point in relation to the point that you've placed above the sphere?
Somewhere else.
Okay, is this
Oh,
the
no,
geometry
actually, no,
of
no,
the
no,
1.22
no,
then? You've got a point
That's
that
the
isn't
perfect-
on a
that's the
sphere
perfect
and
question.
a tangent point somewhere else.
Yes, that is the perfect question. So where that point is in relation to the dot will be 1.22 times the square of the distance of that dot off the surface of the sphere.
Where?
Of the dot, the point. The point that we
Where is the
first
dot?
established off
That's the observer's height in feet. We all have that. That's part of the calculation.
So, hang on. Just
Right.
follow. So the dot is equal to the height of the observer. Is that what you're saying?
Should be eyeball.
Yes.
The eye. The eye of
Exactly.
the
Yeah, the eye.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Because it just seemed geometric. You just put this
And is that
dot
from
above
the
a sphere.
The height of the surface, yes.
Right. Is the surface the Nathan Oakley horizontal surface?
We're talking about spheres.
Okay. So no, then you would say
No.
the surface
Not
is not. Okay. Now we've got
If the
obviously
surface
we've
were
got that
horizontal,
little
this
we've got that
calculation
little
would not
line.
work.
We'll say it's
Hang on.
vertical, right? Yep.
The line from the surface to the dot?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, now go on then. What's the rest of the calculation?
Well, that would give you where the tangent point is.
Where? What would?
The calculation. The 1.22 times the observer.
Times the distance, the square root, is it?
Yes. 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that as a distance measurement?
It's accurate enough.
Do
I
the
would
numbers
say.
check out? What does that work out at for the average? Can you remember?
For
6 foot.
6 foot observer, I don't remember offhand.
I thought it was like
Something like 3 miles or something.
2.73. 2.73 I had in my head, but I don't know how exact it is.
Sure.
Okay, so that's a distance that you would put, what, the tangent point?
That's right.
So that eye line that you've got there to the tangent point, could you call that horizontal?
No.
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 Hmm.
Here's what I would call horizontal. So I have that tangent line, right? Now we've gone from a circle to a sphere, right? So I do a 360 and I drag that tangent point along all around the sphere, right? And I have essentially a circle of equal elevation,
Cone.
right? Yeah, I've made a cone with a tangent.
You made
Where that cone,
the sphere bigger.
Cone.
where the cone touches the surface of the sphere, I've made a circle, right?
The base
That
of
circle,
a cone is a circle. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I imagine the tangent going further, but yes.
So the
So
base of a cone is a circle.
yeah. Yes.
Geometry,
So
right?
from the observer, that circle is equidistant, and the plane on which that circle sits is horizontal to that observer.
So that's horizontal.
Yes, that's the plane of the horizon.
Okay. And those tangent lines, are they not horizontal?
They are not, yes.
No, they create a circle that is horizontal.
So line of sight is not horizontal from our observer's eye to that tangent point. It is not
Correct.
horizontal.
But I mean, in the 5 laws of globe, aren't tangents meant to be horizontal? Isn't that what Peter was showing the other day in his little
It should be labeled as horizontal because at every point you can create a tangent point to the sphere, so that would be horizontal.
But not to the observer. We originally
different horizontal. Yes.
Right.
That's the equipotential triangle he's just made there.
Squarical axis.
Yeah.
So if someone were standing,
equipotential triangle, does that have 180 degrees? That's a good question. You did make a plane underneath the guy's feet, and you do have 2 tangent well, you have a tangent cone, don't you?
Yeah. So if someone were standing at that circle that I created with the cone, right? I did, let's say what Peter said, and I sent somebody out to the point where that line touches a sphere, right? That person would be that person's vertical, or that person would consider that tangent line to be horizontal, where for me it is not.
Well, would the tangent? See, here's the problem. Like Peter was on about triangles with the spherical axis having 540 degrees. Now, would your tangent have more than 90 degrees to the radius? If that was the case, if triangles could be 540 degrees, would your tangent be more than 90?
My tangent, I would need to know. So this 540 degree spherical triangle.
Yeah.
Would that intersect the tangent?
I mean, yeah, like if you had a 540 degree spherical triangle, like your tangent to that, like does it have more than 90 degrees to the radius? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, I think it would have to be exactly 90.
Oh.
At least off one axis.
Oh. Okay. Then how would the triangle have 540?
Because of, well, spherical triangle, to be clear. But because of it having 3 points.
540 degrees, it'll have to be a spherical triangle, right? There's no need.
Yeah.
Spherical's superfluous once you're talking about a 540 degree triangle, isn't it?
Well, I'm just trying to be precise with my language.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to take it off topic. It was just like when you're talking about like you're talking about a tangent, which is like the Euclidean, like just trying to.
Yeah, no, we can stick to Euclidean.
Okay. Cool.
So what that would make would be a great circle, essentially, right? We define it by 3 points along that circle, and that's why we end up with 540 degrees.
Yeah, is that what you call a straight line in spherical geometry? Because if it is, what do you call a tangent to it? Because you were talking about tangents earlier, weren't you?
Right.
Would there be tangents in spherical geometry? I heard there wasn't. There's no such thing as a tangent. A tangent would be Euclidean, wouldn't it? And any tangent to a sphere or circle would make the sphere or circle also Euclidean, wouldn't it?
Depends what you're doing with it. So
What do you mean? What you're doing with it? If you're doing a tangent, then
spherical
that's
geometry.
Euclidean.
Yes, spherical geometry is simply geometry that's limited to the surface of a sphere.
So a
if you have
tangent
a
wouldn't be limited to the surface of the sphere, would it? A tangent
exactly,
plane.
exactly.
Okay, so therefore
So-
not non-Euclidean, actually Euclidean. Not
Well,
that
we're
you
kind of
have to
mixing
say
ideas in this
actually
particular
Euclidean,
example.
because that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Well, we can get rid of all of that and just say absolute geometry. And now that sort of includes Euclidean, non-Euclidean, spherical,
Well,
hyperbolic.
that would
But it-
be
but it
super
kinda doesn't.
contradictory, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
there's
it
absolute,
would be
no,
hyper.
absolute
Hyper.
geometry.
Well, that's why I asked if you have a tangent, is it 90 degrees to the radius? But
It would
how
be-
can you have
yes.
a triangle that's 540 degrees and then still a circle that's 360? I mean, I don't know.
Because you're okay, I see. So when you're talking about the degrees of these particular shapes, you're referencing different aspects of them. So when we say that a circle is 360 degrees, that's 360 degrees around the vertex, right? Around that center point. The
So what's-
triangle,
Around the
that describes the same, the spherical triangle, excuse me, that describes the same great circle. We're
Yep.
measuring on the surface of that circle by 3 specific points. So it's
Same
just-
as the circle.
Yes, but we're not, the 360 is around the vertex. The 540 are the angles of those 3 points along that, the perimeter of that circle. Right?
I mean,
I haven't got
you're
past
saying
the
you have more
273
than
yet.
360.
Yeah, it's just how these shapes are defined, right? They end up looking similar, looking exactly the same, in fact, but we're defining them by different aspects that they hold.
Same
You're not.
points,
You're
though.
just adding extra angles that aren't there.
No.
Conceptually,
So,
in your mind somehow, to similar shapes, which sounds
so when I say
fantastic to me.
300, it's
You can't
not.
also, you can't incorporate non-Euclidean into Euclidean. That's a direct contradiction.
It's no,
Violation.
no. It's called absolute
It
geometry.
says non-Euclidean, like non,
I welcome you to look it up.
not Euclidean.
Back to the circles and triangles, though. All I'm saying is that the circle is defined by its center point, right? Its vertex. And the spherical triangle is defined by its 3 points about its perimeter, so to speak, right?
Same as a circle.
It looks the same as a circle, but we're defining them by different aspects that they hold. Right? The fact that the spherical triangle, you could draw a vertex that's equidistant from every point along that triangle is not how we're defining the triangle. We're defining it by those 3 points.
So how are we defining this tangent?
By neither of those.
By neither.
The tangent has nothing to do with the circle or the spherical triangle being similar.
Yeah, so not the non-Euclidean.
We can talk about it as Euclidean, yeah.
Okay, yep. Euclidean, yep.
The points are just points, and we're going to take the shortest distance between those points as being a straight line.
In Euclidean geometry, yeah.
Which is what we do in reality, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Because when we talk about the shortest distance between things, sometimes we are limited in the space that we can trace that distance, right? So we would never allow, for example, a plane to tunnel through the Earth, right? We're only ever talking about a plane's trajectory over the surface.
They do tunnel through the earth and they do grade the land.
Yeah, but
Not with
planes.
airplanes.
He's talking about airplanes. They shoot off in airplanes for some reason.
Because it's a good example that shows when we
Why
apply
would you
these
think that
limitations.
you don't need to possibly have a? Oh, is that because you think that the diameter is a shorter distance than the half circumference pi.
Yeah.
I see. But
different pi.
Straight lines, right?
Yeah.
What we measure
Yeah.
distances as, aren't they? In
Yes.
reality.
So you and I have talked about this, right? It's the
I know.
difference between the shortest distance and the shortest possible distance. That's all it is. It's
But there is
simply
no
a way to
difference. There's
simplify.
either the shortest
No.
distance or not the shortest distance.
Okay, if you want
But
to
you
map the
can't
trajectory,
invalidate the shortest distance by going
nobody's
the
trying to
longer
invalidate it.
distance.
Nobody's trying to
Well,
invalidate
I
it.
don't know what you're
Okay?
trying to do right now. You're
I'm
trying to
trying to
argue
explain it to you.
something that there is no need for arguing. There is a
I'm trying to
shortest
explain it to you.
distance, and that shortest distance is a straight line, always,
That's
every
fine.
time.
Here's the problem, though. Nobody cares. Because nobody who's plotting flight paths cares what the shortest distance is. They care what the shortest possible distance is, because they're not going to take into account the volume of the Earth in their equations, because it's just too complicated. There's a whole bunch of extra stuff there that never changes, so they just get rid of it, right? You talk about the surface, you simplify your equations, and it's exactly the same.
So they did when they get 3 points, so is it going to be 540 degrees or 360?
They wouldn't be doing it with 3 points.
They wouldn't land in 3 different places.
They would, but they're not going to represent that as a spherical triangle. They're not taking the angles of those points, right? The way that surveyors do. Those are two different practices.
Okay.
You could. I mean, I don't know why you would, but
Have you ever taken the angle as the planes would do, or have you ever taken the angle as a surveyor would do?
taken the angle of what?
Well, you just said there was a difference between how the surveying profession would measure an angle and how the plane, is it the route finders or whatever, for planes would do. And which of those have you done, since there is a difference? Could you tell us the method for the one that you've done and how the other one differs for angle measurements, please?
I'm trying to think what I have done. I don't think I've done, I think the closest I would have done was something like what surveyors do.
And what would that be?
Taking 3 angle measurements. Basically a spherical triangle.
You've done
You
that.
could do that with a plane.
You've done that.
Not in any like official capacity.
Well, tell
Like
us,
not
tell us
on
what you
not
actually
on the
did.
Earth, if that's what you're asking.
But yeah, but what did you get?
No, I just worked out the calculations on like a small ball.
Yeah, we're talking about a measurement though, right?
Like on the Earth?
No, we're talking about a measurement. You remember you said that you did that, and you said you'd done it like surveyors did it, but now it appears like you've done it on a ball.
Yeah.
So how would surveyors measure an angle on a ball? Three angles on a ball.
You would keep your vertical and take an azimuth angle between 2 points, and you would do the same at the other 2 points, right? Between those 3 points. I'm not explaining this well, but I think you understand where I'm going. And you would calculate the sum of those 3 angles.
You would calculate it.
That's what we established earlier, right? You measure the angles, but as soon as you add them up, that's a calculation,
from
right?
where to where though? Where are the angles measured from?
So you have points A, B, and C, right? So point A, you would measure the angle, keeping the vertical. You would measure the angle from B to C. At B,
Right,
you would measure the angle from A to
obviously, wait a minute, you'd obviously have to put big sticks in at all of these points, because you wouldn't be able to see where B is, would you? Unless you keep your big vertical stick on the ball.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
you've
got 3 points with a vertical stick on. You got to try and line them up or something. I don't know. Wait, what are you saying?
Something like that. I mean, that's one way to do it.
What? Put sticks in a ball vertically.
Well, no, I just drew a triangle on it, and what I was doing was small
Measuring.
enough that you
Yeah,
can
but
just measure
we're
the angle right
measuring an
there.
angle. How did
Yeah.
you measure the angle like surveyors do?
Well, it's a left-right angle, right? It's not an up-down angle.
On the azimuth.
Yeah, but how
Yeah.
how do surveyors go about measuring angles on balls? That's what I'm curious to do. I've done a
Yes,
bit of
because-
surveying
Well, they're not doing
myself,
it over-
and I never actually got around to this. So can you please explain
Yeah.
to everyone the method that surveyors use for measuring angles on balls using vertical things?
Yeah.
Go on.
So you have two distant objects, right? They're never going to be
On a
so
ball?
far. Yeah, on the Earth.
No, the ball.
You're asking about surveyors.
Yeah, but you went to a ball.
Yeah, because I was doing like a little
That was your
representation of it.
practical
Yes,
thing
but
for how you
Because he
measured.
hasn't done it.
No, I was just doing a little calculation on my own.
Okay, right. So
But-
now,
He hasn't.
now you are going to explain how you did it, where you measured angles like surveyors do. Yeah.
Sure. So how I did it was I drew a triangle, right? On the,
Where?
excuse me.
On the
Nice. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait.
On the Earth?
On the Earth.
I drew a spherical triangle on this ball.
On a ball
Oh,
again.
so you're
We're
on the
back
ball
to
again.
the ball again. Wow. Can you make your
sorry,
mind
didn't
up
you
whether you're
ask me?
actually like doing this in reality or you're doing it in a ball? Because, like I say, I've done surveying, and we did it. You know, we did it out in the land. We measured the land. We didn't ever
Right.
measure balls.
So
Tell
I
me
thought
how
at
your
first,
surveying practice leads you to measure a ball, please.
I didn't say I had surveying practice. I think it was very clear about
You
what I
said
did
there
and
was a
didn't do.
difference between how surveyors do it and how it was the other ones. I can't even remember now.
Airplanes.
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 Yeah.
That was
So
ages
what's
ago.
the difference?
Well, airplanes aren't really measuring anything. They're just plotting out courses.
Okay. And surveyors.
Maybe I don't know what you're
surveyors
asking.
draw like lines on balls, apparently.
I think he's
No.
asking the process of how you would, with the surveying equipment, how you would measure those angles
Well, I
in
started to
reality.
explain that, and then he balked and said, you know, you didn't do that. You did it on a ball. I'm happy to explain
Yeah.
that.
So hang on. Did you do it in? Are you talking about measuring in reality or on the ball? What are you doing?
It depends on the question. What I did was on a ball. It wasn't with surveying equipment.
All right. So you haven't done it in reality. You just done it on the ball. That's
Correct.
you've
But
calculated it.
It's not how you imagine surveyors do it, though, is it? Or do
No. The principle mathematically is the same, but the way
no,
you
it's
take those
not.
measurements is going to be very
It's
different.
not. Because you've never
Why
actually
not?
done it. Because the principles of measuring a triangle in reality are nothing to do with you drawing lines on balls.
I understand that.
Okay. Well, don't say that they are the principles are the same. They're
The
not.
principles mathematically are the same. The
No, they're
principles of
not.
measurement are not.
No, the
No,
principles of
but
mathematics are not the same.
But still,
They are.
still, you were talking about azimuthal angle,
Yes.
and on a ball you cannot have this azimuth
You
angle because
absolutely can.
you cannot because you need plane. Azimuthal, you need horizontal plane,
That's fine.
and the ball is not horizontal plane.
Yes, you can. You can establish a horizontal on a ball.
You cannot.
Fixing
can.
the axis, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it is not on the surface of the ball. So
The ball
it
will
is-
not be.
Doesn't have to be. It's just tangential. Just has to touch at one point.
Has to
One
be
point.
tangential to what?
To the ball,
What, like the floor?
for example.
Yes, but it is not surface of a ball.
It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to align with the entire surface. Just has to be 90 degrees from a vertical. That's it.
But it
But that doesn't exist where you are, though.
has nothing to do with
Sure.
the ball, because
providing the ball's not rolling, you'd have your vertical, wouldn't you?
Stop it from rolling.
Yeah. If the ball's not moving, then the bottom of the ball would likely be on the horizontal. So if you were to put another horizontal at the top, you'd have two horizontal planes, and you'd be able to measure the difference between them, differential leveling, to work out the diameter of the ball.
I'll be honest, I don't
using
know what you just
horizontals and verticals. You're talking about a Euclidean ball.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, if you have a ball on a surface and it's not rolling, then the chances are the tangent point on the floor's horizontal, and the tangent point would be perpendicular to the radius or diameter. Horizontal, vertical.
Tangent,
I-
parallel.
I don't know what you just said.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like a foreign language. A lot of people have said
Well,
that.
you didn't
You're the
really
mathematician.
specify what the horizontal was or what was perpendicular to
If
the
the
other
ball
horizontal.
is not rolling, then
Okay.
the surface is likely to be horizontal, or the ball's fixed.
The surface of what?
The surface the ball is on.
Yeah. Yes, then that would be horizontal.
Yes. Then
Okay.
the point that it is touching the floor
Mhm.
would be perpendicular at that point. So the diameter would be perpendicular to the horizontal.
The diameter would be perpendicular, yes.
Yeah, that's what I just said, that you said you
Okay.
didn't understand.
I
But
didn't
it
realize
seems
the
like you did
horizontal you were
actually
talking about.
understand it. I don't know why you
The first time you said
struggled
that,
to
I didn't
understand
realize
it
the
the first time.
horizontal you were talking about was the surface the ball was sitting on.
Yeah, because it's in reality, it's a ball.
Well, that wasn't clear the first time. That's fine. Sure. Yeah.
Principles. Within reality, there are certain principles that we can rely on.
Well, to be clear, what we're talking about
That's
is math.
without it being nearly spherical.
Yeah, it's spherical enough, I would say.
Yeah, but that's before we get to reality. We're just on a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, but the oblateness is pretty minimal.
Of the
Considering.
ball.
I mean, it's big for
That's
us, but
It's not good.
Still, if the ball's not moving, likely the surface is horizontal, right?
You could say, sure.
So can you remember what we were dealing with here? We were dealing with the
I really
Fallacious Modus Tollens. And we were talking about the horizon.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Remind me.
Okay. So the observer's 6 foot on the beach. You've put a point on the horizon, or in some geometric model somewhere, that relates to the same height as the observer above the sphere.
Right.
You put a point
Tangent.
there. Yeah, but you're going to draw a tangent there. So, but that's not horizontal.
The
Between
plane
the
of the
eyes of the
horizon is
observer. So no, between the eyes of the observer and the point that you placed up in the air, is that horizontal
the tangent line? No.
to the observer?
It's not horizontal to the observer. No.
Okay, so it's curving somehow.
Mm-mm.
So
No. It's straight.
Slope.
It's just not horizontal.
Slope.
Is so it's straight, but it's sloping.
Correct.
Okay. And it's always going to be that. So that's always going to be 2.73 miles. Whatever.
With
In
the
any
sphere
condition.
of that size, yes.
In any situation, you're never going to be able to see more than 2.73 miles to the
No.
horizon.
So what we're talking about what we've been talking about thus far has nothing to do with seeing. Because once we start talking about seeing, then we're going to introduce a whole host of other considerations.
Yeah, but I mean, what I see is if it's not horizontal, then the 2.73 is the furthest you can see around the corner.
No.
So it's horizontal then.
No, it's not horizontal. It's also nothing to do with seeing.
Have you
So if we start talking
axiomated
about how
there
far we
not
can
being any
see,
horizontals by any chance?
sorry?
Have you axiomated there being no Euclidean horizontals?
No. No, you can have horizontals.
So,
only,
but is that
only in reality though, right?
No, you can have horizontals in reality and math. Like math, horizontals are a mathematical construct. So any horizontal you make, you can align things with horizontal. If you're building a table, you can get it as close to horizontal as you can. But a horizontal is going to be a mathematical construct. It's going to be something you establish, not something you find.
So at what distance does a straight line become apparent it's not straight?
Straight line become apparent it's not straight. When you say not straight, you mean like curved or slanted?
Well, no, we would say that the shortest distance from A to B is a straight line. Now you said, what did you say about that?
Yes, the shortest distance is a straight line. But in practical terms, if we're talking about the shortest possible distance, we might have to put limitations on that.
Okay, so where's that?
Yeah.
Where's that shortest possible distance?
That's when we're restricted to the surface of something, for example.
No,
or
well,
if we have some other kind of obstruction.
So there is such a thing as an infinite straight line?
An infinite straight line.
Is it when you're restricted to the surface that a circle and a triangle can have both the same 540 degrees and 360 when you're just restricted to the surface?
So I have to clarify this. So when we say they have the same 360 or 540, they're not the same, right? We're talking about two different aspects. One is the degree turn around a vertex, and one is the degree sum of 3 points.
So when you're restricted to the surface of a sphere, does a great circle have 540 degrees?
A great circle? No, it has 360.
Peter told me it was 34 kilometers. That's where he said that it would begin to deviate from straight. Straight line wouldn't be straight anymore. It was 34 kilometers. I mean, that's just a figure he threw out. I don't know whether that's so.
So I would say that line is not straight to begin with. We just can't tell until a certain point.
Are there any straight lines anywhere?
Sure.
So a straight line does exist then.
Yeah, it can.
And you could make that infinitely far. The straight line.
If you wanted, yeah. You'd sort of be restricted to pure mathematics at that point, but when you say do straight lines exist, do you mean like actually really exist in the world?
No, yeah, in reality, because what I'm hearing recently is that the straight line is curved.
Well, okay, so in that sense, you could have straight enough lines that you would just call them straight.
Okay, that's what I mean.
If you're talking about straight lines as in it's straight or else it's not straight, then those don't actually exist in nature. If we're getting to the like nitty-gritty strict definition of
Are
straight.
you saying that straight doesn't exist in nature?
if we're talking about strictly straight, like no deviation whatsoever, then that would only be something you could conceive of between 2 points.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
It wouldn't
Well,
be.
yeah. So what are you gonna place in that place? Right. In the reality where the shortest distance between 2 points is that straight line.
Yeah, we'll just call it straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. What are you going to place there if you can't have that straight?
Well, I mean, we just call it straight. We just know that we're using language a little bit approximately.
There's no approximate between that straight line.
But this is geometry, supposedly. So
what about if it was 4,000 miles long?
You need strict definitions in geometry. You cannot say that it is seemingly straight or close.
I agree
to
with
straight.
you. Yes, but that's in geometry, right? And geometry is the language we can use to talk about the real world, but we shouldn't confuse it for the real world, lest we fall into reification fallacies.
So description that on the surface of the sphere we have a shortest possible path. It's not good geometrical description.
Why is that?
Because possible geometry is not what is possible or not possible.
It can be. It just depends on what we're describing, right? Like if geometry is a language we use to describe the world, we're going to describe certain aspects of it and leave out others.
Because if you say that on the surface of the sphere, the shortest possible distance is a great circle, it means that you are restricting this to surface of the sphere, and the surface of the sphere is space, and this surface of the sphere is part of what we call Euclidean space.
Sure.
So we have contradiction because we can have possibly shorter distance than this possible shortest distance.
Yeah, I think it's just how you and I are using the word possible, right? Possible just means within the rules of what we've set up in this particular example.
Yes, that's my objection, that this is not the geometrical description. Because
I would say it is.
geometry is not talking about possibilities, but is defining things as they are or they are not.
Yeah, and possible is just a word that we use to describe what we can and can't do, right? What is allowed by the rules we've established. It doesn't mean like physically possible, like, we can walk through walls or something. It just means what is allowed in this and what is not allowed.
Still not geometrical description, because if you were talking about possibility in real life, let's say, that you cannot produce physically ideally straight line. That's correct.
Yeah.
So you can say that this line I produced is possibly the shortest distance because it is not ideal straight line. But
right,
you are referring to physical world, but we are talking about geometry. So this word is just incorrect for me.
No, it's different. So if we're talking about reality, then possible means something different. If we're talking about geometry, then possible means something else. But if we're using geometry to describe the world, we need to be careful whether we're referring to the geometry describing the world or the world itself.
Yeah, sophists play all sorts of games, don't they?
It's not sophistry.
Yes,
it's just I'm
is.
trying to keep these.
Come on.
What I'm doing is
definitional switch.
No, that's map and
territory. The only one that's aware of it is you.
No, what
Everybody
paper
has to
organist
work around
is
your
confusing.
rules of how you want to define
not
things.
my rules.
Certain situations. What possible means. I mean, it's vague and it's included in the middle, so it's not needed within logical discussion.
What paper organist is confusing is the map and the territory. right? So when we make a map of the
am
world,
not.
we
You've
can
never
talk
done the
about
territory.
Absolutely
You've never,
not. I
Manu,
am not.
Manu,
I am not. I
Manu.
am not confusing. Sorry. I want to defend myself. I'm not talking, and we were not talking about nor maps nor territories. We are talking about surface of the sphere, which is supposedly spherical geometry, base of spherical geometry. This is so we are talking about geometry.
Yes,
That's
map
why
and territory in the Korzybskian sense, right? Where map is the way that we model something, and territory is the real world thing that it represents.
But isn't this an esoteric maths you're talking about now?
I'm talking about
One-to-one
semantics.
scale, real life
Semantics and
measurements
semiotics.
transposed onto map at a scale. But the
No,
scale
no, no.
is always measured in reality 1-to-1.
Right, not
Reality scale.
no, again, not actual maps and actual territory in the semantic sense, right? That you've heard the phrase "the map is not the territory."
Yeah, meaning that the
But I'm-
actual measurements, when they are transposed onto the map does not become the reality. The reality has
No.
to be measured to be able to be put on the map. That
That's
does not
one
make the
example.
map the actual territory, does it?
I understand that. Yes, that's one
That's
example,
what
but
it means.
more generally, it refers to words, right?
No, it doesn't.
No, come
It
on.
did when Korzybski wrote about it.
Right,
Well,
again,
who's
that's
he?
you doing your definitional switch
No,
between the
it's not a
meanings
switch.
that everybody
I'm
else hears and
I'm
your
keeping these terms
specific
general.
meanings. Please explain.
So, map and territory, as distinguished, as Korzybski wrote about it way back when, he was talking about the words we use to represent things, right? In his example, if I say water to someone who's dying of thirst in the desert, it doesn't help him, right? The word water is not the thing water, right? That's what he was referring to. When I'm
No
talking about
shit.
when I'm talking about map and territory here with regards to mathematical representations of reality, there's a certain employment of language that refers to mathematical constructs that cannot be one-to-one translated back into how we use that language to talk about the world itself.
yes, we understand this. This is called reification fallacy. Yeah,
Exactly,
we
yes.
know
And it
that.
was only
Yes,
in regard
so
to the word possible.
model is not reality. Yes, we know
Correct.
that.
Okay. I was only trying to clarify the use of the word possible as it regards geometry and as it regards the real world.
Yes, but if we are talking about great circle, we are not referring to reality, but we are referring to geometry.
We are
That's-
speaking
that's-
geometrically.
Yeah, so this is my objection, because if we are talking about geometry, spherical geometry or other else, I don't know, we cannot use that kind of language like possible or not possible. Okay, we can use not possible, but possible is not description of anything. It is or not, it is not. This is 0-1 logic. So
I disagree.
With the 0-1 logic,
No, I disagree that it is or it isn't. It is in one sense and it is different in another sense.
no.
Iletheism.
So yes, so that would be a perfect example of sophistry.
No,
Using the same word in two different meanings. Yes, this
that's
is
right. This
so-
happens all the time. We do it
No,
every day.
This is sophistry.
It is not.
Perfect, just clinic example of sophistry.
What does the word decimate mean?
You used that the other
Decimate?
day. What?
I did.
To divide into 10.
To divide, well, it means to reduce, right?
It has different meaning in different circumstances.
Does it? Or does it mean something or not mean that thing?
It means, for example, in Roman ancient Roman
Mhm.
military, decimate meant that every 10th soldier will be killed.
Mhm. And what does it mean today?
I don't know.
But you said it means different things.
And different circumstances.
Okay.
So,
Can
yes.
possible mean different things in different circumstances?
Yes, but if we are
Okay.
talking about
We agree.
context, so if you are changing context, you can change meaning of the word.
Okay. That's all I was saying.
But you are not changing context. because we are
Absolutely, I
talking-
was.
No, because we are talking about geometry.
We're talking about geometry in one context, and we're talking about what that geometry is expressing in the other context.
No. Geometry is context. So you cannot put context into another context because you are
Geometry, like all mathematics, is a language we've devised to speak about other things. Geometry is itself one context. The things that we talk about using geometry is another context.
No. This is geometry is a conceptual thing, and it is about ideas.
Mhm.
So you cannot have contradictory ideas within geometry.
That's fine. What I'm talking about is what the geometry. So, okay, there's no perfect spheres in nature, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, a soap bubble. We can talk about soap bubbles as though they were spheres, right? Using geometric language as a rough approximation of reality, correct?
We are using geometrical terms in real life, and they are not describing ideal geometrical things. Yes.
Okay, but they are describing reality, right? They're not describing it perfectly. They're not describing it with exact precision, but they are describing reality.
Yes, but we are out of geometry. So
Well,
if you
no,
are
we're talking about spheres.
Yes, so if
Okay.
you are talking about objects, solid
Mhm.
object in real life called sphere, so it is not geometrical term. You are using this geometrical term to describe reality, and so we know that we are talking about representation of the sphere because it is close to sphere, that we cannot distinguish between ideal sphere and this real sphere. But we are talking about geometry. We are talking about proportions, counting things, functions, etc., numbers even.
Okay.
It is not about measuring reality. It is
So-
about concepts.
Okay, what is the difference between what you just said and what I just said? What am I not saying that you are saying?
Difference is that if you are talking about straight line, so this straight line has to be the same in geometry always. You cannot change this into great circle because the surface of the sphere in geometry is part of Euclidean space. You cannot contradict whole space with part of this space.
I'm not contradicting it though. Apart from
Yes,
that
you
wasn't
did.
really what I asked you, but
If
I'm
you
not
are
contradicting it.
If you are changing definition, you are, because if
No, I'm
you are
not changing the definition. What I'm doing is I'm acknowledging that that space exists. I'm just excluding it from my calculations for the sake of simplicity. I'm limiting my calculations to a surface so that I don't have to unnecessarily repeat factors that aren't actually calculated.
Well, I agree, but what it has to do with changing definition of straight line?
Because the context change. Well, you're not changing the definition.
You are. You said possibly straight.
Yeah, we call it straight. Again, this is just
Black
the
Swan here. I mean,
approximation
this is
of geometry, though.
brilliant.
That's what You call it straight. We're back to that where I was asking.
Right, the same as the soap bubble. We say it's spherical, right? It's not a perfect sphere, right? Straight's not going to be perfectly straight. We just, for the sake of communicating, otherwise we'd never, leave the house in the morning. We
Yes.
make some loose.
Sorry, you
So
are
how do
making you are making false equivocation. This is wrong analogy, because we are comparing Euclidean geometry to spherical geometry. We are not comparing spherical geometry to reality, and we are not comparing Euclidean geometry to reality. We are comparing two geometries. So in Euclidean geometry, let's say, we have straight line and we know what it is. In spherical geometry, for some reason, you are trying to change definition of straight line.
You don't need to change the definition of a straight line.
You are, because it is not no longer the shortest distance between 2 points, but it is only possible shortest distance.
So, okay, if the issue is that somehow I'm using a term that's already been established in a previous geometry, we can use different terms. That's not the issue. I think of a contradiction as being important when it actually, the thing that the term refers to is contradicting some other thing. So I don't care about straight or not straight. I care about what are these things doing that can't be possible without breaking geometry. Like if you don't want us to call it straight because it's, definitionally
Any
the shortest
contradiction
distance,
would
that's
break
fine.
geometry.
Not a definitional one.
It's contradiction free.
Sorry, but definition is not about what you are doing with these lines and where you are drawing them. So
it's why
it doesn't matter. Straight line is in space. Any line, anything is in space.
Just
in
a
geometry.
in a conversation though, like when you're talking with somebody or you're trying to clarify, when you need a clarification, if somebody's using the term colloquially, you'd say, wait, like, hey, cool. Oh, are you cold? Do I need to turn the temperature up? No. I just meant it as this. It's like, okay, well, are we going to use that as that term from now on? It's a clarification within a conversation. And if you can't clarify when you use something colloquially and not have a contradiction involved, then, you should be okay. But if you have a contradiction when you have a colloquial term, then it's a problem when you're trying to clarify within a conversation. Oh, okay.
Here's the issue though. What happened was at some point, I don't even remember how this conversation started because it feels like forever ago. But at some point I must have said about some point, some shortest distance along the surface of a sphere connecting 2 points. Because that's the shortest distance, hold on, let me clarify. Because that's the shortest possible distance, I probably called it straight at some point. And he said, well, it's not straight, right? And I said, no, it's not straight, it's the shortest possible distance, right? And at that point, that should have been the clarification over. It's like, oh, okay, that's what you meant. We can move on. The problem is the fixation on the words themselves. So I think once the idea is clarified, that should be fine. Once you say, oh, no, it's not like cold, I just meant cool. It's like, oh, okay, now I understand. And if it's problematic going forward, we can agree on the terms we're using going forward, and I won't call that straight. That's absolutely fine also.
Well, that's why
but I feel like the
problem.
fixation on the term is sort of the sticking point.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why we'd have a problem with you saying triangle when it has 540 degrees. That's a sticking point.
Yeah, which I think I've no longer done, if I ever did it to begin with.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but still, I cannot agree with this definition of possible because this possible is not geometrical and it is still a violation of identity because it means that we have two different meanings of straightness.
No.
So it is not allowed in
No. So again,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy saying that the shortest possible distance is not a straight distance.
What's the possible?
If we say the shortest distance is straight, that's fine. The shortest possible distance can be something else. I'm fine with that.
But what I'm trying to see is this conversion point, right? This conversion where something I know in reality is true is no longer true. And in order for this other thing to be in existence, the thing that I knew to be true cannot be.
I
And
suspect
I'm
that's not.
listening carefully. There's lots of geometry and stuff, and I'm trying to, I listen and I paint pictures in my mind. I think, all right, he drew that circle there, he drew a tangent there, and I follow it, all right. And I keep listening for this point where this conversion goes on. And everybody goes, well, not everybody. You go, yeah, it's fine. You can't have that. So Peter says that anybody who says that they can have 2 points of an equal elevation and they are horizontal are delusional maniacs, right? But I can have that in reality.
So I suspect.
And you're going to tell me I can't, and he tells me I can't, and I think, where does it change? Where does it mean that that doesn't exist, and that I'm wrong?
Okay, two things to that. Firstly, I find that when we discover that something we know to be true is contradicted, probably that's not actually happening.
No, it's like you with the ball and the surveying. That you've never done any of this.
Before we get into that,
And you've just done a geometric thing. Yeah, but if you can't have a straight line, how the fuck did you get a radius to get the Earth shape size? If you can't have a straight line and it's 4,000 miles long and it's curved. How did that happen?
So just to
you
finish
said,
real quick.
probably straight. So how did you get that radius that long if it can't be straight? 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles long. How?
So before I forget, when
Because
something.
in reality, I can't have,
No.
a horizontal. Maybe it's, just
You can
too
in
simple.
reality have a horizontal. It's all right.
I know.
Elder
Oh,
man.
I know that. Oh, I know that. I know that for sure. That's what I'm looking for, is where that can't be, that conversion point.
He's very wishy-washy, and he's got a possibly and a, but what he really means to say is he can't really
careful.
say it out loud.
What do I mean?
You're living in
That's
this
what I'm looking
place
for.
where both Euclidean
What do you mean?
and non-Euclidean. It's a diletheist future, I think.
No, they're just frameworks. We've established, I think, by now that geometry is not the real world, right? We can use it to describe the real world.
Yeah, the measurements taken in reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what does it mean
That's
to
mathematical.
have right? So
And
what does it mean that
of that is a logical framework, which is also
Right.
mathematical.
Okay, so we can do geometry or non-Euclidean geometry, absolute geometry. I mean, what's the difference? They're all just frameworks.
Non-Euclidean geometry, because Euclidean geometry is based entirely upon a logical framework.
So are the others.
Euclidean is removing yourself from that logical framework, and I can't do that.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You misunderstand non-Euclidean geometry if that's what you think.
Well, I know what a square is, right? And I know I can have a square. It logically fits. Now, if somebody's going to come along and say, that's different, well, it's not. It's still a square. It's not going to change because you decide you want to use some different geometry.
So don't call it a square. What's the
What do
issue?
you mean don't call it a square? It's a square.
Whatever it is, a square is a square.
It's already a square.
And if someone draws a square while limited to a spherical surface, don't call it a square.
That's not what
It doesn't break any logic. So don't call it that. That's my
No,
point.
Well, this is where your misunderstanding of what you're doing is. Somebody's taught
What's
you that a ball, the surface of a ball, is non-Euclidean.
It can be described in non-Euclidean. You can also
Can't be.
describe it in
It
Euclidean.
can't be.
Yes, it can.
It's already been described as a ball.
What does that matter? You can describe it differently. You can describe it
No,
30
that's where you're
more different
violating
ways
the
if you
laws
want.
of logic.
That's where you
None
end
of the
up.
laws of logic get violated.
Yeah, it's the same way with the triangle. That's why I was asking before. If you got a triangle with 540 degrees, but the circle, that's
Spherical
the same
triangle.
thing.
Not a triangle.
Okay. What about square?
Spherical square.
Spherical,
Not a square.
spherical triangles can have, surprisingly, a different amount of internal sum of degrees.
Yeah.
That's
Surprising, but doesn't break any logic.
it does, because it is just useless. Because
No. The opposite is true.
No, because I explain why. Because if we have normal triangle, we can have proportions, and we can use trigonometry. But with that kind of triangles, and if you have triangle, even you don't need to measure sides, because if we have proportion within triangle, we don't need to measure sides, but because angles will remain the same. So it means that we can use these proportions because these proportions will not change. But within the spherical
it's not a triangle.
triangles, yes, but so what's the use of spherical triangles?
I'll tell you. Yeah, so I'll tell you. So let's say we want to make one of these spherical triangles, right? So we take a ball in perfectly Euclidean space, right? A volumetric ball.
Yeah, we all know what a ball is. That's a Euclidean.
Let me just get through this, all right?
Well, this is
so
your
you get
mistake.
the ball
You've already
and you
made a mistake.
intersect it.
You've grabbed hold of the ball.
Yes, it's a ball in Euclidean space. It's a volumetric ball. It's a sphere, right? So you take 3 planes and you have them intersect the ball, and you intersect them vertically, right? 3 planes at an angle that intersect each other. They make like a triangular
Spherical
prism.
trigonometry.
Hold on, we're not there yet. We have a triangular prism constructed by these 3 planes, let's say at 60 degrees each one, right? To each other. And it divides the sphere. So where the surface of that sphere meets these planes, we can draw an arc. And we can connect these arcs at 3 vertices, right? Now I can describe this shape that I've created, this 3-arced shape, whatever we want to call it. And I can describe it in this Euclidean geometry. And I would say, I would plot the points of those vertices. I would give an equation for each of those arcs passing through those vertices. I'd have to make sure they all match the sphere if that's important. I don't have to, right? And there's not really anything I can do with this shape that I can also do with a regular flat triangle, right? So immediately we know it's not a triangle, but it's in Euclidean space at least. Now, I can make that same shape by just putting 3 points on a sphere and connecting them on the surface, right? Now that's non-Euclidean geometry, and it's much more useful to describe that shape I just made than all of this complicated hubbubaloo that I had to use in Euclidean space because I have all this extra volume that I'm not doing anything with. That's as pertains to the usefulness, right? It's just a construct I can use to simplify things when talking about weird looking shapes. That's the usefulness.
So it's just a name.
Yeah, it's a framework. That's all it is.
Exactly the same as Euclidean, but for some reason,
But
Somebody's
Easier.
decided to call it not Euclidean.
Unless you passed out in the last 30 seconds where I explained exactly why it's more useful to just limit yourself to one surface instead of having to construct all this extra framework that does nothing but complicate things. I'm saying you can do it in both, Euclidean or non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean just
Violating the
streamlines.
law of
It's
identity.
not. The way that we came up with non-Euclidean geometry was because people tried to prove the parallel postulate and it can't be done.
Of course you
They
can.
found out that there were other geometries that
course
were
you can
perfectly
prove the
perfectly
parallel
consistent with each other,
triangle
didn't break
axiom.
anything,
You must
and you
be
still got
mad.
meaningful results.
Listen to me. You can prove the triangle axiom.
Well, then you prove it and win your Nobel Prize.
Don't be silly.
It can't be done. Mathematicians give this to their students to fuck with them. It can't be done.
No, they don't.
Hundreds of years they've been trying to do it, Bev. If you have a proof to that, I would love to see it.
A proof of something within the most perfect system, axiomatic system. You think it's unachievable?
It hasn't been done yet.
It's already defined.
Definition is not a proof. You can define it axiomatically if you want, that's fine, but it's not been proven.
The definitions come before the axioms.
My point stands.
The proofs would be within the propositions, right?
That's fine. All I'm saying is,
Where you already
parallel
have the
postulate.
proofs within the propositions. They're already there.
The parallel postulate is unique among his postulates. And that's what garnered the attention of all of these mathematicians that for centuries have been trying to prove this,
They're all unique.
not just axiomatically. No, it's unique among them.
Yeah, that axiom only doesn't work because they wanted to somehow turn straight lines into curved lines.
Nope.
Yup.
Happened the other way around.
What?
No,
Okay.
Rob is
Yeah,
right.
explain. No, I am right. Thanks, Paper.
The other way around, you say? What, they had...
People took notice.
They were all trying to prove Euclid wrong.
Euclidean.
They were all trying to prove Euclid wrong.
No, they were trying to prove him right.
It's already right.
No, so the fifth postulate looks different than the other four, correct?
Do you mean it looks different?
It's written differently than the other four. The other four are very straightforward, very simple postulates. This fifth one is convoluted in a way that people thought, well, that can't be right.
It's not
So they
convoluted.
said, so they tried to prove it, and
is
there was no
perfect
proof
already.
for it.
Like, why would people say there's something wrong with it?
Why don't you tell us what's wrong with Euclid's fifth?
What was the problem with it? What's your main problem? What do you think the main problem was?
Sorry,
Well,
Ben,
I can
can you put this in live chat, please, for me?
The fifth postulate.
At hand, yeah.
I'm sure someone else has it more at the ready than me. I can find it if you want. Okay. So what's wrong with it, generally speaking? And I'm telling you what I've heard from.
You're going to tell us what's wrong with it.
Not from my running the numbers.
Whatever you think is wrong with it when Euclid
what I've
wrote it.
understood the other mathematicians to say. Right? And
So
that is that.
There you go, in the chat.
Yeah, put very simply.
Is this the pivot point of delusional mania? Is this where it is?
Come on,
So put very simply that you can swap this out for other systems, create perfectly consistent,
a straight line falling on two straight lines. So that's total of 3. Right? 2 straight lines being placed already, and then a third one being placed upon them, right? Makes the interior angles on the same side less than 2 right angles. Yeah? The 2 straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on that side, which are the angles less than 2 right angles. The triangle is formed on the side with which there are less than 2 right angles. And that's because the bit that is less than 2 right angles is the third angle. That's 3 angles. That's a triangle. The triangle will be formed on the side that has less than 2 right angles. And what's up with that?
This is statement of fact, because
let him tell us what's the problem.
Yes, what's wrong? What's wrong? Because you said that this is wrong. So what is wrong?
The problem is that you can swap this out and make new geometries that are perfectly self-consistent and don't break anything out.
What do you mean swap it out?
It means it's not a necessary postulate to create a self what's the word?
Self-sufficient?
That was the first word came to mind. It's not quite right. Self-coherent system.
Really?
Right. So there's some that you could swap out.
What would you swap it out?
And if you try to, well, make them diverge, for example.
What do you mean?
Instead of being produced indefinitely that they meet, they would actually get further apart.
No.
The
In this
definition's already
statement
been
is
done.
yes, it is. They are prolonged, and the implication of that prolonging is this third angle. This is
I understand that. Right.
So
as
what's the
an
problem?
axiom, it's fine. You can say this axiomatically and you get Euclidean geometry and everything's hunky-dory. We're all happy with that, right? But if you relax this axiom and you substitute it for one where parallel lines produced indefinitely diverge, you get another system of geometry that works just fine.
Really? Well, what
It's
about
a
this
different
then?
framework. It
The
does different things,
definition,
but
the
it works just
definition
fine.
35 says parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. So do you change that?
I suppose you could keep that, and in non-Euclidean geometry, we just wouldn't call them straight lines.
Well, but they are defined as being parallel straight lines. So would you change
straight
the
lines, yeah.
definition of straight?
No.
No, you keep the straight there, but you just have them as being something that isn't straight, but you still call straight.
No, you just wouldn't have parallel lines in non-Euclidean geometry.
But that's the definition.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have that in non-Euclidean geometry.
So you just
wouldn't have
remove the definition of
straight
parallel lines altogether.
No, you keep the definition, you just don't have parallel lines. You cannot produce parallel lines in non-Euclidean geometry. If you keep this definition, that's fine.
Oh, so you do keep the definition, but then you have an axiom that states you can't have it.
You don't need an axiom. You just try to do it and you fail. Like, I don't know what you mean.
An axiom. You said you could switch it out.
No, this isn't what I'm switching out. This isn't what I'm switching out.
Which is?
I'm switching out the axiom you wrote above.
Yeah.
Which is often called the parallel postulate.
Yeah, but what are you
titled
doing
here
with
the
the
triangle
definition
axiom.
of straight lines then?
Sorry?
If you're changing out that one there that you're going to call the parallel thing, but I'm going to call that the triangle axiom, right? It doesn't mention parallels, that axiom that you want to change, but you want to change that axiom about a triangle to saying there can be no parallel lines.
When people talk about the development of non-Euclidean geometry, they refer to this axiom as the parallel postulate.
Well, I'd
whatever
say
you want.
that's the
What you're
first
talking about
mistake
is
you're
this
making,
thing.
because it doesn't mention parallels.
We're getting fixated on the words again, Bev.
No, it's
I don't
not.
care what you call it.
I'm
Call
being
it
honest
parallel
about it.
postulate,
Look,
call it
it's
triangle axiom, call it Flurfburger McNoodles. I don't care what you call it. This block of text in the orange and the yellow, that's what they're talking about.
Right. And I'm saying, if you say get rid of that and change it for there can be no parallel lines, what do you do with the definition that came earlier stating that parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet? What do you do with that?
If at any point I said there can be no parallel lines, that's probably a misspeak. I don't think I said that, but if I said that, that's not what I meant to say.
You said you could switch out something, and
This triangle
spherical
axiom up
geometry switches it out for there are no parallel lines. Are you aware of that?
There are
no I missed what was wrong with the fifth postulate.
That he doesn't have a something. He just says you can switch it out.
Yes. Not that there's something wrong with it,
There's nothing
but there's
wrong with
something
it.
wrong with its being included
Perfect.
as an axiom.
Yeah.
It's perfect if you don't want parallel straight lines.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you switch it out in spherical geometry. You switch that out for an axiom that says there are no parallel lines.
No. Let's be precise with our language. Not there are no, that there can be constructed on hyperbolic or spherical manifolds.
Non-Euclidean.
Correct. That there can actually, no, that's not true, because some non-Euclidean manifolds, I think, can have parallel lines.
Right, so you're being wishy-washy with your non-Euclidean. Are you going to change it,
well,
or are you not going to change it? Are you going to allow triangles to be formed on either side of these straight lines, or are you not going to be allowing them? Because in reality,
just
they will
one
be
kind
formed.
of non-Euclidean geometry. There isn't just
The
one
problem is
kind
I'm
of
trying to find
non-Euclidean
out-
geometry.
I know.
Right? It's
No,
not
that's
wishy-washy.
not.
One.
I was trying to
need
specify
Euclidean
specifically
geometry's
spherical
postulate
or
problem,
hyperbolic,
please.
and then you just went to non-Euclidean as a whole. So I had to further specify there are
'cause we're
some
trying to stay with
non-Euclideans that I
Euclidean,
believe
sir.
you can. I'm going to get to the end of this. It
one are you
fucking kills me. There are some non-Euclidean geometries I believe that you can create parallel lines.
Yeah,
you can't know because you were talking the whole time I was talking. So you didn't hear a goddamn word I said.
I know. You can create your own. I have already. I have my own non-Euclidean geometry.
Is it that imaginometry bullshit? Because that's retarded. What was the first postulate there? The first definition?
What, the first postulate or the first definition?
Whatever the first thing in that on that site was. The first line.
There's definitions, postulates, and axioms. It's the
let's try the definition.
Most non-Euclidean geometry, I can
Right.
test.
What was the first
if
definition?
You can find another better non-Euclidean geometry, then I challenge you.
I'm guessing I can. What was the first definition?
All definitions are meaningless, Ruhith.
Love it. Okay, cool.
Well, it's sort of like what you do. Add a possibility.
No.
And a middle in somewhere and change the definitions and say in a different context it could
I'll be
mean
honest.
something else. So you're already halfway there, to be honest.
I think it's clever, okay? But if you're going to do that, you have to put that last because that's where people stop reading.
Possibly straight, nearly spherical.
That's your first definition, and it's all definitions are meaningless. Why should I read any further than that line?
I think he told you that
probably
before.
Didn't. It's not for
I
you
did,
anyway.
out of curiosity.
It's
but
for
I think
somebody
anyone
like
would
you
be
that's to
justified
help
in not
write it.
reading any further than that line. You should put it last.
Yeah, but what's
People would at
different
least get there.
No, the
what's different than you saying it's? What's different than you saying it's the using colloquial terms or it's within the context?
Because they're not meaningless. They change meaning. They still have meaning. The meaning is
change
important.
meaning.
With no meaning, words are fucked.
But they change meaning within the context. So what's the difference?
Because they still have meaning.
That just changes.
The meanings of words are common property, right?
They just change. Yeah.
The reason that you and I are speaking right now, that we can have meaningful conversations, is because the sounds coming out of my face are being understood by some guy across the internet.
Yeah, and if I don't understand what you're saying, I ask for clarification, and then
That's
we
right.
agree on terms.
Yeah, but
Yes,
you
and we
change
use
the
words to
meaning of
clarify.
what you say next
The
week.
meaning doesn't disappear. It's not one or it's
Doesn't
not
mean it's
0 or
real.
100.
Okay. So manufactotum. So if you are talking
Yeah.
about possible, that straight line is possible straight. So you are changing meaning of straight, right?
Not necessarily. So hold
You
on. Whoa,
are.
Yeah,
hold on.
You
that was
are,
bullshit.
no.
That was bullshit that came out of your mouth. That I recognised it.
Not necessarily.
So what I was talking about was the shortest possible distance or the shortest distance,
Well, a
right?
straight line's either straight or it's not. That's the end of it.
And what is straight?
Oh,
The shortest distance between 2 points. We've done all this for
Okay,
hours.
great, fine,
round
perfect.
and round and round
Now,
in circles
hold on,
about
wait,
straight.
Bev, wait. Now we've established that, right? The shortest distance between 2 points is straight. Yes, we're all agreed.
Always
Aye,
has
aye.
been. It's never changed.
Perfect. Great. Now, I need a word to describe the shortest possible distance. What word can I use?
Straight.
No, that's already taken, right? That's the shortest distance. I need a word to describe the shortest possible distance.
Is it any different?
What word?
What's the difference?
What? Possible. Possible is the difference.
Yeah,
I
but
added
what's the
that. It wasn't in
difference
the original
between
definition.
The distance.
So therefore, you proven my point. You are changing meaning of word straight.
No.
By adding, but yes,
I'm
this is
fine.
what you did.
I'm fine leaving the definition of straight as the shortest distance. That's perfectly fine for me.
And
But
the shortest
now
possible distance is straight too.
No, it's not. Because I can take a distance that is not possible, right? I can trace the distance that's not
straight.
possible.
Not shorter.
Okay, so what do I call it?
Longer.
That would be a longer
Not-
possible distance,
Wait,
though,
Not the
right?
I can't let
distance.
that. Just can't let that go. A distance that's not possible. That's not possible.
I think I explained that earlier.
A distance that's not
So
possible.
keeping in mind,
Well, he said that. He said distance that's not possible.
Buster raises a fair point. Okay, so I'll repeat what I said earlier.
Fantasy, sci-fi
So, oh my God,
shit in his
Bev,
mind.
please. So, with regard, for example, to the oh my God, with
Right,
regard,
you're
for
either going
example,
from one door to another or
Jesus
you're going round the
Christ,
house.
kill me,
That's all you're doing, isn't it?
smash my balls.
Yeah, I will.
Can I
You're
please
either going
address
from no, listen.
Buster's
You're going from
question?
You're
It was a
going from
good question. I
Listen
would
a
love
minute.
to give him an answer.
Your door across the street to the neighbour's door, straight across, or you're going out your back door across the field, round the houses down the road to his door. That's what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, because the front door was locked.
Yeah. And you're going to tell me that those are the same.
Go on. You're doing fine without me.
Yeah.
So, should I tell you what I think, or do you want to keep telling everyone
Well,
here
you
what
have
I
been
think?
all night. You have,
Well,
and you get
clearly
upset
you've
when
not
somebody
been
else says
listening.
something.
Clearly, you
Of
haven't
course I'm
been listening.
listening.
If that's what you think I think,
Trying to justify some other term for straight.
I think I was very clear that
Like
I
a
wasn't doing that.
Right, what's his possible distance then? Tell me about that. Where's
I
that
would
going to take?
love to. Yes, I will explain that after I address what Buster said. May I do that?
Don't get upset.
Yes, it's irritating. You keep interrupting me when I'm trying to have like an honest discussion here. It's a little bit irritating. I'll admit. I fucking forgot what he fucking asked. Sorry, Buster. Do you remember what the question was?
Well, I just couldn't let it pass that you said a distance that's not possible.
Right.
That
yes.
was what.
Okay. Sure. So what I mentioned earlier. So bearing in mind again that geometries are frameworks with which we can describe things. If I have to plot out a flight path, for example, let's not say flight path. I want to plot out a trajectory of some thing over a spherical surface, right? Now,
Why?
the rules that we set up for this
Come on.
are that I
Give
can't
us
tunnel
something.
through.
Don't just.
The rules that I've set up for this are that I can't tunnel through the volume of this thing, right? That I'm limited to the surface, right?
Same story as I just said.
Yeah.
Okay, better example. Better example. Here's one.
I bet you
This
can't
is the
find
example
a
I
better
gave
one.
last time. Maybe Buster wasn't here for it. I think it's a good example. So I have a metal sphere, right? And it's empty on the inside. It's just a shell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I put an electrode on one part and I touch an electrode at the other part. And I run a current through the surface of the sphere, right? That current is going to go from point A to point B, and it's not going to jump across the space in the middle. It's going to find a path on that surface, right?
Okay.
That is the shortest possible distance that electricity can go, right?
Can we have 3 points?
If you like.
Okay.
Well, no, you can't have 3 points.
Oh, okay.
That's not how electricity works.
Yes, but still you are referring to reality.
Yes, and I can represent that geometrically. I can represent that with mathematics. We do
Well,
it
if you
all the
had
time.
3 points where those
Yes,
currents were
and-
going, could you represent it as 540 degrees?
But you can still
If you could
represent
do
in
that, you
Euclidean
could, yeah.
geometry. This what you described, these two electrodes with electricity between them. You can't describe it within Euclidean geometry.
Yes, you can. You can, but it's more useful to do it in non-Euclidean. It's more useful to plot that along the surface and forget all that other nonsense that doesn't matter.
Like
They're
the
frameworks
radius
again.
No,
or the diameter?
Frameworks. They're
nonsense?
frameworks. If I want to send this data to some other guy across the world, I'm not going to map it out in Euclidean geometry. I'm going to represent the sphere. I'm going to lay it out on a piece of paper, and I'm going to trace that.
Yeah, but that's
in 2
non-developable.
dimensions. It is.
Well, then
It's
how
just-
would it
we
be
just give 'em
practical
a
if it's
legend on how to-
non-developable?
Because you can translate that back into a sphere on the other side, right?
Yeah, but
He
it's
has this
non-developable
data.
Relate to that
I
straight
can't
line again?
send. No, listen. I can't
Can't
fax
go
him
from
the sphere.
developable
Listen.
to non-developable back to developable.
I can't fax him a metal sphere, right? But I can fax him some papers that show the trajectory of that electron across the surface of that sphere. Then he gets these papers and he can map that back onto a ball and understand exactly what happened without having to retranslate non-Euclidean, like cancel stuff out on both sides. It's more useful. It's a simpler equation
Like
to do it
3D
on
printing?
the surface. Something
Okay,
like, yes.
But still you can use Euclidean geometry
Yes,
to
you
do
can.
that.
Nobody's denying that.
So
They're just frameworks. Some frameworks are more useful than others in certain situations. That's
So in
it.
3D printing, you'd only have like a 2D surface of a sphere to be able to translate that.
Got that Brian's
I-
logic 2D stuff, has he?
I don't know what the 3D
You should
printing
have a
thing
word
is.
with. Have you had a word with Brian's logic about how they use 2D? They don't.
I don't know
use
who that
the
is.
3D.
If you only want
the
to
Irish
print
guy
a
at
ball in
Lasers.
3D printing, you can only have the 2D surface to translate back and forth.
I think that's going to depend on the programming language more than anything.
Okay.
So these electrodes, how does that relate to the straight line again?
It was to do with possible distances with, as opposed to shortest distances.
So not straight,
No, it would not be straight.
just the distance from one place to another.
It's the shortest possible distance from A to B, but it's not the
But not
shortest absolute distance.
But not straight.
So therefore not straight.
Yeah, but straight. The problem is that straight is absolute meaning.
That's fine. So it's not straight.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it because there's no word for it.
Well,
So
don't say it can't be then, or it's anything different. It's
no,
one thing or
it
another.
is. It just doesn't have a name. It's the shortest
It's not
possible
straight.
distance.
It's just the
Right.
distance. It's not straight though, is it?
It's the shortest possible distance. There's a lot more information in what I said than what you said. What you said could include the entire rest of the surface of the sphere. What you said is functionally meaningless.
So what I can take from it is that the shortest possible distance on this thing, that like this conceptual surface that you've got, and we can throw away radius, diameter, all that stuff is irrelevant. And we only have that surface, and it's 2D. I'm still confused on how you would work out point A to point B.
Well, I never said you would throw away like radius, diameter, or anything.
You said you're limited to the
Oh, that's-
surface. So that's
Yeah.
you said that the radius and diameter are irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you
not
find
irrelevant.
point A to
They
point
define,
B?
No. They describe the surface. Then all the operations subsequent to that are limited to the surface. But the surface is defined by, a distance from a radius.
So you have straight lines.
Yeah.
So it means that
To define the surface. And then the operations are done along that surface.
yes, I agree. So it means that you are using straight in two different meanings.
In the definition of the surface, not in the operations.
So in the operations, you are using different straight lines
No.
than on the surface of the sphere.
No.
Excuse me, I'm really sorry, Paper. Can I please? I'm pretty sure it's been half an hour now. I just want to know the problem with Euclid's fifth postulate,
Yes.
other than what I said when I said all they want is to get rid of the straight lines. There's nothing wrong with Euclid's fifth postulate unless you want to get rid of straight lines.
I would object to the framing of that, but I suppose, sure, if you want.
You're free to object.
I guess.
But you
sure,
still
that's
haven't
fine.
told me what the problem with Euclid's fifth postulate is.
It's simply that
It's been
can't be
half an
proven.
hour now.
That's the
Yes,
only
it can
problem,
be
that
if you have
can't
two
be
straight
proven.
lines. Yes,
That's-
it can
well,
be if you
where
have
does
three
the
straight
if come?
lines. What do you mean? Where did the if come from? Give me three
If you
straight
have
lines
two
and I'll
straight
prove
lines.
Euclid's fifth.
Oh, that's not how proofs work.
How does proof work?
Yeah, enlighten me, please.
It's not as simple as like, if I have these initial premises, then I can prove whatever.
You can only
Like,
have
you can't
what
just
comes
choose
before
what
it
to
within the
include.
system, right? So you can use the
Yeah, you can't just
definitions
choose what to
and the
include because it works.
previous axioms in order to prove it, right?
What was that?
All you need is the stuff that comes before it, the stuff that precedes it, in order to prove it. So in order to prove the axiom, fifth, or I call it the 12th axiom, triangle axiom, you'll be able to use all of the definitions and every one of the postulates and axioms that precede it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not after. Not after.
So you would be
This is
able
how-
to do that, right?
So depending on what precedes it and how those are defined, you could attempt to prove it if you like.
Yeah. And you're saying you couldn't, or you couldn't. Have you tried?
I'm saying nobody's done it yet.
Have you ever tried?
No. Why? If they haven't done it in 2,000 years, my dumbass isn't going to get it. Why would I take the time to do that?
I think that they didn't.
And what
attempt
exactly are
to-
they trying to do in the last 2,000 years?
Prove
Prove Euclid's fifth postulate. I mean, just a quick
Okay,
Google search.
Can we prove the
different
first?
attempts.
Can we prove the first?
Look up the different attempts. Look, I'm not going to go through this.
Can we prove the first?
You're not arguing with me, okay?
I'm
not a
not. I'm
mathematician.
asking you a question that you refuse to answer.
I assume so.
You assume, so you've never actually done
You
that
assume.
either.
I assume because I think I would have heard about that being a problem. I've only ever heard of the fifth one being a problem.
Well, I'm trying to find the problem with the fifth, and you're making it really hard because
Well, you're looking in the
saying
wrong
it just
place.
can't be
Why are
proven.
you asking me?
Because you're the one
that
saying it
said
can't
they
be
couldn't
proven.
do it.
Yeah, I'm relating what the mathematicians
Pretty
are
sure
saying. If you
we've
have a
said
problem
that
with it,
it'd be
ask
pretty
them.
easy to do it, right? But you
Thanks, man.
not knowing, never trying it, have said you've heard a rumor somewhere that other people can't do
Hold
it.
on, hold on, hold on.
Don't even need
It's not
to
a
attempt
rumor.
it.
No. It's not a rumor. It's not just something some little bird told me, right? Yeah.
Go on, what is it then?
It's a quick Google search away. Look it up.
It. Right, but
Look
you've
up the
never
attempts to
attempted it.
prove the parallel postulate.
Yeah. Given all of the things that come before it.
Why would I try to prove it?
I don't know, but you find out that it's pretty easy.
Well, what do you know that all of these mathematicians for 2,000 years have missed?
Well, have you heard of a square?
As it happens, I happen to have heard of a square, yes.
Okay, now the opposite sides of a square are
Uh-huh.
parallel.
Awesome. What do you think you've just proven there?
Well, I've just shown you that at least the concept of parallel lines exist.
No, you've shown me that the word exists by which we understand a certain concept that we've accepted.
A square.
No, it is
Parallel.
Yes.
We can talk about parallel lines, that's fine.
Well,
it is implication, yes.
Yeah.
That's all you've proven is something we all already knew, is that parallel exists in a dictionary, and it talks about certain things that we sort of recognize in the world.
Yeah, but the understanding of the square, logically, is this same equals, isn't it? There's a lot
Would that be
of
the same
things
for a
within
rectangle?
a square equals.
Would that be the same for a rectangle?
Well, when we're talking about the square.
I know. Well, rectangle is a square, right?
No.
Is a square a rectangle?
Are you trying to play a definitional game here? Because it's really weird.
I'm trying to elucidate that what you're talking about are definitions. You're playing the game. I'm trying to demonstrate that to you.
Square isn't a definition. It's
How would you know the
something you
difference?
can associate with in your mind. That
How would
everybody
you know-
else has the same understanding as you of what
How would
a
you know the
square
difference
is.
between a well, how would you know the difference between a square and a rectangle?
Pretty easily, I would say.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you ask the question, is a square a rectangle?
Like I said, I was trying to elucidate what Bev was doing with words.
That I don't think
That
so.
wasn't me doing that. That was you.
It was. So I think you understand the difference between a mathematical proof and just saying, look at this square, it has parallel lines.
Yeah. I'm just trying to
you ever-
make you understand that, of course, there is a mathematical proof.
Have you
Is
have you
there?
ever have you ever squared anything in reality?
No, I want to know what this mathematical proof is.
Well, yeah, that makes total sense then.
What, for an
Okay, keep
axiom?
going.
Are you assuming that because it's an axiom, it cannot be proved?
That's not what I'm assuming.
No. So what
Because
is
the other
it that you
axioms,
were
nobody seems
assuming
to have
that
a
you've
problem
been
with.
told something from
That
Google?
for 2,000 years,
Mhm.
people have failed to prove Euclid's fifth postulate.
Mm-hmm.
I have
Even
no
though
reason
it's
to
a
doubt them
triangle axiom.
because of the stakes involved. Because if someone can prove Euclid's fifth postulate, and people have proven things before, right? It's not unheard of that someone comes around 200 years later with a proof that they thought was impossible. It happens, right? This has not happened. I'm
Alright,
willing
so
to
did
grant
they prove
them
the first?
that it's accurate when I read several different places that in 2,000 years, no one has proved Euclid's fifth postulate. I have no reason to doubt that statement. Some handful of people on Discord isn't going to change my mind on that.
Okay.
Alright, did they prove the first?
I don't know. I assume.
Well, we should.
yes,
Yeah.
but I
Okay.
don't know.
What
I
if I
think
said
that would have
they
been
never
included.
proved the first either? Doesn't that throw out the fifth too?
It might. I'd have to
Might.
look into it.
I think you should.
Okay.
Okay, I will leave you with that interesting
Okay, thanks,
conversation.
Paper.
Good night.
Have a good
Sorry
one.
to cut you off.
Discussing this. I will watch it tomorrow. So the end of this and continuation. But now I have to go
See you later.
to bed.
Good night, Paper. Thank you.
It's got a bit mathematical. Well, you do realise, though, right, that if we can use the definitions that do precede the axioms, then there is a definition of a square.
Yeah, look, Euclidean geometry we use every day, right? It's fine. We can use Euclid's fifth postulate. What I'm saying is that you can take it out and nothing gets broken. That's all.
Well,
it's not saying that it's wrong,
it does.
right? It's not saying that it has to be corrected or
If you get
contradicted.
rid of parallel lines, then squares don't exist.
No, it doesn't mean squares don't exist.
It does,
That's
because
not
you're
what that means.
changing the geometry.
It does not mean that squares don't exist. You can
Well,
still have
good,
squares.
obviously. So, therefore, there must be a proof for that which will always exist. Right?
Why is that the case? No, not right.
Well, you can't have a proof for something that, well, you're
No, something
not
can exist.
Euclidean.
Something can exist that does not have a proof to back it.
Yes, but where is the non-Euclidean?
I don't know what that means.
Where does the bit that isn't Euclidean, where does that fit?
That's what I was wondering all the time.
In the fifth postulate, if I've understood your question correctly.
The fifth postulate is reality, like you've just said.
No, mathematics is not reality.
Always
Remember?
be there.
No, now we're going back an hour and a half. Mathematics is not
we're
reality.
there where we are right now. There's a square, right?
Mathematics is
you
not
said
reality.
you can't get rid of it.
You can't get rid of the fifth postulate?
You can't get rid of the square.
No, not that you can't get rid of it. That getting rid of the fifth postulate doesn't automatically get rid of squares.
It does, because the square is made up of parallel straight lines.
Right, but you can have a thing exist without a proof to back it.
So when do
the
they not
square?
become parallel?
That's not what happens. Okay, I think we should maybe move on to something else, because I say one thing and it's like three other things crop up from that misinterpretation.
Yeah,
so
I know. I think your contradictions
I
are
think at
piling
this
up
point we're
upon
looping.
themselves,
No,
aren't they?
they're not my contradictions. They're people misinterpreting what I say. Every time I say something is repeated back to me with a bunch of different things added to it.
If the sides of a square are parallel, when are they not?
You say everything in reality, if a square can exist in reality where there are parallels in reality, then
Can a square exist in reality?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. The same as a sphere and a triangle. All of those geometric shapes can exist in reality in that Euclidean space.
Okay.
The question is, where does the not that exist? Where's the space for the thing that isn't that?
You're gonna have to define what not that is.
Well, like we say,
Because
if
as
the
I've understood
sphere
that question,
and the
it means-
cube and the square and the triangle and the pyramid and all of that within reality are those things, and the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line, right? Where is the not that?
I'm sitting on it. That's how ridiculous that question is. Because the chair I'm sitting on is not a square, it's not a sphere, it's not any of those geometric shapes. I don't know what that means, what you just said. That's a ridiculous question. You need to define what not that means.
Are you
Because I
saying
have
your
no idea
chair
what you
does
just
not
asked me.
exist within Euclidean three space?
I'm saying my chair is not a circle or a
You
square.
couldn't measure it.
Clearly, that's not what you meant by not that. I'm asking you to clarify.
Everything about your chair used Euclidean geometry.
That's fine. Guess what? We can also describe it in non-Euclidean geometry. They're frameworks, they're languages. We can describe it in Euclidean,
Stolen concept.
non-Euclidean. Oh my God. I feel like the sticking point here is not exactly a reification, but something close to it. I feel like we're giving these frameworks more weight than they're owed. These are just languages we can use to talk about these things. Talk in the sense of describe. We can create a formula that can perfectly map the chair I'm sitting on. That formula can use a Euclidean framework or a non-Euclidean framework alike.
But somewhere we're a delusional maniac for having one of them.
Because you say so?
I honestly don't know what the point of this conversation is anymore.
Yeah, struggling again.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
So
because for
when you
half an
say-
hour I've been asking what's wrong with Euclid's fifth, and you can't answer it.
I've answered it several times.
No, you haven't.
I have.
He says there's nothing wrong
Run
with
the
it.
tape back.
There's
I'm not
nothing
going to
wrong with
repeat
it.
myself.
You just
Watch the
just
video again.
change it out. Swap it out.
See, Bev got it.
You can do that with
So I'm
anything
curious-
as well, can't you? You can do that with
I'm
any of
curious-
the other ones, can't you? To make a different non-Euclidean. Just swap anything, any bits out you want.
Well, it has to be self-consistent.
Can you
That's
have
the
a
word.
can you have a non-Euclidean one where you swap out something else but keep that one?
Possibly. You'd have to try it out and see if it breaks. You can't have anything, right? There's a whole bunch of other things we realize we could have, but it doesn't mean you can just willy-nilly have whatever. It just has to be self-consistent. It has to work. It has to give meaningful results. That's it.
What about that one? The one that says proposition 30 theorem. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. What would you do with that?
What do you mean what I do with it?
In your
Yeah, if you were,
your one.
Your restriction to a certain path.
Yeah.
Possible, not possible path. I mean.
Would you say, just do away with that? Just, or were you like, once you've got rid of the axiom or whatever, I guess that means there's no propositions at all, like no more proofs. You've just got rid of the axiom and you can just go ahead without any framework or anything, any understanding,
No.
just complete ignorance.
Wherever you damn
No.
please.
That wouldn't be math at that point.
Yeah, but you would. So what would you do with that then? That proposition 30, that theorem?
I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it.
Straight lines, which that's the one that we use for t-shirt logic.
Mm-hmm.
It's the underlying one behind the understanding that if horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to one another. That's the bit that you don't see, the sort of the bit in the background, the Euclidean. But I'm guessing, if you've axiomated that there aren't any, that one could be a pretty difficult thing for you to accept, right?
Well, on first glance, it seems like this only works on an affine plane, but I could be wrong about that. An affine plane.
An affine.
Where you can do like regular translations. Like you can turn something or twist it or shift it left or right or something and everything still works.
Yeah, planes. Well, that one would
Yeah,
be a line,
affine
but
plane.
it would work with planes as well, because that's the
Affine
way it
plane.
works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But the globe if we're establishing horizontals is not an affine plane.
But all the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
All what? Sorry, say that again.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I
All
want the horizon to
horizontals-
be a plane.
All
I want it to
horizontals.
be a curved line.
All horizontals established from the same vertical, yes.
So all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
See, why do you keep doing that?
Because they are.
What did I say? I said something very specific, and you took out exactly the thing that I added.
No, I specifically
Can you
said.
repeat back what I said? Can you repeat what I just said?
I don't care what you said. I'm saying
Okay, well, that's
this.
fine.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, regardless of what you say.
Regardless of what you want the horizon to be.
I know I was talking about what the horizon is. That wasn't in contention.
I just think, like the rest of us, you've seen very, very little of this model you brought with you. And it's just been mapped out on some paper.
I haven't been talking about
To
models,
fit.
just been talking about math for the past. Jesus
No,
Christ.
it all relates to your model, though, doesn't it? All relates to a model. It's always going back to this model.
Could relate it back, I suppose, but that wasn't what was
Well,
happening
this is
until
where it all
now.
comes from. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a delusional maniac with horizontals in my world. Because somehow, because of this model, I can't have those.
Do you need those?
And I know that as human beings, that you might have seen a little bit more than me, but you've hardly seen anything of it. The rest is just numbers and imagination and geometry and stuff that you draw on a piece of paper and said it must be this. And because I said it's this and I found it on this piece of paper, I relate everything to that.
About 90% of what you just said is wrong.
Well,
Starting with the word just.
what have you seen of this model that can justify everything you've been talking about in the last God knows how many hours in
What have I
reality?
seen of the model?
Because you haven't spoken about anything you've done in reality.
Oh, it's got
Every time we asked
QED on
about
that
what
one
you've
as
done.
well.
Sorry, what are you asking me exactly? Because I feel like you're sort
How
of
the hell do you
dancing
know
around
what
the
you're
point.
talking about? Basically.
You know what that
How do I-
QED means?
Is
It
it-
means
hold
it
on.
can
Is
be
it essentially-
demonstrated.
Is it essentially that you're asking me why it is I think we live on a
Parallels are
globe?
demonstrated.
'Cause it feels like
Pretty
that's what you're
much. Pretty
inching
much. Yeah.
towards. Okay. I feel like there were easier ways to ask that, but sure. So I think it does go back to geometry in the end.
No.
I think
I know, but no, I'm talking about just reality. Leave
yes,
all that
in
behind.
reality.
That's what you're
In
talking about.
reality.
Geometry.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Chill. So in reality, there are certain observations we can make that, to my mind, can only make sense geometrically if the Earth is represented as a certain shape.
Globe.
Such observations include
Tis globe.
Sunsets, those ships we talked about earlier, star trails, elevation angles to celestial bodies, and the movement of those bodies.
Yeah, but we can still have horizontals being parallel, right? There's not wrong with that.
If they're
What you do? You come on. We do have.
Well, I was
parallel
tempted
horizontals
to
in
clarify,
reality, right?
but you were very clear about not caring what I say. So I guess I'll just accept your understanding of my position as your understanding, and that's fine.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, we are allowed to have horizontals being parallel. You make
You can
some
have whatever you
concessions,
want.
don't you?
You don't have those. And so you want to tell us we can't have them.
I don't want to tell you anything. You can have whatever you want.
Yeah.
You've insisted
Have
all the
fun with
time
it.
Thank you very
that that's not
much.
so.
If you want to know what I think, that's fine. That's a separate issue. I'm not telling you what you need to have or not.
Yeah. Do you think we can have horizontals being parallel?
See, again, I'm tempted to answer that, but you don't care what I say. As not
Well, I
only
did
you've
ask
told
you a
me
question,
directly.
so I must care
Oh, okay.
enough to ask you the question. Because
Well,
you
I
did
thought that
say you
too,
would
but then
answer
when
the
I did,
question, so I'd ask the
but then
question.
when I answered your question directly, you repeated it, excluding the very clarification I said, and then told me you didn't care what I said.
Yeah, but you, wherever you're living in reality, you can establish that, can't you?
Horizontals
Establish what?
can, well, they are parallel.
2 points of equal elevation that are horizontal.
We'll try this again. You can establish multiple horizontals from a vertical. Those horizontals established from the same vertical will be parallel to each other.
Are they
If they're
planes?
established from the same
Are
vertical.
they planes?
Yeah, horizontal planes.
Okay. And how large are those horizontal planes?
They're infinite.
Okay. And they would be horizontal?
They would be horizontal, and they would be parallel to the other horizontals established at the same vertical.
Okay. And all perpendiculars to those planes would be parallel also?
That's correct.
And all, as we know, all perpendiculars to horizontal are called
Vertical to that
verticals.
horizontal? Sure.
Yep.
Those would all be vertical.
Mm-hmm.
They would all essentially be the same vertical. Technically, but
Yeah, because the verticals would all be perpendicular to the horizontal. There would be no differentiating them with reference to the horizontal planes that we've just established.
right, they'd be aligned up and down.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Different part of the world, you could establish a different horizontal because your vertical has changed. You'd have a different set of parallel horizontals, each with parallel verticals coming off it.
Yeah, when a right line standing on another right line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. Definition
Sure.
10.
So your original horizontals would no longer be horizontal. Your horizontal might be the vertical to someone else.
Sorry? What?
Yeah. I mean, that would follow.
What would follow? From perpendicular.
From a different vertical establishing new horizontals, right? All the horizontals from that vertical would be parallel, but the previous horizontals would no longer be horizontal.
Sorry, say that again. The horizontals would no longer be horizontal.
Yeah, I feel like we've already done this.
I'm not too sure. I've never heard of horizontals becoming not horizontal. Is that because you
I
tilted
think you
them?
have. I think we've had this exact
Did
conversation.
you tilt them? You
I
said that the horizontal planes just before were like infinite.
uh-huh.
Okay, so where would they stop becoming horizontal?
Not where, it's when.
What do you mean?
When would they
Time?
stop being horizontal? Yeah, they would stop being horizontal when you establish a horizontal off a different vertical.
But all of the verticals, all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal, were parallel.
Uh-huh.
So the relationship would always
straight
apply,
lines.
right?
Say
Told
what?
you they want to get rid of the straight lines.
No, we're still talking about straight lines.
Yeah, well,
These are all straight lines we're talking about.
All of the perpendiculars to the horizontal, i.e., like
Uh-huh.
you said, verticals, they're all parallel.
Those verticals are, yes.
Okay, so when you establish a new one, which is perpendicular, then would that not...
Perpendicular to what?
the horizontal.
A new vertical, yes, that would be parallel to whatever other verticals you've already established.
Yeah.
Right. Off that vertical, the first vertical.
Yeah, but didn't you just say when you establish a new something, the horizontal stops being horizontal?
Yeah, you establish a new vertical.
But we've just said
not
they're
off
the
of those
verticals.
horizontal. No. Not off those horizontal planes, right? We've established those horizontal planes, right? We go somewhere else on the globe. We now have a new up and down, right? That's our vertical. We establish a horizontal off of that. And now everything we did before this is no longer horizontal or vertical.
But if you went back to the other one, it would be.
Yeah. It's observer dependent is bottom line, right?
Yeah, egocentric.
Sure, if you like. Doesn't have to be a person, right? Observer in the mathematical sense.
Observer? Egocentric orientation on a coordinate system.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you make a coordinate system if it's egocentric?
It's just about what you establish as the reference point.
I know, but if your X, Y, and Z is this at your position, then you change positions.
You're carrying
how do you
000 around with you, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yes,
like how
yes.
do you? Well, then how do you relate that to the last place you were at?
Excited about it. Get in there.
It depends what you need to do to relate it to that. Like relate it how?
Because you're at a different position. How do you relate it to the position you were at before?
It depends what you're doing.
I needed to relate it to the last place I was at before.
For what purpose? Like what kind of relationship are we looking between these 2 points?
Elevation.
Okay. So we can relate the elevation from the mean sea level, right? And that's going to be equidistant from a center vertice.
Oh, come on. You're freestyling this. You should be much quicker at doing this.
The concepts in my head, I'm trying to describe it accurately.
It's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've never done anything in reality.
If you're at
No,
a point,
because I've never had to deal with this level of pedantry where I have to talk like a lawyer.
But you should be able to go and demonstrate it and prove it.
Wait a minute, though. Hang on. I watched a guy do this, like out in the real world. He had to transpose a benchmark from a mile away to a house that was in a floodplain that had to be built specifically above the floodplain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if he's egocentrically setting up at that benchmark, how did he egocentrically relate those points to one another?
You can only do this if you're completely ignorant of surveying practices, Buster.
Oh, okay.
No.
Egocentric coordinate
for
systems
each
only
operation,
work for people who are completely ignorant of any sort of geometric or.
So he hasn't done
no. For each of those operations, fuck me. For each of those operations, you're going to have some reference, right?
The benchmark.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. From one benchmark to another.
Yes, you're referring one point to another and its relation to the other point.
Exactly.
But
and that's what relation. Its relation to the other point.
Yeah, you're explaining
that's how we were asking you.
System that goes with you. It's egocentric.
Sure. Yes. So if you're relating one benchmark to another, right?
X,
that's
Y, Z 0, 0, 0.
You're okay.
1 point
sure.
from you,
Oh
your
my God.
egocentric coordinate system, and your other point is also coordinate 0, 0, 0. How do you relate the two together? It's the question.
I don't know if you're being serious or honest right now.
You agreed to the egocentric thing, and you said,
No. I'm not confused. If you're relating some point to another point, they can't both be zero, right?
how are you relating the 2 points together from the benchmark to the new place you need to have?
From one to the other. Pick whichever you want to be 0, 0, and you measure the other from it.
Well, that wouldn't be ecocentric at 2 different places.
Not simultaneously. No.
You alluded. You were
Take
saying
your time.
that.
Take your time. Go ahead.
Confused.
I'm not taking my time. I'm saying
no.
you were saying
No.
from your point, a
What
vertical
Bev was
and
I understand your
horizontal
confusion.
is different.
I know.
No, wait. Let me finish now.
Okay.
You
go
were
ahead.
saying from your point, a vertical and horizontal is that coordinate system. And then when you change that vertical, that position, the horizontal and vertical is different from the one before. Now you're saying something totally contradictory.
I'm not saying anything contradictory. Can you take a measurement from 2 places simultaneously?
Can
Take
you
your
take
time.
2 measurements from 2 places simultaneously?
That's right.
No, you transpose from the benchmark to the
Then
place that
what
you need to
did
go.
I say is contradictory?
No, before that. We're talking about earlier.
Hold
when
on a
you
second.
said
Hold on.
hold on what?
Incoming.
Sorry.
Processing.
People were talking to me. Continue.
Okay. Sorry. I can wait. We can wait.
No. It was a quick thing. I just got to
okay.
remember to do something in a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Earlier you were saying that the vertical and horizontal was different from one point to another. Now you're saying that you can carry over from a benchmark to somewhere to the next place, and you can have them the same.
What I'm saying is, and let me clarify if I wasn't clear thus far, you can establish a horizontal and a vertical at any location. Typically, it's going to be where the observer is, where you're taking your measurements from. If you need to take measurements from some other place, that other place now becomes a new horizontal vertical, right? But anytime you're taking measurements, you're only ever taking them from one place at a time. I hope
But
that's...
are the geometric principles the same from when you transpose them from the benchmark to the new place?
Are the geometric principles the same? How do you mean?
You would have an instrument, I would assume, if you were going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And you would be able to measure an elevation change, for example, being the floodplain.
Mm-hmm.
And from your benchmark to your new position would have an elevation change. So you would need to go up from that to stay at that above the floodplain. And then you would transpose that new one to the new place, to the third one. And if the ground was lower, then you would have to go above that. It's all the same XYZ coordinates from point A to point B to point Z, same coordinate system.
Not quite. So,
well, then that's the problem we have, and you need to explain why it's not the same.
Happy to. So,
okay, carry on.
You take a measurement from wherever you are, right? You've established a horizontal off your vertical, and you have some distance you take a measurement to, right? You then go to that point that you just took measurement to, right? And you take some other measurement further down, right? We're going in a line taking measurements, right? So we went from A to B. We had the measurements taken at A with A's vertical, A's horizontal. Then we go to B. We take the measurement to C, right? From B with our vertical, our new horizontal. And we take the measurement to C. Then we go to C, establish a new horizontal because we're now at a new vertical, and take a measurement to D, and so on and so forth. When we put those measurements,
Go A to B
and go back to
C
A,
and go back to A.
Sure, and then we go back to A,
Close
right?
your loop.
When we do that, there are different things that we're going to be measuring.
Like
So
your
something inherent in measurement, I gave a definition earlier, was that you're measuring a quality of something, right? So we can measure some particular quality, and it's not going to give us the other qualities, right? We can measure different qualities of the same thing. We can measure the size or the shape or the color, the temperature, right? But if we measure the temperature,
different drops we
whatever
get in the game,
whatever
thing,
quality
like
something
quality,
has,
like
we
a
can
red
measure
one
it.
would be the top quality with all the best loot.
Just different qualities of a thing can be measured. That's all. But one measurement doesn't mean measuring all of those qualities simultaneously. If I measure the temperature of something, I don't necessarily know its size, for example, right?
You're talking a lot of word salad.
I know,
I'm
I
talking
know,
about
I know.
something
Here we go.
real
Here we go.
world.
I'm right
that's
there.
A floodplain.
Okay? I understand that. I'm right there.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we can measure from one of these points several different things. We can measure angles. We can measure distance. We can measure different kinds of angles, in fact, elevation angles or azimuthal angles. We have all of these different kinds of data that when we put these together, we can cross-reference these data and get a larger understanding of how these points relate to each other.
Wow.
That's geometry, or that's already been done, mate.
Where did you get all that stuff from?
That's nothing innovative.
Yeah, we do
Where
know
did you
how
get all
all
that
of
from,
these
then?
points relate to each other already, don't we?
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain it in a way that clears up any seeming contradictions in what I might have said earlier.
Just differential leveling, but you're talking about quantities of colors and temperatures and all of these things amalgamated together.
Yeah, I'm trying to show the
like
distinction
really
between one
ambiguous.
measurement and another.
I mean, it's
But
like super, like a bunch of stuff.
Buster is talking from reality, something he's experienced and
That's fine.
done,
I mean,
seen done. And you,
have I
that's
said
all.
anything totally off
Wait.
the mark or what?
Well, yeah. Where did you get all your ideas from? Because they're not from reality, are they?
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, did I say something completely off kilter?
I don't know what you were explaining. You were saying quantities of temperature and all these things put together, and it's this thing that you just throw in us. I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't get that.
Guys in aporia.
All I'm trying to explain is that you can take different kinds of measurements, right? You can measure an elevation angle and you can measure a distance, right? Those aren't the same measurement. So when you go from A to B, B to C, C to D, D to A, you can put these together and you can plot these in a way that gives you a representation of the territory you were measuring from.
Yes. And it will always
That's all I was saying.
comport to that Euclidean understanding, the geometric framework.
A comport to is misleading there. You can represent it in Euclidean, yes. You can represent it in non-Euclidean if you want. They're frameworks.
How
They're just
would you
languages.
represent it in non-Euclidean?
Pretty
XYZ
easily.
coordinates.
That's fine.
Well, why would you want
Just
to
get
do
rid
it
of
in
a Z.
something that isn't
You
that?
probably wouldn't.
You get rid of the
It's
Z.
not about what you
Probably
want to do. It's about what is possible. You keep trying to suggest that it's impossible to do this, and I don't understand the
It's
justification
impossible
for
to
that.
measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Don't call it a triangle then. It is
Well, you
possible to measure three angles that
You
relate
should
to each other, and those angles
An
will add
angle
to
is
more than
the
180 degrees.
of one straight line to another at a vertices. Like I
That's
don't
a
know.
triangle.
Mm-hmm. And if you relate those 3 points together and the angles between them, that would be a triangle, and it would have 180 degrees.
Nope. Incorrect. That is not a triangle which you're measuring. You can measure a triangle, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Are you okay?
Do they not lie on the same plane?
No.
Your triangle?
No.
Of course not. Of course they don't.
3 point. How can 3 points
Then they're not related.
define the plane?
They lie on the same surface,
Exactly.
not on the same
They're
plane.
not related. That's not a surface.
How did you bring that to it then? There you go. You did it again. You brought something with you then and added something to it and said that
No.
triangle couldn't be a triangle because of the thing that you brought with it. Same as with Buster. You said all the things you were. Hang on, listen, I'm talking.
I was
Just hang on.
clarifying.
All the things you were describing about that, the surveying of those points when you go through with Buster also brought that thing you came with. You haven't done that. You're just applying that thing you keep bringing with you to make your thing make sense to you, not to reality.
Okay, you keep saying I haven't done it, but tell me where it's wrong. I mean, it doesn't matter if I've done it or not. Tell me where I'm wrong.
If you go and do it, you'll find out.
It has
And
been
you've
done.
never done it. You've done nothing.
I understand that, but I've seen people who have done it. I've seen their measurements, and it's exactly what I say.
Go with Buster, right, and map out this elevation profile he needs so that house is above the floodplain. That's what you need to do.
It went on Aporia Canal.
That's what I need to do for what?
In order to, to have something sensible to say from reality.
No.
Instead of
I can
bringing
say something
something in your
sensible
model,
without having done it myself in the field.
You're bringing your model and you're fashioning everything around that.
If people were limited to what they could say only by what they have done in the past, no one would ever say anything. It's perfectly.
They would only say things they're knowledgeable on.
That you have secondary or tertiary information on.
You're making very definitive statements, though, aren't you, about something that you haven't got a clue
these are things
about.
that I've seen repeatedly, and they all show the same thing.
Well, when did you go and level something with a surveyor? Then when was that?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Well, I didn't hear you going off with a surveyor and getting a.
What did I just say? What did I just say? Not 10 seconds ago.
You went with a surveyor, did you?
Nobody can really remember what you said.
No, that is not what I said. I said, "Shut up, hold on."
It was
stop,
it was
Ev,
about
Ev,
a quality of
no.
the
Stop.
temperature,
Everyone,
quality
stop.
of the color,
Stop.
quality of.
Shut up.
What
What I said was,
okay.
Elder Bear. What I said was, I myself haven't
about
done this.
somebody
Oh my
else and
God,
some other
kill me.
people have done it.
Bev,
I've seen
are
the
you
measurements that they
incapable?
made.
I was trying to clarify for Elder Bear.
You haven't done it.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Elder
I heard you
Bear.
say you hadn't done it. Yeah.
Elder Bear, what I said was, I haven't in fact done this, but I've seen the data from those who have several times, and they all show the same thing. You're still talking, which is how I can speak on this confidently. That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay.
And you immediately asked me, "Oh, so when have you done this?"
Yes. Well, listen. Just listen.
You haven't done it.
You
so
said
don't worry about
you
it.
said you haven't done it, right? You
Correct.
said you haven't done it.
Several times I said that. Stop asking me.
Yeah, stop asking him if he's done it. We definitely know.
And now
he's not done a fucking thing.
And now you are giving me data to tell me that what you're saying is correct when the
From
reality
the experts. Yes. Why would you want data from me? I'm not an expert in this field. I can only tell you what I've seen from
What are
the
you
experts.
talking about it for then?
Because I understand what I'm looking at
He's
when
the
I look at this
best that
data,
the,
and I understand
troll
what the
team 6
implications
team's
of it
got.
are.
No, I'd have more respect for you if you'd gone and said you went with some surveyors, you got some videos, show me some data that you'd actually done or you'd witnessed and verified with these guys. Then I might think, okay, what's he talking about? What is that correct?
That is a horrible metric.
No, you just
I'm not
seen
going to
this
trust
tape.
somebody who's gone on an excursion sometime with someone who
You
sounds
want
like
me
they
to
might know
trust
what they're
you
talking
having
about.
read something in the book or saw some data somewhere?
No,
That's what
I'm
you're
telling you
presenting.
where I'm telling you where to look.
No,
I'm
you're
telling you
telling me
these are
it's
what
so.
I'm telling you these are what the experts
Definitively,
show.
it's so.
This is what they say. Look at their
But you're
data.
saying to me, why should I believe you?
Believe the data. Look at the data. That's all I'm referring to you is what the data suggests, what the implications are of the data. Yes, it's a load of numbers in
And
charts.
would they add up to more than 180 if I was to add
Exactly.
those numbers together? So they're just a
The thing
load of
is, it
numbers
requires-
that add up to more than 180.
I mean, if you don't believe the data, that's a
I
different
don't
issue.
believe triangles have more than 180 degrees. No.
I don't think I ever said that.
The thing is that whatever you think about these people, Bev's done it, and Buster's done it, and either they're lying to me, or you're lying to me, or you've got some imagination. So which is it?
So Buster and Bev
Who's lying?
have yielded spherical excess from their measurements?
No, there's no
They've
such thing.
used the tools, they've used the equipment, they've done something
Triangles
in
only have
reality.
180 degrees.
Spherical access
That's
is
what
the
they've
thing
done.
in your mind.
Yeah.
Now, the data that they might tell me, you're telling me is a lie. That's what you want me to believe. And
I didn't say lie.
Peter wants, yes, and Peter wants to say I'm a delusional maniac because of that. And that anything I find in reality that doesn't comport with his model and your model, I'm a delusional maniac. Because you say you've got data and no experience.
Okay, I'm going to post something in the
And yet you're taking the word of somebody who you think has got experience that invalidates Buster and Bev. How can that be?
Okay, I'm going to post something in the live chat, and I have to dip out for like 3 minutes. Take a look at this, and I'll be back.
Heck yeah. Down for looking at something new.
Yeah. And
Live
two,
chat.
it's like excess or their excess or their errors based on observations, not off a measured baseline.
It's a what?
Holy cow.
Yeah, he's
That's
got
a
some
bunch of stuff.
Got some numbers. That's impressive.
Give me
doesn't
just a
mean
second. Y'all are way ahead.
It does say Muntabum, which is a bit like manufactotum.
Triangles. Continued.
Well, I don't know about you, but that does it for me. That gets rid of the chance of ever proving the parallel postulate, because we've got more than 180 degrees. That would mean that the triangle gets formed on both sides of the line. Imagine that.
I don't know how the guys did it where I work, where they went 9 miles in a rectangle. I don't know how they did it.
So you've proven, right? You're one of the great minds of mankind. You've proven that the Earth, we can't live on a spheroidal object.
No.
So I'm just
doesn't
curious
matter.
because I'm
Here's a
just
troll
curious.
again.
I'm just
Fuck off,
curious.
troll.
I'm just
the
curious.
triangle will be formed on the side with less than 180, but here
I'm just curious.
You've
Bev.
got the triangle being formed on more
From
than
a
180, so that would definitely invalidate that. I can see
I'm
why.
just curious,
I can see why they
Bev.
wanted to get rid of it.
I'm just curious, Bev. If you've because you've proven that we don't live on a spheroidal object, why don't you go to a universe? Walk in. I'm sure you live near one. Walk in and say, go to the physics department or the mathematics department and say, look, I have this proof here that debunks that we live on a spheroidal object. It has two premises, and it has and a water level.
Why do you even give a shit?
And a water level.
He's got it the wrong way
And a water
round.
level.
He's
And a
got
water
it
level.
the wrong way
and,
round.
And see how you get left out of the room.
No.
These
numbers, please. The numbers that you've just give us prove that there's no way it can't be true. The triangle cannot be formed on the side with two right angles, because you've got there like more. So it's actually your numbers that falsify that being possible. You've falsified Euclidean geometry. I mean,
wow,
amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
I want you to, Bev. I'll go. You know what? I'll do it for you. I'll go to my local university. I'll walk in and I'll present them. I'll present whichever department you want your proof, and I'll say, "What do you think of this guy? Great mind, right?"
No, take
and I'll report back to you what they say. I'll do it. I'll do it this week.
Take manufactotums, like Bev said. Take manufactotums and say,
I'll do it this week.
Triangles don't have.
I'll do it this week, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
This is why they had that problem.
What I'll do is I'll get a little recording so you can listen to the pitch of their laughter. It'll be very exciting.
I'll sort you one out with manufactotums thing.
Well, we could do that after, but let's do you first because you've done it in 2 premises and a water
No,
level,
fuck
right?
that. I'm
Very big
tell
stuff
you,
there.
I'm going to tell them why they couldn't prove
Yeah.
it.
You all
What's your
like
problem?
look, we
What's your
both
problem,
know,
little puppy?
We both know that.
Turns out
Really?
triangles don't actually have
the reason-
180 degrees
reason-
at all. I mean,
What's
the
your real
reason
problem?
you've never bothered to publish anything
You don't
related
know
to this
anything
is
about
because
mathematics.
the reason
do you?
you haven't published anything to do
You're
with this
just
is
chucking
because
peanuts from the gallery.
you know that you don't actually have shit, right?
What?
That's what you know that, but you want to convince your fans, your friends, like who are dumber than
There's
you,
no fans
that
here.
you've got an actual debunk of the globe.
Not got a debunk of the globe. We've already defined the globe.
Yeah, I'll take
The
it to a
real
university
globe
for you. I could email my university and see if they
in
can
there.
get me through to the
Bev's real globe has parallel straight lines.
Yeah, give us the email, then we'll send it in the morning.
Oh.
I'm sure you live near it. You live near a university. We all do,
No,
right?
no,
So
we
you
don't
go ask
trust
yours.
yours. We could trust yours because you're the
Yeah, I'm
closest.
gonna go with this one. I think Manufactotum's done us a great favour here. I mean, I was wavering, right? But we already knew that it is globe. But this
You don't
one,
actually believe
this
half
is
the shit you say.
falsified Euclidean geometry.
It's just bizarre that you think you've debunked a spheroidal object with 2 premises and a water level. Bizarre.
How could you possibly debunk it? We've falsified Euclidean geometry. There's no such thing as proof anymore. That which you thought was a proof has been completely debunked by Manufactotum and his little chart of numbers.
You're trying to deflect onto Manufactotum, but you've been doing this for years and you've never bothered.
Wait. Yui,
just explain this.
Did Manufactotum just post something that
yes,
say
he did.
look at it? He said look at
Explain
it.
it.
He said look at it. See what you think. Now you're saying don't deflect to Manufactotum when he was the one that said it and said think about it. Now you're in here talking.
Oh, my question's separate to any of this stuff. I want to know.
Then you
why
need to
Bev hasn't
just
gone to a university.
don't speak. You just need
All right,
to just
I'll wait
don't
till
speak.
after. I'll wait till after. All right, you can continue your conversation with
Use your,
Manufactotum.
well, use your mathematical skills to explain it then to us. Come on.
Oh, I don't know much about I don't know what's been going on. To be fair, I've just come onto the
Then
mic.
what have you got to say?
Bev,
You've got nothing
let's
to say. You
let's
just
not
snipe
let's
him.
not let's not be coy here, Bev. If
He's
you
emotionally
genuinely
triggered
had
again,
a
that's why he
proof,
stepped
you'd walk right through those doors at a university and say, "Look at this: 2 premises and a water level. I've debunked the sphere." Because you don't know, you don't actually think that's a proof. You know it's not a proof.
No,
you
look.
know you chat shit.
Look.
You know you chat shit, Bev.
proof.
Why haven't you done it? Why
Yui,
haven't you done it?
Yui,
Why haven't you done it, Bev?
They've already done it.
Please. He's trying to say that a Euclidean axiom is related to a spherical Earth. Are you right? Are you really saying that, Yui? Is that?
Yeah, those words came out of my mouth. I'm sure your fans believe those came out of my mouth, but I'm just asking why you haven't gone to a university to present your proof.
Proof of what?
The physics teachers have already done it.
I spent years trying to get some good thesis, right? And you've got 2 premises and a
Yui,
you got 2 premises and a water level. Why don't you go tell them?
There is actually a proof
Go
that
tell them.
triangles have 180 degrees.
Go tell them, Bev. Go and tell them. Go walk through those doors and say, I've got the proof to debunk us.
Which
that we're looking at a
department?
sphere.
It's not a sphere.
You could go to the physics department. I'm sure they'll be most interested.
They've already
It's
done
not
it then.
Debunking a sphere. The sphere is within Euclidean geometry.
You've debunked that we live on a spheroidal object, Bev. Apparently.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. This is
Oh,
geometry.
you're just such a little weasel, aren't you? Because you know that you've got nothing. You know that you never proved anything in your life,
bringing
Bev.
Earth into it. This is geometry.
What you've done
within
is
mathematics.
you've convinced a bunch of
Parallel
brainlets,
lines have got
little
nothing
brainlets,
to do
that
with
you've got any
your
proof at all.
spherical Earth.
You've got no proof.
So for the audience,
You've convinced a few
you just need to
brainlets.
assess what this guy's actually up to.
Mm-hmm.
Just listen to his voice.
Yeah, let's do a
Listen to what he
character.
actually
Let's do a
knows.
character assessment.
Listen
That's
to
a
what
good
he
amount of time.
says. And he's just jumped in here to try and smear people and make them look stupid or something. And all he's got.
Yeah, I don't need
is
to try
2 or 3
very
little
hard.
lines. And this is how Troll Team 6 works. And just remember, it's troll. Okay, and this is what's happening right here. I'm sure you can see it.
then why do the physics departments of like universities use Euclidean geometry to define how fluid dynamics work?
That's perfectly fine. But we're not talking about
That's
how they
perfectly
understand
fine,
fluid
but-
physics.
but-
We're not talking
but-
about how they
but-
understand fluid
but-
dynamics.
but-
What we're
but-
Are you okay?
He doesn't
Yeah,
know.
right.
He's
But
got
and
no-
as I was saying, we're not talking about what physics thinks how fluid dynamics works. We're talking about an argument, right? An argument with premises and the water level that debunks. It's big. This is big, Bev. You've debunked that we live on a spheroidal object, and you believe that. Go and tell them. Go and tell them.
Water levels would be involved in a mathematical
Rather than
proof.
sitting on the internet,
Pretty sure
sweating,
the water level doesn't
sweating like a little
precede
mole
the
rat,
axiom.
talking to the same 10 people
Does it
every
that
day,
needs to
making
be
shitty YouTube videos. Go and tell them.
proof
Go and tell them. Go and tell them.
He's
So
obsessed with
he's
water
sitting really
levels.
close to his mic because he's getting really worked up and triggered. He's sitting so close to his mic, you can hear it popping off.
Yeah,
He's really
I'm moving
got on
it because
He's got on top of
you're
it.
just
He's
going to
so
try and
kind of
talk over me the whole
animated
time. But
and
I want to make
gel-like.
sure that your
And he's
audience
looking for
know
the
that this
words
is
to try
bullshit.
and make. That's all he's got. Audience. He's
Go
got nothing but these words that he uses to
He's
try and
making
twist
an
things.
appeal to the audience.
Bev
Go
doesn't
on.
even believe half this bullshit, but he knows you guys will, so he's gonna bloody well continue doing
No,
it.
I've asked questions. I asked manufacturer, but he hasn't answered me.
All right, you can continue with
I didn't say I
manufacturer.
believed
I've made.
anybody.
I think I've made my
He
point.
asked questions.
I think I've made my point.
Manufacturer
Let me
asked
ask-
questions, and
let
I
me
asked
ask-
him.
Hang on, Elderbear. Just 1 second. Like, Yui, would you be willing to even try any of this stuff yourself practically?
No, I'd be willing to say that. Look, this has been tested. All right, fair enough. This is the argument, and this is the tool.
No, that's not what
And
I'm
I would
asking.
hand it over to them.
I'm asking if you personally would be willing to try
I'd go
some
the
of this
extra mile,
stuff
Buster.
practically.
I'm talking about going the extra mile, really, because what I'm saying is
No.
I will go to a place
Mm-hmm.
of learning, a place where you really do get rigorously tested, right?
It's not
about
what
what
I'm
your
asking.
claims and your arguments are. And I'd say to them, look, this is what we've got. This is the revolutionary idea from a guy called Bev, right?
That's not
on
knowledge.
Discord.
That's
not knowledge.
And this is, and I
That's
want
not
you to see if
knowledge.
you can.
That's not
repeat
knowledge.
this and
That's
see that
not
if the
knowledge.
Same results
Let him
produce.
fantasize.
Okay,
And I'd say
Go on a journey.
see if the department will say, oh look, what this argument's if this is true, this is big. We're gonna repeat this and we're gonna see what we get. Or they'll laugh at me and say, why the fuck are you listening to some cuckoo idiot on Discord?
Okay, fair enough. So you're willing to let somebody else do whatever for whatever reason, but you yourself personally, you won't do it. You just will be
He'll
willing to let
take it.
somebody
He'll
else to do
take
it.
there to the university to present it.
Oh yeah, like I'll let
But
you come and
if
do
they say
it.
it's good, he might just say it's his.
Oh, wow,
no,
well.
don't worry. I'll say it's yours, Bev. I don't want to be laughed at.
Okay, but it still begs the question: are you willing to personally do something yourself? No.
With respect to water levels and a couple of premises, no. More on
No,
next.
exactly.
I
Okay,
will take it to
so
a university,
You
though,
can
for a
go
free
fuck
challenge.
off. You can fuck
So
off.
what's the
You can actually fuck off.
what's the difference?
Well, I think I'm
between
doing
No,
something
you can actually
bigger.
fuck off.
Buster, I'm thinking I'm doing
No,
something.
you can
I know
actually
you're
fuck off.
insulted. I know you're insulted that your life's work is coming to an end. But
what's the difference
No,
between you
I'm
if I take
saying
it-
no
no.
knowledge?
What I'm saying to you, Yui, is
if
if you're
I
not
take it-
personally willing to do something yourself,
If I
then you
take
can
it-
fuck off.
if I take
No,
it to
that's it.
prestigious
There's no
organization,
other. There's nothing else. If you're not willing to do something personally yourself for a personal experience, for a knowledge, and you want to just like go work off of somebody else's whatever, then you can fuck off. That's it.
All right. So if I'm doing something bigger than just repeating it, I'm taking it to a place where they'll challenge it, they'll scrutinize the
Now
method.
you're following
Do it
They'll
yourself and
scrutinize-
see if. Do it
they'll
yourself.
scrutinize the premises,
Manufacturer
right?
and Peter.
Oh.
You are a little neophyte to
Oh.
manufacturer and Peter.
He's
Has
gone.
he gone quiet?
Oh, left.
Thank you very much.
He won't be coming back on that account either.
Yeah, I server muted him so Buster could actually get his words out, and he
Why?
didn't like that.
I banned him.
Oh, you did?
Mm.
Oh.
Yes.
Phew, thank God. For that.
Well, he was getting angry anyway, so it's probably for the best.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
I got a little frustrated because he's not willing to do it himself.
Mm-hmm.
no, we see that a lot. It
I
was a
have done it.
perfectly valid point,
I'm
Buster.
only speaking. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little heated, but I've only done it for myself. I have done it for myself.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So either you're lying to me or somebody else is, aren't they? You know.
Right.
But, you know. And he's accusing us of being.
I've heard Buster's
puppets.
music. He wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course.
not-
No, exactly that.
It's not about
Yeah.
the like. I write the music because it's it speaks to
No,
the
it's
things
about
we do.
honesty, Buster. It's about
But I'm just
honesty
saying,
and
like
truth.
for me, like I've done these things. Like I came into here to learn something. I came in to learn the principles, all that stuff, and I have used them practically. And then upon using them practically for myself, I've learned other things from the fields I've done before or I'm doing now that are within the same geometric principles. And for you to come in here and be like, Bev, do this, do that. And Manufactotum to post those things and Bev say, well, Manufactotum's got this proof that he should, take it to the universities. Like for Yui to do what he was doing was just bullshit.
It's what we run into all the time, right?
Yeah.
And I hope the audience does pay attention to this. I hope other people that listen to this after the fact pay attention to this specific thing. And how long has it been going now? 5 hours? I mean,
weeks.
But this particular conversation, right? That at the end of it, when confronted with, will you go do these things? I mean, he lives in the UK. He could go along to Bedford Canal. Do you think he would? No. Same thing with Rumpus. How long has it been since Rumpus said he was going to be doing his test? He'll never do his test. They can't do these things in reality, in real life, because it would fuck with their minds. They can't have that.
Okay. I was going to apologize for being as hard as I was, but I will not apologize now.
No, I don't think you were being hard. I don't think you were being hard, Buster. I think it was a perfectly valid question.
Okay.
And Yui's shenanigans were, he weaseled his way out of it. He'll for sure go to a university and have someone tell him something, but he won't do it himself. He won't gain knowledge. And he was talking over you, Buster, when you were saying that's not knowledge. Going to a university and having someone tell you something so that you can regurgitate it back to someone else in an angry rant on a Discord server is not knowledge.
Yes. I agree. 100%.
So sorry, Yui, you're gone. Peter's gone for at least a day, unless he's been banned too. He's been timed out for another 24 hours because he got angry at the beginning of this whole 5-hour thing.
Yeah, I don't know why these guys. I mean,
There's
they're the troll
no
team.
patience.
They shouldn't.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be getting so angry.
I don't know. I really don't understand it.
Well,
but we know why. Because
me for a day, it's fine. I can handle it.
Well,
I know. Go off on him, but like, the justification of him not wanting to do something for himself when I have done it for myself, that's frustrating.
It should be, and I think we know why they're so angry. They said it earlier today before we actually went live, and that's that they are admittedly bigoted. They're bigoted to a certain group of people, of which they think that all of us are. When, at least as I look in this room, there's only one guy in the room that would say that he is this group of people, but they're bigoted against that group of people. And anything that aligns with that group of people, such as geometry.
I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, I know, Rob. But they're bigoted toward, and that you get angry towards bigoted people, especially when you can't shut them up and you can't get rid of them. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, they were getting a bit.
I appreciate you guys letting me hang out here.
You're just a person, Rob. Like you don't need to jump up every time somebody mentions flat Earth, because it doesn't really matter. These guys are only using it because they can justify to themselves that they've got some sort of an argument against flat Earth.
All right, I'll work on that, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, and let me reiterate again. This is the second night in 3 different nights that I think, whatever you say about Manufactotum, and I don't know if he's listening or not because it's probably way past his bedtime. At least it was a civil conversation. There was no yelling. It was calm. I mean, you could say what you want, agree or disagree, but at least it was fairly respectful. I mean, unfortunately, there's other parts of this troll team or whatever you want to call them that just can't do that. They just can't. Weird. It's like their existence is threatened in some weird way. I'm not sure.
So is Yui banned?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
he's got nothing to bring value. He's got nothing to bring of any value to anybody here, really. It's just constant.
Just resistance. That's it, really.
Yeah.
Getting other people to do things for him. We're not under a dictatorship of Yui here. So yeah, we don't need people like Yui around.
I don't need to justify to me. It's your server.
It's not my server.
Well, you know what I mean.
But I was the
You're
one that banned Yui because we don't need people like Yui in this server.
Wait, it's not your server?
Mutual. Yeah, it's not my server.
Oh.
An often stated mistake that this is a bad server. It's not.
Fair enough.
It's one of the many things that I have to keep repeating that people keep assuming about me. Do you think that having a proof of parallel lines, the parallel postulate, triangle axiom, you think that would falsify the globe, the spherical globe, like Yui seems to say?
Having a proof of the parallel postulate?
Yeah, the fifth axiom.
I don't think so.
Triangle axiom. Fifth postulate. You don't think so? Well, that's what Yui was going on about. He wanted us to give him a proof, but it seems as though you posted a thing with a proof that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
That's not what I posted. No.
What did you post then?
So, where is it? Let me. So I don't have to keep scrolling up. So this is a page from the Trigonometric Survey of India. It's just some of the measurements that they took that shows measurements, not triangles, but 3 angles taken between each other that sum to more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, and
so as these are taken as azimuthal angles, they aren't triangles in the traditional sense, right? In the triangle sense, they are what you might call spherical triangles, if you like, but they are simply azimuthal angles taken between 3 references that, aligned as triangles might often be aligned, lay not on a flat plane, but on a curved surface, and thus add to more than 180 degrees.
I think we had a guy. Have you ever heard of Stark-Odder?
Star who?
Stark-Odder.
No.
Let me see if I can find. He had this sort of thing going as well. Who's that? Hot mic? Somebody walking. Here we go. You can take this away with you if you want. Now this is one of the guy. This is the guy that gave us the short numbers. He checked the short numbers that we gave you the other day. Did you check them?
The short numbers?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I never saw any short numbers.
No. The 8 inches and down. 1,600-meter water levels from the start point.
I don't think that was me.
Okay. Can you see this?
Yeah.
You see what it says?
Yep.
Is that the azimuthal angles that you're talking about?
Sure. P. Wait, where's P? Oh, that's not there.
Not P. That says. He's done a P and a Q, like logical.
Sure.
Formulation. I think he was doing a Modus Tollens type approach to it. Since we're doing logic, right? And
sure.
Modus
Yeah,
Tollens
okay.
and how to form Modus Tollens without fallacy. What do you reckon to that?
As far
Mind
as
his P's
the
and Q's
argument,
for us. Yeah, yeah.
also
Do the
note
whole
that if the
bish bash
verticals are parallel, then the three horizontal triangles are congruent, i.e. that the angles and sides are the same in all three triangles, which means it has to be true that AB gamma, alpha beta gamma, equals 180 degrees. Therefore, an unavoidable conclusion is that the verticals cannot be parallel. That if the verticals are parallel, then the three horizontal triangles are congruent. And the three horizontal triangles are congruent. Oof. So in the example given here, this argument works. I suspect.
The argument works. So minding his P's and Q's, you say, sounds good?
Therefore, an unavoidable conclusion. So I'm trying to see how generally this is written, because it works for the example illustrated above. I'm trying to think if it would work for three equidistant points. Because you might have spherical excess. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. The angles would be the same, but he's not talking about the angles being the same. He's talking about them. Well, no, yeah, he is. He's talking about the triangles are congruent.
Mm-hmm.
And the three horizontal triangles are congruent. The angles on the sides are the same in all three triangles.
Yeah, it's just 3 points in the angles between them.
I'd have to parse this out. I'd have to try it with something that had three equidistant angles and see how those triangles lie from the specific vertical. My suspicion is, and I won't know until I actually try it, but my suspicion is that there's one specific set of observations that would contradict this modus tollens.
Modus what?
Is it modus tollens? Sorry.
Do you reckon measuring angles of a triangles can be related to vertical?
It can be, yes.
So
Like you could do all
you've
of
got
this
3
on
points
a
on the
horizontal
top of
plane.
mountains, right? You
Mm-hmm.
go to the top of one mountain and you set your tool up and you measure the angle between the other 2 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you pack your stuff up and you go to the other mountain. You set your stuff up and you measure the angle between 2 mountains and go off to the other mountain. You do the same. You've been to the tops of 3 mountains, 3 points, and you've measured the angle between the 2 points. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
If you get more than 180 degrees, can you say that the verticals aren't parallel?
No. Are you measuring to the stations themselves, or are you just taking the azimuthal angles?
No, I'm just saying the possibility of it. Do you reckon you could end up with the conclusion after you've measured those angles that the verticals aren't parallel? Do you think it relates?
You can, yes, you could. But you would be taking azimuthal angles. You wouldn't be sighting directly to the stations themselves.
Yeah, you
If you
would.
sight directly to the station themselves, then you wouldn't get any information as to your verticals.
No, your scope goes up and down. Have you never seen a theodolite?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you include the up and down, then you're not just measuring the azimuthal angles.
Yeah, you are. You're just measuring the turn from one to the other. It doesn't
Sure.
matter at what angle you've got your cross, the crosshairs, because that bit can go up and down. You're not bothered about that angle on the vertical plane. All you're interested in is the turn on the azimuthal.
Right.
At
Sorry,
3
what was your
points.
question then?
Well, I'm just
Maybe I
saying that,
misunderstood your
the
question.
possibility of you measuring angles there. And
Mhm.
if you get like 108, more than 180 degrees, would you go, oh, verticals mustn't be parallel?
I think that'd be a reasonable conclusion, yeah.
Wow. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
What would you think was happening?
I think
That's
I'm
just
fucked up.
miscalibrated?
Yeah, I'm messed up. Triangles don't have more than 180 degrees.
Also a possibility.
Yeah, but to
you're
come
not
to a
measuring a
conclusion
triangle,
that the
right?
verticals aren't parallel, just because you've measured some angles of a triangle on the azimuthal, is
Well, what if you?
ridiculous. I mean,
What if?
how could you possibly relate verticals to that?
What if
I
you've
know he's done it
eliminated?
in the argument. I mean, like, were you swayed by Starkodder's argument?
What if you've eliminated the possibility that they were miscalibrated? What if you know these to be perfectly calibrated? What would you
You
think
still
then?
wouldn't be able to relate it to vertical.
Right, but what would you think if you got more than 180 degrees?
I'd think that's fucking crazy. Triangles don't have more than 180 degrees.
Right.
It's
So you wouldn't.
impossible, let's say.
So you wouldn't think at any point, oh, I must not have actually measured a triangle. I must have measured something else.
No,
That
I think you've
thought
definitely
would
been
never
to 3
enter your
points
mind.
and you've measured the angles between those other 2. Yes, I would
But you
definitely
measured.
say
But
that's
if
a
you.
triangle.
But if you're
If it was
measuring
my job to do
the
that, then yes.
azimuthal, if you're measuring the azimuthal, though, right? If you're sighting directly to the stations,
Yeah.
then yes, you're going to get 180 degrees. If you're only taking the azimuthal, right, where all you're measuring from is about the vertical, then you're going to get 2 different results, right?
No.
No?
No,
So if
because
you
you're still
include.
you can still maneuver the telescope
I understand
sights
that.
to
So
actually see what you're looking at.
I understand that. So if you disregard the elevation and only take into account the azimuthal, you think you would get the same results than if you didn't
Yeah,
include the
it's
up
a
and down?
triangle, yes.
So you think including one set of data and excluding it would give you the same results?
If you've got 3 points and you measure 3 angles from those 3 points relating to the other points of the triangle, that's a triangle. No matter how you do it, it's a
Right.
triangle, 180
Okay.
degrees every time.
And if you disregard the up and down and only take into consideration the azimuthal angles, do you think you would get the same
It's the
results?
same triangle, yes.
It's not the same triangle. That's the point.
There's only 3 points. There's only 3 angles.
It's only a triangle. If it's only a triangle, if you sight directly to the other stations. If you disregard elevation and take only the azimuthal, you're no longer measuring a triangle between those 3 points.
Have you ever done this?
No.
Okay.
Again,
Have you ever done geometry and actually drawn a triangle with more than 180 degrees? Because I take it these are sighted,
have, yeah.
aren't they? Straight line of sight.
line of sight, but to the direction, right? Not to the station itself.
Yeah, to the station itself.
No, you're disregarding the up and down.
No, they have.
You can sight to
they
the
have
station,
mirrors.
yes, but then you
have to
throw
look
away
into
the.
them. Whenever
Sure,
you're
yes,
doing this, you're measuring.
yeah,
I know you've never done it.
I'll
but
correct what I
that's
just
what
said.
you do.
You are
actually
citing
look
to
at
them.
the places that you're citing
Gotcha.
to. Yeah.
I got it. Yes. But you're then disregarding the up and down and taking only the azimuthal angle into consideration.
Because there is only one angle to be considered, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, it's still
That's
180
not a triangle then.
degrees. Yeah, still
No,
180
apparently not.
degrees triangle.
That's what I posted.
You said
That's
apparently
exactly what I
not.
posted.
What does apparently not mean?
So in the thing that I posted, right, you see the account of triangles, continued operations in the peninsula, blah, 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 right?
Yep.
Okay. So you have triangles. Ignore that. I'm sure they didn't know what they were talking about. And you have Kilazgur,
we're
Pilur
ignoring
Hill, Budimula. And then you have observed angles, difference, spherical excess, error, angles for calculation, distance, and feet. Right? You see those categories at the top, the columns?
Yeah.
Okay. Under observed angles, right? You see those 3 measurements and the sum at the bottom, 180, 00, 4.57.
Yeah.
Right? So these are the sums of the angles taken from these stations, from these sighting stations. And the sum of these observed angles, I want to be clear that observed angles are more than 180 degrees.
Yeah. And you think that falsifies triangles having 180 degrees?
No.
No.
No. Stop saying triangles, right?
Yeah. You falsify them being triangles. So you wouldn't be able to do any trigonometric functions or anything due to them.
You could. That's
How
where they
could
say
you?
the angles for calculation. Those are the angles that you use to do those trigonometric calculations.
Trigonometry only works with triangles with 180 degrees.
And that's what you get in the angles for calculation. 180, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Where do you fit in? No, there's no zeros. There's no adding bits into
No,
it.
not adding.
Within
Not adding.
trigonometric function. No, there's only 180 degrees
Yes,
in the triangles
180.
with
I
the
know.
trigonometric functions.
Are you looking at the paper I posted?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Angles for calculation. What's the sum there?
You tell me.
180, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Okay,
180.
that's 180 degrees.
Yes, those are the angles they use for the trigonometric calculations, right?
Okay.
But those aren't the observed angles. The observed angles have an excess of 4.57.
Yep.
Right.
What does that mean?
That means spherical excess. Specifically, spherical excess of 3.2.
3.2 what?
Arc seconds.
Which is what?
3.2 arc seconds.
Yeah, what's that?
That's more than 180.
Yeah, but what's it mean?
It means that the angles that they observed, the azimuthal angles that they measured from those 3 points measuring the other two, gave them more than 180 degrees.
Yeah. And they only
that's
used
how
180
we get
degrees for the trigonometry. So what happens then after they've used the trigonometry of the triangle that has 180 degrees? What do they do with the remainder, let's say?
They take it out so that they can represent this on a flat map.
So they just get rid of it. They throw it away.
Essentially, yeah.
Right, so what's the big deal then?
Because it's not what they observed. They throw it away so that they can represent this on a flat map. But what they observe in reality is spherical excess.
Oh, so they
the actual measures, the actual
with more than
angles.
180 degrees.
Stop saying triangles, Bev.
It's
What
a
they
triangle.
observe in reality from these three angles are more than 180 degrees, which means the lines connecting those 3 points are not straight lines, but curved.
But you went through the trigonometric procedure with them, and they were triangles then.
When? When were they triangles?
When you went through the trigonometric function of having 180.
No.
Well, that
They
was
were
a
not
triangle.
triangles then.
Of course it was.
Nope. It was not a triangle. By definition, triangles can only have 180 degrees, right? So it was not a triangle.
But when it went through the process of the trigonometric functions,
I don't know what that means, the process of the
180
trigonometric
degrees.
function.
You said it has 180 degrees. You read it out.
No. They reduced it to 180
To make
so
it a
as to
triangle.
represent it. That's right, to turn it into a triangle
Well, that's
from
where
what
it
it
is
was
a
before.
triangle, right?
That's where it becomes a triangle. What they
Right,
observe
so
in
that
nature was
is
not a
triangle
triangle.
there, right?
They make a triangle out of it.
So that's a triangle that they make out of it, right? That
Yes.
is a triangle.
Correct.
Right. So what you're saying is the
That they don't
triangle
observe a
that
triangle.
is Euclidean is only there because they place it there. In
didn't mention-
reality, triangles aren't. It's what you're trying to say, isn't it? Like you've
No,
put
it's not.
that in your
No, it's
mind.
not. That's what you need me to say.
No, it's not. It's what you're trying
It
to
is
say.
because I keep
saying you
I keep
observe
correcting
something
you.
that isn't the triangle.
Every 4.5 seconds, I keep correcting you. You keep trying to go to triangles. You keep
you're so
trying to. You
vague.
need me to say triangles.
It is a triangle, though. There's 3 points.
What is a
3
triangle?
angles.
What is a triangle?
3
Connected by
angles.
what?
3
Connected by
points.
what?
3 points connected
Straight
together.
lines? Are they connected by straight lines,
3
Bev?
points connected
3
together.
points?
Shortest distance
By what?
between those
By
points.
what? Hold on. Shortest distance or possible distance?
Holy shit. Shortest distance. Line of sight.
Are you sure?
Observed.
Are you
yes,
sure?
Absolutely.
Apparently not. Shortest distance would give us 180 degrees, right? By
Yes,
definition,
it
that would
is
be a triangle.
180 degrees.
So I
That's
guess
the
it's not
triangle
the
that
shortest
they
distance,
used.
is it? So it's not the shortest distance, Bev.
What's not the shortest distance?
What they observe, the measurements that they observe in reality that they get from the measure, the observed angles. It's right there at the top. Observed angles.
They didn't measure anything.
What does that mean?
They observed it.
Okay, how do you define measurement?
He's actually right because like you're just turning something and getting an angle. It was actually not a measurement.
What is happening right now? Sorry, how do I measure the length of a table? Do I just extend a tape measure? That's all I'm doing. I'm not really measuring it. I'm just observing the numbers on that little piece of tape, right?
By a rule.
Yeah, you'd measure it by a ruler. Yeah.
So what does it mean to measure something?
Wow.
Because to my mind,
have we
a
not just
measurement
done
is
this?
to. Apparently, we need to do it again because
Why?
apparently, taking an angle measurement is an observation. It's not a measurement.
You
I
have
don't
an
even
angle.
know
You
how to
have an
parse
angle in
that.
you have an angle in degrees. I mean, are these degrees going
30
to add up
miles
to
plus.
540?
I couldn't hear either of you. What?
You've got an angle measurement. You can do fuck all with an angle.
Well, you can do a whole lot less without one, can't you?
What do you think
What
an
does that even
error?
mean?
What you call an excess? What do you think an error or excess would be over 36 miles?
I'd have to work it out.
Well, you're presenting this without having done so.
Without me having done so, yes.
Yeah.
Having read into this paper, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing.
Without
They have
doing due
convinced me.
diligence on your own.
No. This was my due
No,
diligence.
that's what you're doing, though. That's what you're doing.
Notes. I read their notes
Admit
on
that's
these.
what you're doing.
No, I'm not going to admit that because that's wrong.
Of course you're not going to
What do you
admit
call
it.
due diligence? What is due diligence to you? Because I believe I've done due diligence.
You haven't. You've just posted up some trash.
I mean, you're happy to say that. I
Based
disagree.
on someone else's observation.
Yeah,
Right?
someone
Over 38 miles.
People who know what they're doing more than I do.
Right.
Why would I post something that I just pull out of my ass?
Why do math on your own then? Right?
It's not math. The math part is not the issue here. It's the actual going out into the field and
It is
taking
the
these
issue.
measurements. That's
It is
the issue.
Which you
It
haven't
doesn't
haven't
matter if
done
I
the
do the
math.
math on
You
my own.
haven't
The
done the
data.
math.
It's not the
You
math.
haven't
It's
done
the
the
data.
math from their point to point to point.
What math would be done there? What math would I be able to do from the data I'm looking at on my screen?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay. And what is the math you're doing?
I looked up in their appendix, which I posted from their lat longs, which you didn't post. You just posted their excess measurements. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So based on their lat long, what do you think that angular relationship would be? Over 180 or less than?
So lat long. These are the.
I posted it in the live chat.
Yeah. I'm
Do
looking
it.
at. Are these the ones we were just reading, or?
Yeah. Instead of just bullshitting about it, do it.
Well, hold on. These aren't any of the names. Oh, the second one. Hold on.
Top left.
Oh, it's that one. Okay. Wait, no, it's not these. Top left?
I'll botch the pronunciation of it, but I'm not even going to attempt. I don't know Indian.
You have one here that's
from page 514, number 48. Top left.
48. Well, no, this is Pilur Hill that's missing. You have Punuak. Punau.
Two baselines, 3 observations.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm saying you got the locations wrong. You got 2 of them right, and Punuak should be Pilur Hill.
These are just angles made in reality, right? You know, from the tops of mountains. Often spoken about by people that have never done it. Right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you've never done any of these measurements yet. You're sort of handing off the measuring of an impossibility to another group of people.
Yeah, why would I do it myself?
Mhm.
You're certified for surveying, right? You have a certification?
I've got a certificate within land surveying, yes, but it's only very basic. Depends what you
Okay.
mean
What
by
did you
certified.
Sure. What did you have to do to get
Not
that?
a surveyor. I was just on a 2-year course in building construction. We
So
did
do you think someone
surveying as a
Mhm.
part of it.
So do you think someone who didn't do that 2-year course would be as knowledgeable as you if they went out into the field with the same tools as you?
I don't know.
Think if I grabbed a theodolite and just like went out into the field and started like just with the manual, skimmed through it, got a sense of what some of the buttons did. Would you trust me to do that as accurately as someone who was certified?
To do what though? That's the thing. What
To
is
take,
it that you imagine that you would be doing?
I would set up 3 positions at a distance as far as I could reasonably see, and I would take azimuthal angle measurements from those places. From those places to the other 2. Would you trust me to do that accurately, precisely, correctly?
Well, I mean, for what purpose?
For the purpose of assessing spherical access or lack thereof.
Yeah, I think you should do it. I think everybody at some point in their life should attempt to measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees. At least attempt it.
Yeah, my question though is, would you trust someone to get it right more than someone who is actually certified in the field?
Well, since I know that nobody has ever done it, I'd be fine with anybody doing it. I wouldn't be able to stop anybody, right? It wouldn't really have much to do with me.
Mm-hmm. I
So
feel like
I'd
that's a
say I
non-answer.
wouldn't really be bothered. How about that? I would
Okay.
take the epohe position
Mhm.
upon any results as well. Also,
Okay.
epohe the
I think
shit out of it.
I think that's ridiculous.
What?
I think if someone has actually studied this to any degree, I would trust them more to do this correctly or precisely than someone who just grabbed an instrument and went out into the field.
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't want to see it for yourself?
That's not what I'm saying. If I were to see this for myself, I would want to go with someone who knows what they're doing. I wouldn't just take a theodolite up into the mountains and just like swing it
I
around
don't
and take
think
measurements.
it would matter who told me that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
Well, apparently it does, because you're making a big deal that it's not me telling you, that
No,
I'm
I
relaying
literally
information
say
from
it.
other
No,
people.
we want
care
you
who tells me.
we want you to bring something that you've done. You're saying, you're making this argument for or bickering about people doing it already, that's like a known thing that you think you can know.
Right.
Which
And
you
I'm
don't
wondering
know.
why.
You don't know something somebody else has known.
Why not?
You believe it. You because you don't know it. You haven't experienced it. You just believe something that somebody else says they know. You believe it.
That's not how anything works.
You know,
That
like
is
they have
exactly
measurement
how
and
it works.
calculation. I
All
think
right,
they
hold
have
on. Okay,
know
this is
and believe in a similar
hold
sort
on.
of
Yeah, this
switching
is starting to
positions.
sort of come into focus. Do you think that we can know something that we don't have direct experience with?
That one of the key components to knowing something is experiencing it. That's science. It's acquisition of
not.
knowledge. It's experience. It's experimenting something to acquire knowledge for science.
No.
No. Okay. Well, you
Not
say
in the
no.
not in the way
Just
that
say
it's been
no. Not
discussed
that.
until now.
Not that.
When you say experiencing something, you mean like doing the experiment yourself?
That's the acquisition of knowledge. That's science.
So if you read a paper about an experiment, can you know anything about that experiment? Can you learn something from that
you
paper?
can understand it.
And when you understand something, does that become knowledge, or what is missing before it can become
You
knowledge?
just understand it.
Right. So what does it take to go from understanding to knowledge is what I'm asking.
Experience.
Okay. I mean, I disagree with that assessment, but that's not how I define knowledge.
Acquisition of knowledge in science is experiment, which is experience.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you can understand something you can understand how an engine works all day long, but if you don't take the engine apart, you don't have knowledge on it.
Well, let's hear what his idea of knowledge is. How do you gain knowledge?
Well, I think there's a couple ways. I think mostly knowledge has to do with the certainty with which you hold certain beliefs.
Conviction. Confidence.
There you
Something
go.
like, yes, confidence, I would say, rather than
there you
conviction.
Okay. And the other one?
The other what?
The other part of knowledge can't just
No,
be confidence and conviction.
Well, no, it's the confidence in a belief. Then how you acquire that confidence can vary. It depends.
Okay. So
I said that and he
could you have a faith?
balked on it.
You say? Because you
That
have
wouldn't be-
faith with a lot of confidence and conviction.
No.
Because
You
some
could have
people
faith
say
with
you just have to
conviction, not
release your
confidence.
belief.
No, I think that's where I would make a distinction between confidence and conviction. You can have faith with a lot of conviction, but not confident.
You can have
Otherwise, it wouldn't
confidence
be
when
faith.
you lose your belief, right?
I don't know what that means. When you lose your belief?
Obviously.
Yeah, with no belief. If you have that much confidence that you need no belief, then that's sheer knowledge, right? That's under your rules, maximum confidence, zero faith, belief.
No, you can't have knowledge without belief. Knowledge is a subset of belief.
So you just believe.
Yeah.
No, not just believe. You can't know something that you don't believe.
How do you believe something that you know?
Faith is a belief, right? A strong belief.
Yes.
Probably
Well,
the
I don't know about strong.
Well, can
there's
you not have
conviction,
confidence in your faith then? Lose your belief, turn it into a faith, and have massive amounts of confidence about it.
You can't lose a belief and still have faith in it. All of these are under the larger category of belief. You have to believe something before you can have faith in it, or before you can know it. Belief is the first step.
So you just believe something is the beginning steps of knowing something.
Yes.
What's the next step from belief to knowing?
Confidence, understanding, gaining
Confidence, understanding.
Yes, gaining some measure of concreteness as it relates to the real world.
Concreteness. What would concreteness be?
Something that makes this real to you, so to speak.
Okay, we're getting there. Something that makes it real to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how would you make something real to you?
It depends.
It
Depends on what it is. Depends on, there's a couple of different ways it might happen.
Okay, come on. Give it to us.
It could be some subset of other known. Boy, what's the noun there?
I don't know.
What's the noun? Can't say knowledges. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, you can't.
Subset of other known things, right? So you have a set of knowns, right? And something in this set of knowns is not directly experienced, but the things around it are, which makes that unknown, that unexperienced thing makes sense embedded within those knowns. Does that make sense? I feel like I didn't explain that very well.
Not very well. No.
Yeah. So
I've got the realm of the known mind map.
No. It's something like
It's got the known knowns and the instinctively known and the known thought to be known and the once thought to be known and things you know you don't know.
Are you quite finished?
Obviously, transcendental ignorance.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. It just sounded like you were just going through that with your known and your known knowns.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Come on, dude. You went all the way around experiencing something. You couldn't say it. You wanted to.
Yes, because experience is not the only way to know things.
You got there first.
I'm sorry, it's not.
Come on.
You can know, for example, let's say you feel a certain amount of pain, right?
No, look.
You can know. Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. I'll let you go.
Know,
I'll let you go.
Right. You can know how that pain might feel magnified, right? So you have some experience with something tangential, something related to that, and you can extrapolate from that something that you haven't yet experienced.
Yeah, feely bit.
You're still talking about the thing that you're experiencing.
Well, it depends how specific you want to get.
He doesn't want you to cause him any more pain, Buster.
Okay. Well, it was what I was going on about with Yui about he didn't want to do it himself. He didn't want to experience it himself. I did project a bit of anger on, if you don't want to do it, fuck off. And I would say the same thing to you. If you don't want to do it if you don't like your triangulation, if you don't want to do it for yourself, I would still say the same thing. Fuck off.
Well, it's not that I don't want to do it. I just don't see how my doing it is going to be of value. Like, I wouldn't mind doing it. If someone tagged me along and I didn't, lose the day of work over it, sure.
That's fine.
Just out of personal interest, I'd love to see it done. But
that's fine. All
I don't
we're
think
saying
I'm
is
gain
that
knowledge from that.
All we're saying is that what you posted is belief that somebody else did something that you haven't done and you believe it.
I think if you're going to call it that with the implications you're putting in there, you're reducing the term belief to uselessness. I mean, you can call it belief if you want, but then there's a whole bunch of things that I quote believe that allow me to survive day to day. Like, I don't see the distinction between that and knowledge. I don't see any meaningful distinction.
Experience. That would be meaningful. Would be experiencing something, would be knowledge.
I don't know that anything's gained that I don't already have by that.
When you experience something that's very meaningful.
Generally, yes. I'm saying in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, like mostly, generally, always when you experience something, it's more meaningful than when you don't and you just believe something. When you experience it, it's way more knowledgeable.
Do you think you can gain knowledge? Do you think you can gain a better understanding of something?
You can
how can I word this?
You can gain an understanding of anything. You can only gain the knowledge of that understanding when you experience it. That's why I said with this is my best metaphor, is that you can understand how a combustion motor works, but until you take one apart and put it back together, you don't have the knowledge of it. You understand how one works, fine. You can understand how a combustion motor works, but until you take one apart and know and experience all of the intricacies of it, you don't know it. You just understand how it works.
Sure. So you would say that that's functionally different from the experience of driving a car that has the motor in it, say.
Okay, you can understand how to drive a car. Most children that are going through adolescence try to understand how to drive a car. They understand the road rules, but until they drive the car, they don't have the knowledge.
Okay, so what we understand of something, the experience, our experience, or the quality of our experience, the kind of experience we have with the motor, say, determines the kind of understanding we have of it, right? So if we drive a car, we have an understanding of driving. If we build a motor, we have an understanding of how the parts go together. Those don't necessarily translate to each other, right? Like if I build a motor, I don't necessarily have to know how to drive a car, and vice versa.
You're kind of convoluting things, but
No,
if you want to amalgamate all this stuff together, you have Formula One people that have all of those things within understanding and knowledge all amalgamated into one, which is why they are the best of the best.
Sure.
Because they have the knowledge and understanding of all of those aspects.
Of course. What
Yeah.
I'm trying to pin down is what kind of knowledge am I guess, barred from because of the experience that I lack? I'm trying to understand what is it that I can't claim as knowledge here?
Look,
because I lack the experience of going out into the field with a theodolite and looking through it.
I'll put it into a southern. You can talk shit about a motor all day long, but until you've taken one apart and put it back together, you don't know shit. It's the same way with the theodolite. Until you've done something hands-on or seen something or done something like experiencing it, then you're just talking shit. You can understand it. You think you can understand it all day long, but it's not knowledge. It's just
I get what you're saying.
You think you understand.
Yeah, it feels like, it just feels like going out into the field is kind of like driving the car to understand how the motor's put together. Whereas what I'm interested in is, what volume of liquid causes the combustion engine to turn.
With 3 wheels and a windscreen wiper and keep changing bits out.
Yeah.
Driving.
It's all
like
experience.
I understand what you're saying. Sure. I just that I think wouldn't add to the kind of understanding I'm employing here.
You think your understanding is higher than a knowledge base?
No. I would say it qualifies as knowledge.
So you think your understanding would qualify as equal to somebody's knowledge of something?
Equal to somebody's knowledge? I'm saying
You think your understanding of a subject would qualify to somebody's knowledge of that?
I think I would say that, yeah. If I understood what you said.
That's impressive. I'm impressed by that you would think that.
Now, specifically the thing that I know, I'm comfortable staying in my comfortable staying in my lane, right? I'll say as much as I think I'm confident in that I've understood.
Your confidence goes into argumentation on things that you know nothing about. That's
wow.
Well, if I knew nothing about them, I'd probably shut up about it. I know something about it. We can argue about how much I know and whether
you only
it's
know the argument. That's
I
as
wouldn't
much
say that,
as you do know.
No, there are certain things that I do know the argument for that I won't argue because I don't know anything past the argument. You'll never hear me bring up Foucault's pendulum, for example.
Surveying.
No. What I'm saying is that accusation.
no. Yes,
I
you
understand the
have.
accusation, right? Like I know the argument for Foucault's pendulum. I will never argue Foucault's pendulum because I don't have an intuitive understanding of how it works. So it's a situation where you might be justified in saying that this is not that situation.
And what gives you the upper hand in your
So a
understanding
pendulum.
of geometry and
A
surveying
pendulum.
that allows you to enter into that realm where you wouldn't enter into a realm about a plumb bob?
Because I understand the geometry that this is observing, and I understand the kind of observation and how that observation relates to that geometry. I understand how those two parts fit together. I'm not claiming to know much
wouldn't say you
beyond that,
understand, though.
but that much I understand well.
How can you understand something?
It's a very complicated question. I don't know
You've
if I
got
could
no practical
explain
experience.
how. But again, it's like a mechanic not having practical experience driving the car. I think that's tangential to this. It's a qualitatively different experience.
And well, you're classing yourself as a mechanic of geometry and surveying without any experience of the demonstrations within geometry or experience within surveying.
More geometry than surveying.
More what? You've got more non-knowledge of the geometry, the demonstrations within geometry than you have of surveying.
I have a better understanding of geometry than I do of surveying, but I understand how the surveying is applying the geometry.
But your understanding of geometry, is that the geometry of non-Euclidean?
It's geometry.
Do you have your major understanding within Euclidean geometry or non-Euclidean geometry?
I would say I have a good understanding of geometry.
Mm-hmm. Would that be like based 50-50 within the non-Euclidean geometries and the Euclidean geometry?
I don't know that I could quantify it.
No, I don't know how.
Nor do I really distinguish them the way you're trying to distinguish them. But
I would distinguish them as different rule sets. Like
they're pretty distinguishable between, the Euclidean and the not Euclidean.
I don't know about that. There's a significant amount of overlap.
Of nothing.
Is there?
No, there's
Yeah.
no overlap at all.
I don't see how anyone could say that, understanding anything about the two.
You would have like a Euclidean that goes all the way through 10 books, and then into the 10th. Is it the 11th book or 10th book? Were solid geometry, and then you get the solid geometry, which is like the sphere. But then when you go into non, they just erase all that previous stuff.
No.
They
Not at
don't?
all.
They
No.
don't?
You go through all the books of Euclidean geometry, and then they say, here's another system, read those again, but ignore this one paragraph. Reinterpret it without having this in your head.
But Euclidean geometry is like proof on proof on proof on proof. It's like built. It's like a system that's built.
Yeah. And then they say, okay, now get rid of these 2 or 3 assumptions.
Just get rid of
and
proofs.
read that whole thing again.
Get rid of proofs
all of the
to go.
proofs that you've just
It's an
got.
analogy, but that's the
Pretty
point.
shit analogy. That's one of the shittest
I think it's
analogies I've
really
ever
apt.
heard. Just get rid
I
of
think
that
it's pretty
and
apt.
start again.
If you think there's nothing in common between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, I don't know what to tell you. I can offer you no hope.
I could name one thing. Pi.
What's that?
Pi.
Pi is in common or not in common?
It's not common.
Okay.
I can name another.
Uh-huh.
A point singular becomes 2 points.
How is that?
Look it up.
No. I'm never going to find that. Can you
Yeah,
just
you will.
can you give
I
me
found
the,
it. You
can
can
you give
find
me
it.
the Cliff Notes?
No.
Okay, because I went for an hour and a half with Bev on this, and he was unable to demonstrate how 1 point becomes 2. So I'm going to assume that you're
Antipodal.
talking about the same thing.
Dude, Look, the sphere is the revolution of a
God.
semicircle about a fixed diameter.
That's one way to do
A
it.
circle, right, is divided into two by a diameter into two semicircles.
That's
Semicircles
one way to do it.
have 180 degrees. It just so happens that a triangle has 180 degrees. And two triangles will go into this semicircular pattern to make 360 degrees, like a circle. Right, so there's known things within geometry, and these facts apply to reality.
You can't do what you just did. That doesn't make sense the way you said it.
Not to you.
No. I know what you're doing. I know what you're trying to say. But what you're conflating are the way that we measure triangles and the way that we measure circles. When we say 360 degrees or 180 degrees of a triangle, we're measuring two different aspects of those things. We talked about this like an hour ago.
You know that there is a proof within mathematics for triangles having 180 degrees, right?
That's not the point.
But there is
Those
a proof.
angles, 180 degrees. What are 180 degrees in a triangle? What does that refer to?
Two right angles.
No. Any triangle. Where does the 180 degrees come from?
Two right angles.
Where does
the sum of two
fucking-
right angles, or every triangle, the sum of two right angles. That's why the triangle.
What kind of triangle can you build that has two right angles?
Than two right angles.
Can you build a triangle with two right angles?
All triangles have the sum of two right angles.
Okay, they have the sum of two right angles. What has the sum of two right angles? When you say the triangle has a sum of two right angles, what are we summing?
The angles of a triangle.
Thank you. It's like pulling teeth. So the angles of the triangle, the three angles of the triangle sum to 180, correct?
Yes.
What sums to 360? What sums to 360 in a circle?
The quadrants.
The quadrants.
Entirety of the angles. Yes, 2 pi. Radians.
The entirety of the angles. Why do you divide it in 4?
Because there's 4 right angles. All right angles are equal. 90 degrees.
So are you just dividing it in 4 because you know 90 degrees equals 180?
No, because I know that 2 right angles are for a triangle.
Wait, that's not even true. 4 quadrants. Oh yeah, no, 360. Yeah. Yeah, so you could divide it in 8 and you would get different angles, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we specifically do it about the right angles because the right angle is the first one to be defined, isn't it, as a preciseness of perpendicular.
That sounds arbitrary to me. You could divide it into any number of angles and you'll get 360, right?
Usually.
That's right. So
or
it's
you could do pi radians.
It's the amount of sweep. It's the amount of sweep around the center point. That's how you define a circle as 360 degrees.
The inclination of one straight line to another.
Which means we're defining a circle differently than we're defining a triangle. Why you would say that two triangles makes... You're just saying words.
Well, the semicircle,
is this like a weird form of Tourette's?
The semicircle is the way of forming evens about the circle. That also
Evens.
is...
What do you mean by evens?
Do you not know what even is? Equal.
Even. Yeah, I know what even...
When you
like even numbers?
A diameter across a circle...
What are you even talking about right now?
You have 2 even semicircles.
Do you remember my original question?
The diameter forms 2 even semicircles. Those semicircles can be related, as always, to the right angle triangle. For the function of sine.
I'm going to let you go on. You're doing fine without me. I'm going to go to bed.
I know, it's difficult. I know.
Because this is ridiculous.
You always leave when it, just as it gets good for the...
It's good. You're just spouting nonsense. I think you might have Tourette's.
Nonsense. This is the basic unit circle.
Cool. All
How
right.
we
Well,
derive the trigonometric functions from
this
within
was
it.
something.
Yeah, sounds cool, doesn't it? You don't
Yeah,
want to stick around for any of this, though.
no, I think I've stuck around long enough.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Join your
Indeed.
team.
All right. Well, you guys have a good one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, wow. Interesting night. We went from, well, it was meant to be about the Fallacious Modus Tollens. But it seems like they got some defense squad. First started off with the horizon definition. Then we went to the measurement of a straight line. And then it went bish bash bosh all over the place.
Yeah. I will apologize a little bit.
It's all right. I mean,
Just
we've
pointing
been
out.
through this sort of stuff many times before, right?
Yeah.
But everybody else probably hasn't. And I get the understanding, I think, that, you know, there's going to be some proofs coming. Imagine over the triangle axiom. Can you prove it? There's a challenge for you. Because really, you know, you don't have to be able to prove it to these people and take it to a university or anything. This is just a simple geometric proof. Do you believe there's a way that you can prove this triangles having, you know, being formed on one side of this line with all of the stuff that comes before it?
Can you acquire knowledge?
Yeah.
On a triangle? I mean, I would say, me personally, I would say yes. Like, I would say, yes, you can square that 90-degree angle. Like, you can use a triangle to get that square. You know, that 90. I would say, yes, you can prove that to yourself. But some people say you can't.
Only given the things that come before it. I mean, you could just confine yourself to the 4 postulates that they say that come precede it. I mean, could you actually prove one? I don't know why you'd have to, but they were the constraints that a lot of people put themselves under in order to prove it. But I mean, it's an axiom. Why should you have to prove it? Because somebody thinks it looks a bit funny, sounds a bit different. Well, they all sound different.
Maybe it's just a bridge.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of us know why. Right? It has to be, right? Oh, that's more of a, it can't be, isn't it?
I believe it's so. I don't, I mean, I don't,
Can't have
I don't
that.
know. No.
Sort of thing.
Just take somebody else's word for it.
I know for that to be true, then there are problems caused for the model. Now, we've made them aware of these problems. So what you're seeing now is a retaliation of known arguments from these guys. And what they do is they throw you off track all the time, try and confuse you. This is where we are.
Alice in Wonderland.
Right, I'm going to switch this off. I've got the new QE. Where is it? You don't understand.
Oh, you're going to do it?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it already, and I've got it queued up. I've got loads of you don't understands. Seems like it was dead short there. Right, okay. Thanks for. I've got loads of videos. I'll be putting those out tomorrow, probably. Hopefully, we'll get a chat with QE and Nathan Oakley soon, sometime, and we can perhaps have a good chat about an argument without shouting. Pretty simple to go over these arguments. I mean, we've got some to show. I mean, we can talk about them. But yeah, let QE and Nathan know that at least the beginning bit about the argument. Thanks a lot. See you probably Wednesday again. Well, no, normally probably you're live, unless something happens.
Thanks for the fish.
Yeah.
Community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague,
the Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our
Black Swan, if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
We show that where you would assert called Earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs,
not Q,
isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's behind it.
Not Q, therefore not P.
Hill in the way called Earth curve,
not Q. It's not my problem. Therefore not P. Therefore not P. You just don't not P.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call
Black Swan,
we form a logical consistency argument.
Modus Tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P,
then every distance to horizon measurement,
then any horizon distance measurement must be,
could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height,
as laid down
here
in the begging
then
the
any
question,
horizon
proof
distance
of nothing,
measurement
perspective
must be
hijacking Earth curve calculation. Then every
you would
distance
use
to
to make
horizon
that
measurement. Meanwhile, in the Black Swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve.
Not Q. You don't understand.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
Not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than 9.41 miles.
The things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Not Q.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve, edge horizon in the form of...
Not Q, therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
Earth has no Earth curve, edge horizon in the form of...
Therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles,
therefore not P.
And the Earth is not a sphere.
Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
The Black Swan.
If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
My problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't know.
Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have. Yeah, they don't do that. 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 Yeah, they don't do that.
You're just on your own.
Here is the final kill shot.
You only need to show one Black Swan to debunk that as a claim.
No, that's debunked.
Then every distance to horizon measurement.
No, that's debunked. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve. So that's debunked. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So that's debunked.
Because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
So that's the